Guys, I am so sorry. I know nobody's here and you can't see me, but I had to go back because Jimmy took the internet out. So I really need your help to share this out. I really need your help because nobody's here, and it's not even connecting.
Wait, it's connected, honey.
It's not.
Just wait till you know it's connected. Well, wait.
I know the old live ended. Jimmy did something really stupid, and he was on the phone with the internet company and apparently didn't realize that I was streaming and had them restart the internet.
I had no idea they were going to do that.
And all of a sudden, everything went out. So, guys, we have a real problem with our algorithms, and I really need your help here. I need your help like never before because they're not. Please share this out. Please, because
How do you share
and,
it out?
and like it.
How do you share it?
You share it, Jimmy. Hit the share button and you share it out on your social media. I've got to change all the links and I put them all out, and I've been trying so hard. I've been trying so hard
Honey, stop. Okay? Don't do that.
to get this out there, and I put all these links out, and now all the links are wrong.
Stop, okay?
I'm sorry, I'm really upset.
to the jury at this point in time?
Not from us, Your Honor.
Right.
No, Your Honor.
Right, then let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Really is a pain, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's
And
just,
there's not a different setting, is there?
no. And it's, yeah, proud of it, but it's easy, but
You just got to remember to do it because
Yeah.
it would be disastrous otherwise.
It's gonna be a disaster.
It just is, that camera's view, when it automatically reboots up and starts again, every time we start it, it has the whole jury box.
Oh,
And so you have to zoom it in to cut out Ms. Gratiano, so that we know that we're not getting the jury box. And because there's a juror that sits right behind her too, so you can't. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury have returned to the courtroom. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. So after we had a chance to watch that initial conversation that you had, I guess the initial recorded conversation that you had with the defendant, I want to clear up some things that we hear in there. In your initial question and answers prior to us getting into what actually watching the video, you mentioned that there were concerns about any health issues. Did some of that come out in this particular recording?
Yes, it did.
Was that the ADHD and the bleeding from the rectum report?
Yes.
There was reference of a Petco on North Nevada that the defendant indicated she had visited. Is that the area up at University Village dominated sort of by that Costco that's in that shopping center?
Yes, it is.
There was reference to a Nintendo Switch and trying to track that. During the investigation, did you learn whether you could or could not do any tracking on the Nintendo Switch?
We could not track the switch.
Did you learn later that the Switch was actually found in the house?
I did.
There's lots of discussion in that video, or that recording, I should say, about things that required investigative resources. Do you remember hearing those things?
Yes.
Does that include going to different residences, like that? I think it's 10350 Declaration Drive, to look for potentially clues that would lead to discovery of where Gannon might be?
Yes.
In your experience as a seasoned homicide investigator and detective, is time an important element in an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Is the fact that resources are being expended to chase down potentially a runaway child as opposed to a homicide investigation, did that waste valuable time in the investigation?
Yes.
And was that wasting of resources a direct result of misdirection from the defendant?
It is.
During your course of conversation with the defendant at that Starbucks on January 28th, is this essentially the fourth time at least that she's given this story that Gannon has run away? Meaning there's the 911 call, the call for service, reporting it to Al, and then now reporting it to you in this recorded phone call.
Yes.
So almost a quadrupling down of that runaway story.
Yes.
What was her demeanor like? I guess because we can only hear what is being said. What were her outward demeanor expressions like? Were they normal?
She was calm and collected.
Did she ever change personalities while you were with her during this recorded interaction?
No, she did not.
Was her personality consistent throughout that interaction?
Yes, it was.
And then there was reference to, by the defendant, there was reference to ADT data to show what time she had returned from doing the run to Petco. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Did you also, during this investigation, become aware of neighborhood ring or doorbell cameras that caught that action as well?
yes,
That confirmed sort of that timeline?
yes,
Was it consistent during your course of this investigation that there would be some kernel that could be confirmed, a kernel of truth that could be confirmed from the defendant wrapped around things that were unconfirmable or turned out to be totally false?
yes,
Some point later that particular day, 3:45 p.m., did you reach out to the defendant again by phone to request particular items?
I did.
What were those items?
I requested that she bring a toothbrush and or hairbrush with her of Gannon's
What was the purpose for that?
to collect for DNA purposes to develop a DNA profile.
Is that a common thing to do in a missing child case like this?
Yes,
Why is that?
because if the child is located and is deceased, we're able to identify them.
By comparing the DNA from the body to the DNA profile that you might gather from toothbrush or a hairbrush?
Yes,
Were you making efforts to get the defendant down to the sheriff's office to sit for a formal interview?
yes,
While that was happening, did Al Stauch, Gannon's father, show up at the sheriff's office and actually sit for an interview?
yes, he did.
Was that at about 4:30 p.m. on January 28th?
Yes,
Did you send a text to the defendant asking her to come down at roughly the same time?
I did.
Did she come down?
No, she did not.
Did she even respond to your text message?
I don't believe she responded initially, no.
Okay. Later that evening at about 6 p.m., did you get a call from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What's the, and what was the call? Was it to your cell phone?
Yes,
Does the sheriff's office have areas in the building that make cell phone service difficult?
yes, they do.
Did you experience that with this particular phone call?
Yes, I did.
So what did you do in response to that?
Because I wasn't able to completely talk to Letecia on the phone, I hung up with her and I called from a landline located within the sheriff's office.
Did you get a better connection on that?
I did.
Was that particular phone call recorded?
No, it was not.
Do you remember what she told you or what the discussion was during that phone call?
She was discussing her relationship with Gannon and Lena. She told me about how her parenting and Al's parenting was separate, that they never formally adopted each other's children, that she wasn't allowed to make parenting decisions for Gannon or Lena, and Al was not allowed to make parenting decisions for Harley.
Okay. And then did she tell you during this particular phone call the last time that she actually saw Gannon, at least the way that she's reporting it?
She did. She mentioned that she saw him, I believe it was between 3:15 and 4, and she had mentioned that there was a TV show on that she had liked to watch. And I asked her what that TV show was, and she could not tell me the name of the TV show.
Did she describe the clothing that Gannon was last seen wearing by her?
Yes, she did.
What was that?
She said it was a blue shirt, blue pants, and his tennis shoes.
Did she also mention a blue hoodie?
Yes.
Did you ask her during this phone call if she would come down and talk with you at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she accept that invitation or did she decline it?
She declined.
Did she give you a reason why she was declining it?
She said that her stomach was bothering her and she was having to make multiple stops at different Walgreens to use the restroom.
Okay. Later on at about 7:03 p.m., did you get another call from the defendant?
I did.
What was that phone call about?
She was FaceTiming me and she was mad because her daughter was left alone with a bunch of men in the home, she claimed. At that time, the sheriff's office was at the home to get Lena at Al's request.
So I think that's later on when she's asking about that. Would that potentially have been at 11:52 p.m., that particular call? A FaceTime call where she's upset about and needing Al to come home?
That could have been, yes.
Okay. I guess after that 7:03 call, did you get another call from Al in which he was upset?
Yes, I did.
What was that all about?
Al called me and he was sobbing. I could tell that he was upset. And he told me that he didn't tell us everything. He had previously done an interview with my partner, Mark Riley. And he explained that Letecia had rented a vehicle from the airport when she picked him up and that he did not disclose that to us.
Did he also talk about trying to find her normal vehicle, the black Tiguan?
Yes,
Was he able to find it?
he was not, no.
Was that causing him distress, at least as he's relaying it to you?
Yes,
Did that lead to him coming back into the sheriff's office for another interview?
yes.
And then later on that night, about 10:45 p.m., did you get a text message from the defendant? A rather long text message?
She's texted me multiple times that night, yes.
Do you remember the specific content of that text message?
I don't for that time frame.
Okay, if I showed you a report, would that refresh your memory as to the specific content of that text message?
Yes.
Your may approach.
You may.
Seeing this paragraph here. Had a chance to review that? And for the record, what I'd handed to Ms. Bethel is pagination 01-0043. Did that refresh your memory as to this longer text message?
Yes.
What did the text message say to you?
She was asking what I wanted from her, and she was saying that she was being set up and that she learned that information from a fellow Blue with El Paso County.
Was that basically an implication that she had an inside source to the investigation to you?
Yes.
Was that, did that turn out to be true?
No, it was not true.
Did she also express during that text message the same sort of theme that she was upset about her daughter being in the house with people from the sheriff's office, men from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Did she relay in that particular text message the idea that she could hear what was being discussed inside the home because of cameras or something in the home?
Yes,
Did you respond to her?
I did.
What did you respond with?
I asked her if she had any information to help me find Gannon.
Did you also invite her to come into the sheriff's office to talk with you?
Yes,
Did she accept or what happened?
she declined.
I'm gonna retrieve that page from you. And then just a few minutes after that, 11:52 p.m., is this the FaceTime call that you got from the defendant?
Yes,
Was this a recorded FaceTime call?
yes, it was.
Audio recorded?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 336?
You may.
Do you recognize People's Exhibit 336?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a FaceTime interview with Letecia.
Have you had a chance to listen to the content of that disc?
Yes, I have.
Is the recording file on there a fair and accurate representation of the audio of that FaceTime call?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 336 and ask for permission to publish.
All right, you may go ahead.
What, are you accepting it as being admitted?
Yes, yes, it's admitted.
Okay.
You can go ahead and play it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was distracted because I was looking down at this. This is, while it says FaceTime, it's only audio, right?
It's only audio, yeah. And just so that the record is clear, I never did hear whether there was an objection or not from defense as to it moving admission.
All right. All right, Exhibit 336 will be admitted.
Go ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out I got your message about something. I talked to you earlier. You didn't say anything else. I'm confused at what you want me to do, what's going on. You talked to me, now you want to talk to me again.
Well, you sent me that message saying I don't know what you want from me, so.
Yes, because my child couldn't leave. I couldn't go home. I don't have anywhere to sleep. I just don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, that sort of kind of came out of left field for me. All I'm trying to do is gather information to find Gannon.
I don't understand what you mean came out of left field. My own child could not leave. So how is that out of left field?
What do you mean your child couldn't leave?
She was trying to go to Starbucks and was left there and forced to stay there with men in and out of the home by herself.
Okay, I don't know what happened at your home. I know that she was offered the opportunity to come into the office and she didn't want to, so she didn't go into the office.
But what does she need to go in the office for? She can't go get food. She can't go get coffee and had to be asked why she gets coffee. Either Starbucks app to see that she gets coffee like every day. Hello.
Is there anything more that you might be able to share with me to help me find Gannon?
Just give me this.
Where are you now?
You keep asking me this over and over and over.
Where are you now?
I'm not going in to talk to you
Okay.
without an attorney when you already talked to me earlier.
Okay. That's perfectly fine.
But I just don't understand what's going on.
Do you have any further information to give me that may help me find Gannon? Any new developments, new information?
I told you this.
Okay. Well then, I'm going to go ahead and end the conversation then, because we've already spoken.
Okay, so why do you keep saying because someone came and looking for me, wanted me to go talk to them, so now it's you. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
You and I have already spoken. If you don't want to come in to speak with me at the office, that's completely fine.
Okay, but why was someone?
I don't know. And so what I'm saying at this point in time, Letecia, is if you don't have any other information for me to actively look through to find Gannon, there's no point in me continuing this conversation. I need to get off the phone here and start working on leads and developments.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
So, first of all, where were you when you got that FaceTime call?
I was in the sheriff's office.
The other noises that you can sort of hear in the background, do you know what those other noises were?
To me, if I remember correctly, it sounded like windshield wipers on a car.
Okay, making that weird moaning sound?
Yes, they're rhythmic.
Okay. The, sounds like potentially, her demeanor is a little bit different than what was happening at Starbucks. How would you describe that?
She was angry with me.
And angry because of the idea of trying to get her down and talk to you at the sheriff's office?
I'm not exactly sure why she was angry with me, but she was angry with me.
What was your goal? What were you trying to achieve as you're accepting this FaceTime call from her?
I thought that maybe she had additional information for me to follow up on so I could find Gannon.
And did she resist that, giving you additional information that might help find Gannon?
Yes.
Besides the fact that she's expressing anger, did she have a consistent personality with what you had experienced in a previous phone call and at Starbucks?
Yes.
There was reference made by her that she wasn't going to come down and talk to you at the sheriff's office unless she had an attorney.
Correct.
Did that indicate that she had a good understanding of what her rights might be if she does come down?
Yes.
Object to speculation.
Ruled.
What was your answer?
Yes.
And then did you, basically throughout that night, early morning hours, were you getting text messages from the defendant?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of those text messages?
A lot of them were about her, focused around her. I kept asking her to come in to talk to me if she had any additional information for me. And eventually, in the early morning hours of the 29th, she gave me a story that she needed to talk to me. She was asking for a friend if we released information to the media. I told her we did not. She said something that had happened to her and she couldn't tell me around Albert because he would be mad and would become violent. And I ultimately arranged an interview for her, which was supposed to start at 10 o'clock at the sheriff's office on that Wednesday.
10 o'clock a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Was it odd to you, as you're describing those text messages, the early text messages, that the focus from her perspective was on her as opposed to finding Gannon?
Absolutely, yes.
Why was that odd?
In my experience, investigating other crimes and investigating other missing children, the parents are always willing to give me whatever information they can to find their child. And I've never experienced a parent being concerned about their own well-being or welfare while their child is missing.
In those text messages, did she also describe injuries that Gannon had suffered?
Yes.
What were those?
She said that he had blood on him.
Did she say from cuts?
Yes.
Did she also describe burns?
Yes.
Did she deflect any cause of those injuries away from herself?
Yes.
Did she in fact say that she did not hurt Gannon?
She did.
At that stage of the investigation, was that an odd development that she's now indicating that he was hurt, but she didn't hurt him?
Yes.
In what way?
Most times, if you don't know what happened to somebody, you wouldn't put yourself out there to say that you didn't do something to that person.
So you mentioned that you arranged in these text messages to have the defendant show up for an interview at the sheriff's office at 10 a.m. on January 29th, which would be Wednesday. Did she show up at 10 a.m.?
She did not.
Were you able to have any contact with her around that time frame to indicate where she might be or why she wasn't there?
I did text her, yes.
Did you get any responses?
She eventually did respond to me and told me that she had to put measures in place because she was being, or excuse me, her daughter was being stalked and her family was receiving death threats. And so she wasn't able to come in until she got those things taken care of.
Was there any indication, I mean, the investigation that either her or her daughter was actually receiving death threats?
No.
What time did she arrive?
12 o'clock noon.
All right, may I approach with 337?
You may.
Detective, or I'm sorry, I keep doing that. Miss Bethel, do you recognize People's Exhibit 337?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
It is a copy of the interview I conducted along with Detective Kat Houston with Letecia at the Office of the Sheriff.
Is this the interview from January 29th, 2020 starting at roughly 12 p.m.?
It is.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of, I think that's actually a thumb drive or a portable drive, right?
Yes.
Is the content of that thumb drive a fair and accurate representation of that interview of the defendant?
It is.
All right, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 337.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
Exhibit 337 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish, and just for reference sake, this recording is 4 hours, 19 minutes and 46 seconds long. And so we will have to stop it for the lunch break and then probably a second time as well.
Okay. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is, this is both video and audio, right?
It is.
Okay. So we're going to start this. We will take a break, a normal lunch break. We'll flex that to a reasonable breaking period. And then we'll send you on your way and we'll come back. But in the meantime, start with that. And Ms. Bethel, you can step down and sit in some place that's a little bit more comfortable for that long a period of time. And prosecution, go ahead.
Thank you. Kind of slide it to when they actually come in the room.
Good idea.
And then just because you're in here and you're in our building and stuff, do you mind if I just pat you down really quick? That's how we hug. I just need you to face that way for me. Sure, if you need me. Yeah, go ahead and put your arms out for me and just separate your legs slightly for me. Okay. There you go. Nothing that's gonna like poke me or anything. Like you're not diabetic or anything, are you? No. Okay. Just a phone. Anything in your purse? Probably. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Great. If you have a seat on the couch, we'll be right back with you. See you.
Your Honor, just while we're actually watching this part, I do want to put something on the record. Normally, I wouldn't necessarily want to play the dead time when there's not an interview happening, but I think her actions inside the room are also relevant for mental health issues.
That's
So
your call.
I'm playing it differently than I
All
normally.
right, that's your call.
How you doing? Did you get some sleep?
I haven't eaten today.
Oh my goodness. Want something to eat? I've got some stuff.
I would love that.
What would you like? I've got some pizza hot pockets and some tamales, a breakfast burrito.
Hot pockets would be good. But I mean, you don't have to like, I don't.
No, we can get you something.
Okay.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah. Let me get that started for you. I have like Coke and Sprite and like apple juice. Do you want something like that?
You have diet?
We searched high and low
Okay,
for
I'll
diet.
take
There's
a-
no diet.
I'll
Like
take a regular Coke. Thank you.
all the vending machines are even sold out.
Thank you so much for getting that.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's my card, just so
Okay.
you have it, so I don't forget later. I'll get that judged.
Okay.
So that's my partner, Detective Houston. I know you saw Mark with me yesterday. I work with a couple different people.
Okay. You're like in charge of.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in charge. It's just, we all pitch in and help out where we can. So Mark helps me whenever I'm out and about, and Kat helps me whenever I'm here.
Right.
So she's gonna be hanging out with us. And I also have something going on. So if this ends up going over, which is totally fine, I just want you to know who Kat is and that. Okay.
No problem.
Where did you park? Did you park in the garage?
Mm-hmm.
The garage that's right behind our building?
I got a parking ticket. Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Perfect. For validation, what kind of vehicle were you in? So that I can put that on the validation slip whenever because I'll give you something to turn in so you don't have to pay.
Yeah, it's a Volkswagen Tiguan.
It's a Volkswagen Tiguan?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's see, what else? So I'm just gonna go through my normal spiel with you.
Okay.
I know that we talked last night, but because you're in here in the police building, I want you to know certain things, okay?
Right.
So first of all, you're in here voluntarily. You can leave.
Okay.
You just have to let me know that you want to leave.
Right.
Because I need to escort you out of the building. Okay? If there's ever a time that you need to take a break, you need the bathroom, you need more water, you're still hungry, whatever it is, let me know. Okay? I can't read your mind, so I need you to let me know what's going on with you.
Okay.
So that I can help you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because the whole purpose of this, of us talking, is to gather some information. And I
I
know
have a
you.
question about that. I understand that. I know it's recording and all that. It's totally fine. But does that like usually stay within the court and stuff like that? And I'm just asking
Yeah. So this
because
is
I'm gonna have to tell you some very personal things.
okay. And that's perfectly
Right.
fine.
Yeah,
and
okay.
and so it is not our common practice to go and
Okay,
be
that's what I'm
releasing
gonna-
stuff like
Okay.
that.
Also, another little admin thing that I do just to sort of kind of cover my butt whenever I have people in here talking is to go over a Miranda waiver. It doesn't mean that you're in trouble. It's just because you're in a police station, and I want you to be absolutely certain of your rights.
Right.
Okay? So I'm going to go over that with you right now. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you can afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish.
Okay.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements.
Right.
Do you understand each of the rights that I've explained to you?
Yes.
And having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me?
Yes.
Okay. So if you could circle yes, or I'm sorry, circle yes and then initial. It's sort of redundant, but if you'll initial next to yes. And then down at the bottom is an X here. If you'll sign that for me. Now, sorry, this was, I got a new watch and it doesn't like to work for me. It's 12:10. Thank you. Okay. So, because, I know I met with you yesterday. We talked on the phone, we texted, we've been talking with each other a lot. But because this is recorded, I want to get, let's start from the basics.
Okay.
Of who you are. Do you have your ID?
Yeah.
In your purse? Well, those are nice glasses.
Yeah, this,
What are they?
this,
I haven't heard of that. Is that a new?
like a Quay brand.
Wait,
Yeah. They're really good. They're like better than like the Michael Kors and things
Oh,
like that.
really?
Yeah.
Okay. I know this is your South Carolina ID.
Thank you so much.
What's your middle name?
Well, it's I do my maiden name, which is Hardin, Hardin.
Hardin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's your maiden name?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm just right downstairs the deal number. Have a given middle name?
Lynn.
Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
L-Y-N-N?
Yes, ma'am.
There you are. Thank you. What's a good phone number for you in case I need to get a hold of you?
843
Okay.
655 7460. I don't ever drink sugar, so this is probably going to be like so good.
What is, in case I need to send you any documentation via email, how can I do that?
Lecia, like my name, Lynn, and then 2006 at yahoo.com.
Are you on any social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram?
Well, I wasn't for a long time, but just recently I just got like my Facebook back because we didn't have for like 2 years. So I do have a Facebook, but I've always had Instagram, but it's mostly like a travel YouTube type thing.
Okay, what's Facebook?
It's just my name.
Is it Letecia or
It's
Tisha?
under Tisha. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you said it's under Tisha?
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, it's not. It's because I abbreviated it. It's TT.
Is it your same last name?
Mm-hmm.
Stauch.
Yeah, because I really don't like, my first name, I'm always like, oh, Kesha. They're like, what Kesha? So I just put T because
Have I been saying your name wrong?
No, you haven't, but I always try to change it. My mom didn't like it, so like we tried to change it. So yeah, so I just gave up just to put T.
What do you want me to call you?
You can call me. You can call me Tisha, which is my
Tisha. Okay.
We always have a name we don't like or something.
And you said Instagram.
Mm-hmm. Now my Instagram is under Dr. Stauch.
Dr. what?
Stauch.
Is it the spelling of your last name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I have my doctorate degree in education.
Okay. I'm like, is this like a Dr. Pimple Popper kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
So it's for your education doctorate.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then address that I need to send if I need to mail anything.
It's 6627 Mandan Drive.
Mandan Drive.
And then 80925.
And where are you working?
Well, I was working with WD3, but I didn't want to work as a teacher anymore.
Mhm.
So I decided I was going to be a flight attendant. So that's currently what I started doing with Spirit. So I had been going back and forth doing like FAA. First you have to get like a study guide. I know you probably like, oh, you have a doctorate degree, you want to be a flight attendant, you know, I just like to travel. But my goal is to like teach online too and do the flight attendant so I could do both.
Sure.
So I've been looking over my books with Spirit and like things like that so that I could go to training. So I was supposed to go to training. We get like a training date February, March, April. So in the meantime, I was just doing like subbing at the early college. That's why I told you early college, picking up sub shifts and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're more of a substitute.
Well, I was just a fifth grade teacher at French, but teaching has gotten so difficult in the elementary schools. I don't want to do it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like in between. I just finished working with them, and
Yeah, I'm sure kids nowadays are a handful, right?
it's hard because I did special ed for so long, because that's what my doctorate's in, and then you're like, oh, like
You get burned
try to help so many people, and it's just hard.
All right. So you're gonna do flight attendant with Spirit.
Well,
Have you been picked up by them yet?
well, I got an offer letter from Spirit, an offer letter I just got one yesterday from SkyWest.
Oh, okay.
And the reason I like SkyWest is because they have a domicile in Colorado Springs and in
Mhm.
Denver, so you can actually like work there, and I could do both at the college. So I was gonna, I thought that was vibrate. I was gonna do like Pikes Peak, and like I'm sure I wouldn't have a problem because I just finished this past year. I was going to just do them both. And then, so I hadn't decided, but now that SkyWest just had offered it, I was like, that would be perfect because it was just like centrally located, you know. So
Right.
you could come home all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that was a big problem that we had, is because I was going to take the Spirit job and then I wouldn't be based anywhere. They don't have a base anywhere in our area. So
Oh.
like I would have had to be in Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
So I would never get to see anybody at home. And then you like stay in these crash pads.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with it?
We were on vacation with some people who, the wife used to be a nurse, and she
Mhm.
actually transitioned into being a flight attendant.
Right.
She was telling us all about it, actually.
Right, yeah, so-
it's scary.
Like,
so familiar.
I did start getting scared about it being in Vegas, and I was like, man, I'll never get to see everybody at home. And like, I mean, I love the travel part. So then I was stuck with traveling, but being alone, or traveling with everybody else, but maybe not as much here. So, but anyway, that was in a nutshell. I was kind of in
Right,
a
it sounds like-
self-evaluating. Is it okay if I just stop that? Because it's like,
Yeah,
vibrate.
that's fine.
It drives me crazy. But yeah, look at, so I was in like a self evaluation type thing, trying to figure out, you know, transitioning from education and never having like another career. Like, and then like worrying about how people would look at you like, oh, you have a doctorate degree and you're a flight attendant, you know, you guys like don't make money.
Right.
You know, so
My niece is actually a flight attendant, so
Yeah.
for Southwest.
they said that's the best one, and whenever they have openings, it shuts the website down.
Oh,
That's what I heard.
that's pretty awesome. I didn't know about that.
And apparently it's really hard to get into because
Mhm.
they're supposed to like handle emergencies in the air. So
Yeah, and like the training is so, you think people just think we will serve people, but the training is so,
I heard it's very intense.
yeah, they like do ditching exercises. They kick people out every day. If you're late for class for 1 minute, kick you out.
Oh, wow.
And I,
That's good. We need standards like that whenever
yeah.
we're
So like,
flying.
what happened, let me just tell you this in case it comes up like somewhere, but Spirit flew me out to do the December 20-something training, right? Problem is, I didn't have anybody to watch Harley, and Albert was working night shifts. And so it's always hard because it's always on me to find babysitters for everybody, all the kids. It's always on me. So I get out there and he was supposed to help. I know she's 17. We let her stay by herself, whatever. But through the night, because he was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that kind of scared me. And
Yeah.
so like she just joined the Air Force. So like I know she's gonna have to learn how to like shoot a gun, protection, but you know, like she's not ready yet. Mature, like she's very mature, but she's not ready. So I came back, you know, and I was like talking to them. I just told them I was like, my daughter's at home, whatever. And they're like, we can move you to the next class. Like I think it was February, whatever. So anyway, so just in case you're like, oh, I thought you were, but I did fly out. They flew you out or whatever. And I came back because I was panicking about her, the dogs, everybody, and take care of. So
She's your baby, right?
yeah.
So, why don't we talk a little bit about what's going on? So, I understand. So, initially, you didn't tell me some things because Albert was there. And when we say Albert, we're talking about Eugene.
He doesn't like Eugene because his dad is Eugene, and he was a child molester.
Okay.
So like he like raped his sister. So he freaks out about the word, like if he hears Eugene. But I said maybe that might help you. If you don't have to call him Eugene, it probably would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is take me through Sunday into Monday.
Okay.
And be as detailed as possible as to what you were doing, who was there, where you were at, how long you spent, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Because the more detail I have, it might spark something for me.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because like I wrote down all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I was like, I tried to write down anything he might like say, and just in case, because I have like notes from different things or whatever. So we already talked about the beginning things. I figured you read that. So my paper is that we're at the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday, which was the day that we went hiking, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we went hiking at Garden of the Gods. We actually, did you see the picture from Garden of Gods?
I didn't.
Okay, so we have pictures where we went to Garden of Gods. We were going to take the dog for a walk, but then my daughter got called in to work because she works at Massage City.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we're going to go hiking. Crazy thing is, like, it's always like you got one kid likes to hike a lot, the other one don't. So spent the whole time like, come on, let's go. We got to burn calories. Excuse me, all this type of things. Gannon, he started having a stomach problem and he pooped in his pants. So it kind of cut our hike a little bit short. But I was like, it's okay. It was kind of cold. I say cold for me, but I'm used to like 80-degree weather, so it was kind of getting cold. So we decided to go home.
Okay.
So we go home. I don't really remember what we did the rest of the day. It was probably just like random things around the house. I feel like we went to dinner. Oh no, we didn't get dinner because he wanted to take a bath. That's it. So he came in and that's when he asked me about the whole bath ball.
Okay.
And he had pooped in his pants, so I thought he wanted to like take a shower. So I gave him a bath bomb.
Okay.
So went through the night. We were just doing like a regular random. I don't know who I should be talking to, but
you can talk to both of us.
We used to be doing like random things around the house. It's Sunday, no football on. You know, I mean, I don't know like specific every little detail we did, but just a normal everyday situation. Other than he was in a lot of pain because he gets really bad. Is it okay if I like show you like graphic, like not graphic, but like with my hand motions?
Yeah, that's fine.
He'll get where he has to like poop, and like I swear they're like that big. It might take like 2 to 3 weeks. He has like a GI problem, so because he takes Vyvanse, so like he had went the whole time without Vyvanse. So whenever that happens, sometimes it'll get where his stomach like wants to work, but then like can't. So he spends a lot of time in the bathroom, like kind of like hurting and things like that.
Okay.
All right. So then at this point, the dogs, we have 2 new little, a Frenchie and a an English bulldog. They're really like,
French and English bulldog.
Yeah, they are. They're really kind of like the Sadie's the French bulldog. She's kind of like high maintenance. But the kids always help out a lot with them, but Gannon wasn't feeling too well. And the dogs, they all, how they like know someone's not feeling well. So they were all laying down there and it was gassy, like very, very, they're back with that, very, very gassy or whatever. And, life goes on. But so Gannon had started a candle. Again, normal day. He's very like responsible in terms of like, if you give him something and say, do this, and like a list and prepare, it's fine. So we let him, do things like that. Like Albert lets him like use the box cutter to cut the boxes down, and like teaching things to be like a independent, growing up adolescent. So I didn't see a problem with him, light a candle, whatever.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember the exact time. I'd have to look at when the fire thing went off. I was tired. Albert had left because we spent the whole night up prior with Saturday because he was going to train in Oklahoma. So we stayed up most of the night.
Okay.
Just everybody was going to miss each other, wouldn't see each other for a while, whatever. So I was kind of like, tired. I had dozed off for a little bit. And Lena asked me, could she stay up and still watch the rest of her iPad or whatever. Usually I'm always like, no, strict, like, hey, no, you can, whatever. But I did feel kind of bad because it was just her birthday. And at the same time being her birthday, we had a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
So we made it about her, but like I was trying to give her a little bit extra because not everybody got to make it there. And we went all out for Gannon's birthday. Like we took him to a Rockies game. We took friends with him. I mean, like popcorn, hot dogs, but we didn't do that with her. But in her defense, we bought her a Switch. So it was kind of like different, but she didn't understand that. So I let her stay up longer than she's supposed to as like a, kind of sort of bribery, but, So she stayed up a little bit later. And so she was still she's a very hard sleeper and she's hard to like pick up, move if she falls asleep, whatever. But I could tell she was just barely asleep when I went in there. So it starts beeping, like a beep, 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 beep. And I thought that someone was coming in the house. So I look and don't see anyone at any doors or hear anything. So I was like, I thought it was just a sensor. So I hit in our 2564, which is our alarm code, but it didn't go off. And I was like, what's wrong with this thing? So I walked through Lena's room. The alarm is in her room. And I walk back like through the top part of the house. And you've been in the house, so you know the top part of the house.
I haven't been in there.
Okay, so there's the upper level and then there's the below basement. So I like walk back and forth or whatever. I didn't see anything going on. Then it started saying fire, 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 fire. Like it kept saying fire.
Oh wow.
So and I thought it was you know how like so there's like sensors for your fire alarm and then there's sensors for your like alarm.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just going at everything trying to like ban it while it was going off because I was thinking kitchen, fire, nothing's wrong, whatever. So I was putting like towels over some of the sensors because I thought that was like monitoring the fire thing, whatever. And then I realized it kept going and going. So then I see smoke coming up from the downstairs. So I run downstairs and my idea of a big fire is anything that I see on fire pretty much and there's smoke, that's just because I grew up in the country. So, like I remember bonfires and like things like that, So there was smoke coming up through the basement. So the basement so if you walk down the basement, there's a sofa and stuff over here. It was coming up through the basement. So I like run back up the stairs, go grab Lane, and luckily, my point telling you about her being not a rough sleeper, she woke right up. So she woke back up and I like almost like grabbed her and I was like, get up, get up, get up, get up. I gave her the keys. I said, can you go? I don't remember the exact order, but I said something along the lines of, can you go take the dog to Daddy's truck and sit there and wait?
Right.
So I don't remember the order of how we all ran out the house, but I know that at that point I did. She ran out, and I can't remember if I ran out to make sure they got the truck or if she ran out by herself. I don't remember that part, but I do know that had gotten in the truck. I came back inside, run back downstairs, and that's when I was trying to get Gannon because I couldn't I didn't know how to get everybody at once. So my main thing was to get the front people out, and then go. So then I ran back downstairs to get Gannon. And then the fire was on the floor over here, then on the sofa. So I'm pretending this is the sofa and this is our floor. So it was right here and right here. And I saw the candle that was over here. So there was covers everywhere because the kids always get on them about, they leave a lot of covers laying around all the time. I mean, there's like 10 clothes and LOLs and blankets and all this. So they were all right here. So I take a whole bunch of them and I go and like basically smash down on the sofa and the fire to put it out. So I got a burn and then I was like, get up again and started running at that point because it wakes him up. He's alert. He's realizing that the covers and everything's on fire, the carpet's on fire, and we all go outside. So we get in Albert's truck and we drive. And I drove off in panic because I saw that I put the fire out. So I knew that there was no, like nothing wrong, like it wasn't going to keep going. I drove off in panic because I just like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? Like we burnt the carpet, we done this and this. Gannon's upset, freaking out because he's scared he's gonna get in trouble and da 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 da. So like the whole talk was going on. So we drove maybe around the block a little bit and came right back. So we came back in and like developed a plan for the next day to figure out. Honestly, we were gonna fix the carpet and try to like not say anything. And the reason for that is because like Albert freaks out about every little thing. If the kids do something and I'm on like me, and he'll be like, you did this, you weren't being a good mom, you weren't doing this, you weren't doing that. And so we both kind of were like a little like worried about it, and he gets very like crazy, like if something goes wrong. So that was the plan. Go to sleep, rest. He was going to stay out of school. We were going to get the carpet fixed, and then go from there. Plus, stomach hurting. So Lena didn't want to sleep in her room. You know, everybody was still kind of like frazzled. And I think Lena slept with me or on the sofa. I brought the dogs up, and again, he wanted to go in his room at that point because he was already sleeping on the sofa. So that's where Sunday, like pretty much kind of like stopped, and everybody went to bed, and yada yada yada. And I think I sent Albert messages because he was sleeping, was on a different time zone, and he didn't see him that night though.
Okay.
And I didn't feel that no one was in harm. Make sure I say that because the fire was not going. Now, I know that Gannon had like black marks all on his shirt, like smoke marks. But he had on a long sleeve shirt and a short sleeve shirt because sometimes he has on whatever. He had on a short sleeve shirt with a long sleeve shirt. So I didn't see him in any kind of like nothing other than the little burns that we had. I didn't see.
Where did you see
anything
burns
to
on
that.
Gannon?
All right, so with Gannon, I just saw that. Okay, so like on the top, like right here, so like say the shirts are here, so like right here there was a burn, and the reason for that was I think whenever like he was trying to come up, it kind of burned him a little bit. I'm not gonna make an assumption. I don't really know. And as far as that, I didn't see anything else. Like I didn't know any like other differences or anything like that. All I saw was that. I saw you okay. He ran out the house. He was firing out the house. Everything was normal. Yada yada yada. Now I'm gonna let you know in a little bit why he was bleeding. But
Okay.
at that point, when you get to the Monday morning thing, I'll let you know about that.
Describe the flames for me. How tall are these flames? Is it like smoldering on the carpet, sort of kind of creeping across like a grass fire, or is it like coming up, working its way up the couch? Like how is it?
Well, I really don't know. I know that it was like here, centralized on the floor, but like I could see. I think the smoke might have like kind of intimidated me more because I spent the whole night coughing. So I think that kind of intimidated me so much because I couldn't. The visibility was starting to be a little bit, like as if I had walked into a small little fire, and I was just afraid that it was gonna, because like upholstery for the couch. That was my biggest concern, was the upholstery for the couch. So.
Okay.
So I would say, it was like maybe like in this area, like right here. It wasn't like here.
So the flames were, 2-3 feet high, you think? How much light did you see coming off of this through the smoke?
No.
Okay, and that's fine if you don't know.
I'm not like a professional and I was in the moment of freaking out to like give you an accurate answer.
Sure.
Because I don't want to tell you what's here, and it might have been here. I don't want to tell you this, and it's, I don't know.
This is all based off of your memory to the best of your ability.
Right.
And that's all it is, okay?
I do know that I saw covers coming up on fire.
What was what covers were coming up on fire?
Like he had a cover on because he was sleeping on the sofa.
What was he covered with?
What do you mean?
What kind of blanket? You had mentioned there was LOLs, there's quilts.
Which color?
What blanket was he using?
Oh, I'm not sure. There was a couple that were there. There was a black. They were all. I put them all back in that bin that was sitting there. Did you? He said you didn't.
I haven't been in there.
Okay, so there was black. It was like a little furry. There was watermelon ones. I don't remember specifically which one he had, but I know that there was blankets in the area because they always leave blankets around. It was a mermaid one around. But the whole operation of when I grabbed them and put it out, I grabbed them all and done it. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Were any of them like damaged whenever that happened?
Oh yeah, they all. I left them all there when I showed them that night that, like they were damaged or whatever.
Okay. Well, I haven't been in the house either.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was speaking to you like you.
Yeah, nope, I didn't go into the house either, so I was like trying to make sure that we're.
Yeah.
So then Gannon decides that he doesn't want to go to school because of his tummy issues or because he's going to help you with the carpet. What is?
It was kind of a combination of both.
Okay, and who excused him from school?
But I had texted Albert and said, could he not go to school for his stomach?
Okay.
Because he was hurting with his stomach, but also the whole plan was that we were going to figure it out.
So who actually contacted the school to excuse him?
It wasn't me. I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
Did someone contact? Because I didn't.
I would assume that somebody would contact the school, or you probably would get like a phone call.
I know with my kids' school, if they're not there by 8:15, the office.
Then they would call Albert, not me, because he would have the, like the automated system where he's like, your child's missing. I mean, your child is missing from school today, whatever.
Okay. So that's Sunday, and you're saying a lot of we and that kind of thing. So you mentioned earlier that Harley had gone to work.
Mhm.
She got called into massage envy.
Mhm.
So who went on the hike?
And so it was originally going to be all of us. Harley, me, Gannon, and Lena. And then Harley got called in. She switched shifts with someone, but then that person, like, I guess the policy is if that person agrees to take your shift, but then don't come, you still have to come or something. I don't know. But, so she just was like, I have to go. She's only going to be working there like a few more weeks or whatever. So I told her, I was like, don't burn any bridges. I know it sounds crazy that you have to do that, but you got to go in. So she went into work on Sunday.
Okay. So it ended up being you, Gannon and Lena that went hiking.
Right.
Okay. And so then let's go through Monday. Yep.
So we wake up on Monday. Normal. How we wake up. You know, like everybody gets up, whatever. Gannon stays in bed. He already knows that we are going out and about today. That was the plan. I walked Lena out because usually Gannon walks her outside. So I walked Lena out to the front door and around to make sure I seen her around the corner to get to the bus stop, and she did.
Okay.
I come back inside. I don't remember if I laid down a little bit. I probably played on my phone for a little bit, wasted a little because she goes outside at like 6:50, 6:55. Still early. Take the dogs out, things like that. Well, I go down, start talking to Gannon about, hey, like this is the plan. Like go downstairs, the basement, whatever. I say basement, but as in like his room is downstairs. It's a furnished basement. And I realized that Gannon, he actually had like marks like on his arm, and they were actually like peeling at that point. And I swear, I did not realize that they had, I don't know if like they start like, because burns are sitting there. I don't know if they started like peeling like overnight or like whatever. And he has like really bad anxieties. So whenever things are peely or like things like that, he bites his own nails a lot anyway. Like anything that's like loose and things like that, he bites them. So I don't know if like, as burns, like, burned a little bit. And when I do this, I don't mean like, I'm giving you a location. I'm just saying like as in burns like on your skin. I guess when like like pull a little bit stretchy or whatever. So like on your arm, it kind of gets a little stretchy and peeling. Mm-hmm. So then I was like freaked out because I was like, I didn't know that his arms were like that. So I'm like crying because, and this is where I have to start telling you, like I'm like very like I was scared. Because my thought process was Albert is going to kill me. Like, because I made a mistake as a parent and forgot to like really check him down. And he really got a little bit more burnt than he should have. So I was freaking out because like it's gonna kill me. And Gannon was like, it's okay, like there was blood. And like he had on his arm, and as it was peeling, I should have called. I should have called the hospital and just asked, I don't know enough about burns, but I should have called the hospital and just asked, like, I made a mistake. I did. I swear to y'all, I didn't know they were that bad. I did it all. So I feel horrible. Here I am. I know it's not, about me, but as a person, I was feeling horrible that I didn't call Albert to say, they're like this. So I told him, I said, okay, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put some like aloe on your arms, and things like that. And I was like, it's going to be okay. We're going to fix it. We're going to, and all I kept thinking about was we're going to fix it. And I don't know in my mind how I was going to fix it as far as he wasn't in pain. He wasn't saying like, I'm hurting or anything like that. He was more of like peeling it. Like, like it was like, it was like a boil. Am I saying the right word? Boil, like blister? Like a blister. Like it was pulling a blister, Okay. So there was blood, and then so I'm like holding him, and I had blood on me. And when I say blood, let me explain to you. I don't mean like dripping out, pouring everywhere blood. So let me not like give you that thought process, because sometimes when I say, like, if I say flames, to me, I'm like, this is a big flame, you know. There was blood. So I was just so like freaked out. So I was like, we'll just clean it up. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out.
Where's the blood at?
So the blood was on his arms, on his like sheet that he had, which we washed the sheet. So it was on his sheet. It was on his arms, and he had some on like his arm had, I guess, from like sleeping or whatever. He had some on the wall. So we cleaned up everything. I put like garnish the, am I saying that right? Garnish the like the wrap thing, but a wrap thing. And I was like, we'll check it with the aloe and see if it gets better. Because my next thing was, I'm gonna assess the situation in so many hours, and if it looked, because I did look online, and it said like if it turns a yellow color, that it could be infected or whatever. And I was like, that was gonna be my next step. So I don't want you to think that I was like neglecting the fact that.
So you realize that he's got a burn. You do some treatment that you think is appropriate at the time, and then you tell yourself, I'm going to do this follow up with him. Okay.
Right.
So then what happens after you take care again and make sure he's okay?
Honestly, I'm facing the house, and I know there's two things I gotta fix. And when I tell you that Albert will freak out over things, I just want you to know that. So I want you to think, picture in my mind of how I'm like afraid to be like, okay, I got to fix these situations, and I need to fix them fast with carpet and things like that.
Okay.
So number one, I was like, I need to fix the carpet, and number two, I need to figure out, like assess, like I said, does Gannon need to go get like some burn cream or whatever? So I said, let's get.
This is probably as good a time as I need to pause it and then pick back up after lunch.
Okay, I was wondering when we get there. Okay. Council approach for a minute.
We'll go over this interview during the lunch because this is crazy. Cranky, she said she put an aloe on it, because she's such a good mom. This is a pretty nice interview room.
If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 1:20, we should be able to start this afternoon on time. What we're going to do is I've been talking with the attorneys, and when we come back, there's still going to be about 3 hours and 20 minutes or so of the video to go. We will take another break during that. That's just too long to have you sitting. So we will take another break during that, but that's what you can expect when you come back. So if you want to bring beverages or something like that, feel free to do that so that you have something to drink. It seems like it's getting a little warmer in the courtroom.
Hot
When we
Pockets.
came in this morning, it was a sweltering 64 degrees, but it's a little bit warmer now. So, and I expect it will be this afternoon as well. So anyway, we will see you at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, you are.
Defense?
No.
Okay, all right. Let's see everybody back. Then.
Okay, so we're gonna go through that interview again. That's crazy. She told so many lies in there. I'm so glad she's being questioned by a woman, because that woman knows this lady is lying to her like crazy, and that's why in those phone calls to Al on February 13th and 14th, she is saying how much she doesn't want to speak with this investigator, Jess Bethel. All right. I think we should replay that little bit of her interview and stop it and discuss all of her lies. So I'm going to get that to go up here, and I apologize for being so upset before, but it's just I'm not one of these people that can. I've heard of people that will feel something, a lump or something, go on a vacation with their family, and nobody ever knows that something is wrong, or that this. That's not me. I'm not that. As Luke would always say, I'm not that guy. That's not this girl. That's not me. I can't. I'm unable to do that. If something, especially I think something is wrong, or I just can't. My emotions are on my sleeve. So as much as I try to do that, good. So this morning I have to go to a doctor's appointment tomorrow about something that I'm very concerned about, and so it's as it gets closer, my emotions are on high alert. And then this morning, it started with a tech issue to begin with, and then I thought, okay, phew, I've got it. It's under control. And then as I'm talking to you guys during the morning break, I just see this thing flash across, and it says, your chat's disconnected, your internet, you don't have internet access. And then Jimmy's on the phone, because we get our phone internet, and we still have cable, I guess you'd call it. Yeah, cable. Through, what the hell is it changed now to, with an S now, Spectrum. And something's wrong with our home phone. We can't dial out on it. We can't call any number on it. We can only get calls in. And he's called a number of times, and they keep saying, oh, we have to reset this or reset that. And he wasn't thinking, but they didn't even tell him that they were doing something. And then they just reset it. And I was like, what? Then I'm thinking, okay, the stream's not going out. I'm trying to get back in here in these algorithms. YouTube's not recommending us, so we have to really work on sharing it. And then I was just I felt completely defeated at that point. So I'm sorry, because that's not at all, not at all professional or anything like that. So I am sorry for that. But anyway, let's look at, thank you, Sangus. Let's look at this interview, because this will keep my mind off of this. And I can't believe how she's lying. There's so many things here that she's telling on herself like crazy. And I just wish we saw the picture where the candle wax is, and the blankets around it, none of them are burned. Let me grab that picture again, because I think I have it right here. Let me see. Oh, let's see. Yes, hang on. Let me pull this up, okay? I would love to question this one. I would be like, oh, so then right after this interview, we can go back to your house and you can show me all these burned blankets that were on fire. Okay, because I'd like to see them. And I guess our detectives have already seen these burned blankets that are on fire. Okay, here's the, let me make this larger. Wouldn't they, look at this. Can't you see the fire on these blankets? And I'm going to tell you something else. I don't even see a fire on this rug. If anything melted, like they said the padding melted, it was because it was hot wax. That carpet is not on fire, nor is that couch where that stain is. And I don't know if anybody wants to conduct an experiment, and I'm not telling you to because I don't want you to burn your house down or anything, but if you had a candle that was burning with that much wax, I can probably guarantee you that the wax would probably extinguish the flame with that much wax. It's more apt to catch on fire if someone like threw a blanket over the burning candle. But once the wax came out, I guess somebody could try it in their kitchen sink. I really think that wax would just extinguish that flame. And that's what we're kind of seeing here. It's like, this is wax. That's not on fire. That carpet is not on fire. It doesn't appear that way at all. And now I want to go back to one other thing, which is her searches. So because I see something in a different light now. Hold on a minute. Let me get her internet searches, okay? Okay, let me pull this over here. Let's see. Look at this, no bond filed by Detective Bethel. Let's go to her internet searches here. Okay, make this a little larger. Okay. The 27th, 9:30 a.m., 9:30 a.m. That's the day that Gannon went missing, right? The 27th. That's not the Sunday night. So 9:30 a.m. She left the house at 10:13. That search is calculated. Okay. She was either trying to get some information about how she's going to fix this or, but it's not. Now, smoke effects, will humidifier help? What I think she's doing there, instead of, when I first read that, I thought, wow, she's searching for that. Maybe there was smoke there. And she's like, why would she be searching for that? Now, I know what she did. She had to explain why there was no smoke. So somebody must be saying, wait a minute, I don't understand, Tisha. If you had a fire in here and it was so smoky, how come nothing smells smoky? How come the couch doesn't smell smoky? How come the rest of the carpet doesn't smell smoky? Because anyone that knows, if you really have a fire, everything smells smoky. My girlfriend, when we were in high school, she had a house fire. Her house did not burn down, okay? But everything in their house smelled smoky, so much they had to bring everything to a restoration service. And, the house eventually, they had to rebuild the house. But it wasn't burned to the ground or anything like that. It was a fire in the kitchen. And I remember when she was showing me like some of her stuff, like everything smelled smoky. So I think she's trying to just like she grabbed that pad and said, can I bring out my notes? And if you remember when she was talking to Al on the phone, she said, oh, I've been writing everything in my notepad and they said this. What she does is she writes down something that said, like they had a question about the carpet, why it was ripped up or why something. She puts that down. She puts an explanation. You shouldn't have to do that if you're telling the truth. And I could see if you're like moving like 5 years away from an incident, you might not remember, did we go hiking on, let me see, was it Sunday? It was at this time. Maybe you're not. But this is literally days after. This is not a year after, 2 years after, 3 years after. It's not like somebody on the stand now trying, can I review my notes? What the heck does she need notes for? All she should be doing is telling the truth. Okay. So the whole fact that she's got to bring the notes out, and see, I'm getting ahead of myself. I do have ADD. But when she said in that interview, we went to the Garden of the Gods, I have pictures. Why do you have to say that? I mean, yeah, you can say there are pictures, but the way she says it is like she's covered her tracks completely. How long has she been thinking about this? It's not unusual to take photos on a hike. I take them all the time. I try to document, trips we take, things like that, for the family memories, right? So that's not unusual, but the fact that she says that as she's looking at her notes, it's like, oh, I covered my tracks with this. You see, there's a picture there. Now, I wonder if they just checked I'm sure they did, the metadata on the pictures just to make sure that's when it was. Because I had heard people say they didn't think the weather jived, but I don't know. Anyway, then you look at smoke effects. So now I'm looking at these two instances differently, because this is now at 12:43. Okay, so she was already, oh, I'm sorry, wait a second, this is wrong, this is the wrong time. This is not in the, hold on, if this is 12:43 a.m., this is earlier than, look at the way this is going. This is 1:27. I'm sorry, this is not 9, it's 12:09 a.m. Okay, so she did look at the bird carpet. I'm sorry, that's my mistake. I was looking here and saw 9:30 a.m. This is 12:09 and 30 seconds. So this is right after midnight. 12:09 a.m. My son burned the carpet. How do I fix it? Will humidifier help if exposed to smoke? Smoke effects. Will humidifier help? This is all before 1 a.m. But still, it's still telling me that I think she's thinking like, how will I explain this away? I still feel that way. I don't think she was really looking like, how am I going to get this smoke out of here? Should I get a humidifier? Why would she let him sleep in the basement if there was such smoke down there that she was worried about being exposed to it? And like she said before in her call to Al, which was a couple of weeks after this, she said, oh, you know how I ran through there and I had to put those, what'd she call them, mouth covers? And he said, you mean masks? Yeah. Okay, so let's see. And here, Colorado law for kid staying at home, 12:55. Was she planning to set a fire to kill Gannon? Do you think that perhaps that candle thing was to show that he would light a candle and then, oh gee, I went out to go to work, he wasn't feeling good, he must have lit a candle while I was away, the house went up in flames, and maybe she could have drugged him with the hydrocodone. And then, poof, let the house burn down. And it would cover her tracks. I'm starting to get a little bit of an inkling now that because school is out, is it okay for my kid to stay home alone? This is all before 1 a.m., all of this. And then here we have, son is sick, but I have to go to work. Son is sick. Can he stay home? Then at 4 a.m., she's looking for a suede repair kit for the sofa. So did she at 4 a.m. think, I can't do that for some reason, and now I need to find a way to repair the sofa? So what was the Colorado law? Let me see something. In New York, it's 13. Gannon was 11. I'm going to type it just like she has it. Colorado, where is it? Colorado law for kid. I was typing child, but I'm going to do it just to stay home alone, question mark. In Colorado, the generally accepted guideline for leaving a child home for short periods of time is age 12 years old. Yeah, maybe she couldn't get around that, okay? Because, oh no, I can't leave him home. He's not 12. So now, boy, that backfired, right? And then she's looking for the suede repair kit. Why she's looking for the suede repair kit? Is it just a search to show that the couch had damage? Is it really to see how we're going to fix this? Weird. But there's only one search. She doesn't continue on and on and on about this, right? And then the next thing is for the El Paso Sheriff's Office number. And then what is the process for our runaway child? And that's going into the 28th before Al even gets home. Police steps for our runaway child. So she's trying to stay ahead. What's going to be the next thing? Today's flights, Oklahoma City to Colorado Springs. That's when she had to look up his flight. Can Nintendo find my Switch? That was a calculated one. She was trying to say, yeah, I can't, but see, that doesn't even jive right, because he's already gone by that point. So why would that come from her phone? I thought she, at one of her lies was that Gannon did a search for that because he was running away with the Switch and didn't want to be found. But she's searching for it on the evening that, unless she just said to Al, oh, Gannon searched for this, let me see what it pulls up. And then Coronet, Volkswagen. And they're asking for our son's toothbrush, but said nothing's wrong. And that's it. So, yeah, let's go back to that interview. Let me see what you're saying in the chat, too. Hold on, because let's see what you guys said. So you say, let's see. I'm trying to go back to where you were. So you said she should get the death penalty. She tortured that boyfriend for almost 24 hours. Maybe she was trying to set him on fire. I know, Lisa, no telling. Narcissistic liars. Tracy says my sis got a brand new bedroom from letting a candle fall in the trash. Just smoke damage. If it was that smoky, ADT would have noted a fire. Philly, she said, don't you remember? Fire, 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 fire. She said it was going off. She thought it was Lena's new switch, remember? We'll go in that interview. Hi, High Speed Drifter. I had a small fire once. I had to decorate as my walls held the smoke. Yeah, that smoke smell stays a while, but there was no smoke smell in her home. I cooked bacon in my house. And the fire was not anywhere near my part of the building. Did she do it herself, the wax? I think she did it herself. I think, what if she came down there in a rage, right? Like, or through, maybe it was on, maybe the candle was on the coffee table. Maybe she, put something down on the coffee table. She was supposedly, remember, crying about Kobe Bryant on the TV when she made that video. She was crying. Kobe Bryant, the report about Kobe Bryant was in the background. That was Sunday night. So that already happened. And that's when Gannon is heard saying, I'm just worried about my burns. But was she trying to set up a house fire? Why would she look up, can my child stay alone? Well, she didn't look it up that way. She put Colorado law. I don't know. I'm thinking that was all to explain away how the house caught on fire. She had all this stuff going, okay? Yes, Al, yeah, he lit a candle. Because now she lied. We know it's a lie, okay? Because she told Al that he did it because he smelled up the bathroom. But that didn't explain why it was in the living room. She told this woman she has 2 dogs and they're gassy, so they lit a candle because it smells down there. That's 2 different stories in the span of 3 days, 2 days. But possibly, I think she might have been planning a house fire. Maybe she was going to say that she left him home sleeping. Maybe that's why she took pictures of him sleeping. He was sleeping. I didn't know he was going to light the candle. She might have drugged him with the hydrocodone. And that's probably why when she had to get up and take him, he was all groggy-ish, and that's why he stayed in the car at Petco. And you know what, another thing, he might have been completely passed out after he got in that car. We didn't see him. A little kid like that on an adult dose of hydrocodone? But then like she said, she doesn't want Al saying she's a bad mother or a bad person, that she even said murdered his kid or killed his kid because of the burns. And so she's talking about there could have been something. I don't want Al to say that. We'll listen to it in a second. Could have killed his kid. I think that's what she's saying about like a fire. But is that where she was going? Did she think, oh, that's perfect, I'll have him have a little mishap, and then maybe she was looking or worried about the carpet, the couch, when she was thinking, wait a minute, I can't leave him home. Now I've got this mess. Now the fire's not going to cover it up. But that's it's still weird, but I think she might have been thinking that. Why would she search, can I leave my kid home alone? Why would she take those pictures of him sleeping? I think she was going to set something when she left. I think she was going to drug him so he'd stay asleep. And I think she might have lit a candle, maybe lit a couple of candles. But the only thing is, too, she might have thought, and maybe she wouldn't set the alarm so that it wouldn't alert anything. Maybe she would shut that alarm, forget to set it. Because of last night, she could have said, oh, gosh, because of last night, it kept going off. And I shut it off. Because otherwise, that alarm is going to alert. Now, why that alarm did not alert, I don't have an ADT, but there's a lot of inconsistencies there. Should have alerted. If it went off that it was saying fire, 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 it should have alerted whoever monitors the alarm. But I think she's full of crap. Okay, so that's another thing to look up. If the alarm system's saying fire, 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 well, I know anytime something goes off on an alarm system, they always call. So that's a bunch of crap. But I guess she could have also thought, what if it doesn't work? What if somebody saves him? Right? What if somebody saves him and they find out he's been drugged and then he says, you're full of crap, I didn't light any candles. It might have been too much of a risk. She might have rethought it on her own, even, I don't know. Or she could have thought she was too smart, it would work. But then Al would say, why did you leave him home alone? He's 11 years old and the Colorado law is 12. So she couldn't do it. Okay, now let's remember those blankets. Look how close that is. There's no burning, charring. Okay, let's go to, where's the shirt he had on with all the black charring marks, right? She didn't even know how to say layers. They're going to be back in at 3:20. So now over there, it's only 12. No, so I'm sorry. They're going to be back in at 1:20. Over there, it's only wait, hold on a minute. When are they coming back? They left, it's 2:19 over here. So they've been gone for 30 minutes. They're going to be gone for another hour. Okay. They've got a long lunch today. All right, so we have time to replay that interview. Let me pull this over. Let me put this full screen. Let me take that photo down. Why is that photo still there? That's weird. Oh, because I showed the photo in my video. I'm going crazy. All right, so let's see.
In this part, I do want to put something on the record. Normally, I wouldn't necessarily want to play the dead time when there's not an interview happening, but I think her actions inside the room are also relevant for mental health issues.
That's
So
your call.
I'm playing it differently.
Right, that's your call.
And some tamales, a breakfast burrito.
Hot pockets would be good, but I mean, you don't have to like. I don't.
No, we can get you something. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah.
They got her a Hot Pocket.
I have like
I miss
Coke
that.
and Sprite and like apple juice. Do you want something like that?
You have diet?
We searched high and low
Okay,
for
I'll
diet.
take a
There's
regular-
no diet.
I'll
Like
take a regular Coke. Thank you.
all the vending machines are even sold out.
Thank you so much for getting that.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's my card, just so
Okay.
you have it, so I don't forget later. I'll get that judged.
Okay.
So that's my partner, Detective Houston. I know you saw Mark with me yesterday. I work with a couple different people.
So you're like in charge of.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm in charge. It's just, we all pitch in and help out where we can. So Mark helps me whenever I'm out and about, and Kat helps me whenever I'm here.
Right.
So she's gonna be hanging out with us. And I also have something going on. So if this ends up going over, which
Right.
is totally fine, I just want you to know who Kat is in that. Okay.
No problem.
Where did you park? Did you park in the garage?
Mm-hmm.
The garage that's right behind our building?
I got a parking ticket. Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
perfect. For validation, what kind of vehicle were you in? So that I can put that on the validation slip whenever because I'll give you something to turn in so you don't have to pay.
Yeah, it's a Volkswagen Tiguan.
It's a Volkswagen Tiguan?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's see, what else? So I'm just gonna go through my normal.
She said that because they're going out and checking her car right now to take a look at the outside of her car. Where'd you park? Yeah.
Spiel with you.
Okay.
I know that we talked last night, but because you're in here in the police building, I want you to know certain things. Okay.
Right.
So first of all, you're in here voluntarily. You can leave.
Okay.
You just have to let me know that you want to leave.
Right.
Because I need to escort you out of the building. Okay. If there's ever a time that you need to take a break, you need the bathroom, you need more water,
Do you remember the interview that she gave saying that she was not free to leave? They wouldn't let her leave. They didn't give her anything to drink. You remember all that with that reporter? All lies.
still hungry, whatever it is, let me know. Okay. I can't read your mind, so I need you to let me know what's going on with you.
Okay.
So that I can help you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because the whole purpose of this, of us talking is to gather some information. And I know
have a
you.
question about that. I understand that. I know it's recording and all that. It's totally fine. But does that usually stay within the court and stuff like that? And I'm just asking.
Yeah. So this
Because I'm gonna have to tell you some very personal things. So
okay. And that's perfectly
Right.
fine.
Yeah,
and
okay.
and so it is not our common practice to go and be
that's what I'm
releasing
saying.
stuff like
Okay.
that. Also, another little admin thing that I do just to sort of kind of cover my butt.
whenever I have people in here talking is to go over a Miranda waiver. It doesn't mean that you're in trouble. It's just because you're in a police station and I want you to be absolutely certain of your rights.
Right.
Okay? So I'm going to go over that with you right now. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you can afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. Okay. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Right. Do you understand each of the rights that I've explained to you? Yes. And having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me? Yes. Okay. So if you could circle yes, or I'm sorry, circle yes and then initial. It's sort of redundant, but if you'll initial next to yes. And then down at the bottom is an X here. If you'll sign that for me. Now, sorry, this was, I got a new watch and it doesn't like to work for me. It's 12:10. Thank you. So, because, you know I met with you yesterday. We talked on the phone, we texted, we've been talking with each other a lot. But because this is recorded, I want to get, let's start from the basics. Okay. Of who you are. Do you have your ID? Yeah. In your purse? Well, those are nice glasses.
Yeah, this,
What are they?
this,
I haven't heard of that. Is that a new,
like a Quay brand.
wait,
Yeah. They're really good. They're like better in like the micro quarters and things
Oh,
like that.
really?
Yeah.
okay. I know this is your South Carolina ID.
Thank you so much.
What's your middle name?
Well, it's I do my maiden name, which is Hardin, Hardin.
Hardin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's your maiden name?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me just write downstairs the deal number. You have a given middle name?
Lynn.
Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
Lyn?
Yes, ma'am.
There you are. Thank you. What's a good phone number for you in case I need to get a hold of you?
843
Okay.
655 7460. I don't ever drink sugar, so this is probably going to be like so good.
What is, in case I need to send you any documentation via email, how can I do that?
TECIA, like my name, Lynn, and then 2006 at yahoo.com.
Are you on any social media platform, Facebook, Instagram?
Well, I wasn't for a long time, but just recently I just got like my Facebook back because we didn't have for like 2 years. So I do have Facebook, but I've always had Instagram, but it's mostly like a travel YouTube type thing.
Okay, what's Facebook?
It's just my name.
Is it Letecia or
It's
Tisha?
under Tisha. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you said it's under Tisha?
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, it's not. It's because I abbreviated it. It's TT.
Is it your same last name?
Mm-hmm.
Stauch?
Yeah, because I really don't like, my first name, I'm always like, oh, Tesha. They're like, what Kesha? So I just put T because
Have I been saying your name wrong?
No, you haven't, but I always try to change it. My mom didn't like it, so like we tried to change it. So yeah, so I just gave up, just said put T.
What do you want me to call
You can call me.
Okay, her Instagram is like her travel YouTube. Who speaks like that? Travel, video, picture. Why would you say Instagram and YouTube? That doesn't even make any sense. And then she says, oh, yeah, my name's Letecia. I always try to change it because my mom didn't like it. Well, I guess her mother had no choice naming her that. It could be if she was, I don't know, but so we always try to change it. Crazy.
Call me Tisha, which is my name.
Tisha, okay.
We always have a name we don't like or something.
No, we don't always.
And you said Instagram.
Mm-hmm. Now my Instagram is under Dr. Stauch.
Dr. what?
Stauch.
Is it the spelling of your last name?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because I have my
Her Instagram is under Dr. Stauch. And this the lady is at just being like, what? Okay, yeah, Dr. Stauch. And watch how she really throws shade at her now, the investigator, calling her Dr. Pimple Popper, because she's like, it doesn't even believe. Okay.
my doctorate degree in education.
Okay. I'm like, is this like a Dr. Pimple Popper kind of thing? So it's for your education doctorate. All right. And then address that I need to send if I need to mail anything.
It's 6627 Mandan Drive,
Mandan Drive.
and then 80925.
And where are you working?
Well, I was working with WD3, but I didn't want to work as a teacher anymore.
Mhm.
So I decided I was going to be a flight attendant. So that's currently what I started doing with.
Right there, she sounds like a lunatic. I'm not saying that somebody can't have a degree, in something and then work in a completely different field, because obviously they can. But it just seems like she's just talking about this doctorate degree in education, and I was working as a teacher, but then I decided I didn't want to do that, and I want to go as a flight attendant. She just sounds like a really flighty, no pun intended, flighty person who, and the way she's speaking about this flight attendant job, you can tell she wants to be free of her demands. And you know what? Her daughter was going to be turning 18 in May. And perhaps she was living vicariously through her daughter, because Tisha was 20 years old when she had her, it would be about. And maybe she feels she missed out on this stuff. And by going with her daughter to whatever, if they were going on college visits or she was doing this ROTC, whatever it was, she was feeling like, why am I stuck here with these kids, blah, blah, blah. And, but then her searches say she was just looking to take care of someone else's kids and get paid. Everything is all across the board. But I think this flight attendant job, first of all, I at 38 years old, 39 years old, and never been a flight attendant before, I don't believe any of the letters she said she got, but I think this is like a pipe dream for her. And I don't think she could deal with the reality of being a teacher and, it's being hard. It's hard. It's hard work, she said.
The Spirit, I had been going back and forth doing like FAA. First you have to get like a study guide. I know you probably were like, oh, you have your doctorate degree, you want to be a flight attendant, I just like to travel. But my goal is to like teach online too and do the flight attendant, so I could do both.
Sure.
So I've been looking over my books with Spirit and like things like that, so that I could go to training. So I was supposed to go to training. We get like a training date February, March, April. So in the meantime, I was just doing like subbing at the early college. That's why I told you early college, picking up sub shifts and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're more of a substitute.
Well, I was just a fifth grade teacher at French, but it has gotten so difficult in the elementary schools. I don't want to do it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of like in between. I just finished working with them, and
Yeah, I'm sure kids nowadays are a handful, right?
it's hard because I did special ed for so long, because that's what my doctorate's in. And then you're like,
You get
you
burned
try to help so many people, and it's just hard.
All right. So you're gonna do flight attendant with Spirit.
Well,
Have you been picked up by them yet?
well, I got an offer letter from Spirit, I just got one yesterday from SkyWest.
I guarantee you that's all fake. It's just so hard. She's helping so many people. She's worked in special education for so long, and she's such a helper. But now she's got these offer letters, Spirit and SkyWest. Sure.
Oh, okay.
And the reason I like SkyWest is because they have a domicile in Colorado Springs and in Denver, so you can actually like work there, and I could do both at the college. So I was gonna I thought it was vibrate. I was gonna do like Pikes Peak and like I'm sure I wouldn't have a problem because I just finished this past year. I was going to just do them both. And then, so I hadn't decided, but now that Skywest just had offered it, I was like, that would be perfect because it was just like centrally located, you know.
Right.
So you could come home all the time.
Yeah.
So that was a big problem that we had is because I was going to take the Spirit job and then I wouldn't be based anywhere. They don't have a base anywhere in our area. So like I would have had to be in Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
So I would never get to see anybody at home. And then you like stay in these crash pads. Are you familiar with it?
We were on vacation with some people who, the wife used to be a nurse, and she actually transitioned into being a flight attendant.
Right.
She was telling us all about it, actually.
Right, yeah. So
it's scary. Like,
familiar. I did start getting scared about it being in Vegas, and I was like, man, I'll never get to see everybody at home. And like, I mean, I love the travel part. So then I was stuck with traveling, but being alone, or traveling with everybody else, but maybe not as much here. So, but anyway, that was in a nutshell. I was kind of in a self-evaluating. Is it okay if I just stop that? Because it's like
that's fine.
Drives me crazy. But yeah, look at so I was in like a self evaluation type thing, trying to figure out transitioning from education and never having like another career. And then like worrying about how people would look at you like, oh, you have a doctorate degree and you're a flight attendant, you guys like don't make money.
Right.
So
Worried about how people will look at her.
My niece is actually a flight attendant, so for Southwest.
they said that's the best one, and whenever they have openings, it shuts the website down.
Oh,
That's what I heard.
that's pretty awesome. I didn't know about that. Yeah, apparently it's really hard to get into because they're supposed to like handle emergencies in the air. So
Yeah, and like the training is so. You think people just think we will serve people, but the training is so.
I heard it's very intense.
Yeah, they like do ditching exercises. They kick people out every day. If you're late for class for 1 minute, kick you out.
Oh wow,
and
that's good. We need standards like that whenever we're
so like
flying.
and let me just tell you this in case it comes up like somewhere. But Spirit flew me out to do the December 20-something training, right? Problem is, I didn't have anybody to watch Harley, and I was working night shifts. And so it's always hard because it's always on me to find babysitters for everybody, all the kids. It's always on me. So I get out there and he was supposed to help. I know she's 17. We let her stay by herself, whatever. But through the night, because he was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that kind of scared me.
Yeah.
So like she just joined the Air Force. So like I know she's gonna have to learn how to like shoot a gun, protection, but like she's not ready yet. Mature, like she's very mature, but she's not ready. So I came back, and I was like talking to them. I just told them I was like, my daughter's at home, whatever. And they're like, we can move you to the next class. Like I think it was February, whatever. So anyway, so just in case you're like, oh, I thought you were, but I did fly out. They flew you out or whatever. And I came back because I was panicking about her, the dogs, everybody, and take care of. So
She's your baby.
Just in case it comes out. So she's saying that she was flown out in December and then came back. So what it's sounding more like is, if that's even true, it's sounding more like she concocted the whole thing and she was never at whatever airline she said she was at and just did that, okay, to show somebody something, and then came back and said, because I'm worried about Harley. Yeah. She doesn't even mention Gannon and Lena. She says, I had nobody to watch Harley. Okay, that's really strange. Then they rescheduled me for February. It sounded like she was lying about the whole thing. She probably never flew out anywhere. She probably never left Colorado. She probably created this whole thing because somebody didn't believe her that she was going to do this, and she was going to show them all. And, oh, yeah, they're flying me out here. I got to leave. Yeah, I'd like to see records of it. I think she's just nothing but she's a pathological liar.
Right?
yeah.
So, why don't we talk a little bit about what's going on? So, start I understand. So initially you didn't tell me some things because Albert was there. And when we say Albert, we're talking about Eugene.
He doesn't like Eugene because his dad is Eugene, and he was a child molester.
Okay.
So like he like raped his sister. So he freaks out about the word, like if he hears Eugene. But I said maybe that might help you. If you don't have to call him Eugene, it probably would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's just trying to help
what
you.
I want you to do is take me through Sunday into Monday.
Okay.
And be as detailed as possible as to what you were doing, who was there, where you were at, how long you spent, et cetera, et cetera. Because the more detail I have, it might spark something for me.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because like I wrote down all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
and I was like,
absolutely.
because I was like, I tried to write down anything he might like say, and just in case.
Is it okay if I take my book of lies out? Right? I'm just trying to help you. Help me to help you. Don't call him Eugene. I'm just trying to help you. But as I'm thinking about this farce about the airline, that she was so defensive, let's say it really happened. What the heck would it even matter, okay? Let's say she went, okay, yeah, I went out there in December, but I had to come back. But for her to say that people were going to say, oh, yeah, they didn't fly you out. She already knew it was a lie, and she's probably already been accused that she never went out there. So she's trying to get ahead of the lie so that when, I don't know, who might say it, Landon or Al or somebody else says, you know, she said she went here, but we don't even think she did, then she's trying to already explain away all their lies, all her lies. Yeah, interesting.
Because I have like notes from different things or whatever. So we already.
And notice the whatevers or the yada yadas. Like I have notes, like from different things, whatever. Because it's like she's almost in a sense being a little honest there, like. Whatever, it's to cover my tracks, whatever. It's to keep my lies straight, whatever. Yeah.
We talked about the beginning things. I figured you read that. So my paper is that we're at the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday.
Did you catch that, Slip? The same story. Why is she calling it a story? We're at the same story. That's very telling.
Which was the day that we went hiking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we went hiking at Garden of the Gods. Did you see the picture from Garden of Gods?
I didn't.
Okay, so we have pictures where we went to Garden of Gods.
I have pictures to cover my tracks.
We were going to take the dog for a walk, but then my daughter got called in to work because she works at Massage JP.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we're going to go hiking. The crazy thing is, like, it's always like, you got one kid likes to hike a lot, the other one don't. So spent the whole time like, come on, let's go. We got to burn calories.
Come on, let's go. We've got to burn calories. Like an 8-year-old little girl who doesn't have any type of a weight problem and an 11-year-old little boy who doesn't have any type of a weight problem. We have to burn calories. That's a very weird thing to say. Now, with kids, especially, you say, oh, have to get some energy out. We have to keep the kids active so they're not stir crazy. Something like that, but we have to burn calories. Very strange.
Excuse me. All those type of things. Gannon, he started having a stomach problem and he pooped in his pants. So it kind of cut our hike a little bit short, but I was like, it's okay. It was kind of cold. I say cold for me, but I'm used to like 80-degree weather, so it was kind of getting cold. So we decided to go home.
Okay.
So we go home.
Let's look at the weather. Weather, January 26th, 2020. Where's Garden of the Gods located? Let me see. Colorado Springs? Yeah, Colorado Springs. Okay. Colorado Springs. Oh, let's see. Colorado Springs weather history. January 26th. Okay. January 26th. The average temperature was 34.67 degrees. The maximum temperature was 49 degrees. The minimum temperature was 22 degrees. Let's see if they give us a time for that maximum time. Okay, so yes, if it's 49 degrees in January, it might, because I know we have temperatures like that, and when you're in January and it could be below zero, which could be, our January was so cold in 2020. January through February were brutal, and I remember that. But the average was 34 degrees. So, I don't know what she's, let me see if they had any precipitation or anything. Let's see. Well, let's go on. She said it started to get.
I don't really remember what we did the rest of the day. It was probably just like random things around the house. I feel like we went to dinner. Oh no, we didn't get dinner because he wanted to take a bath off it. So he came in and that's when he asked me about the whole bath ball. And he just moved in his pants, so I thought he wanted to take a shower. So I gave him a bath ball.
Okay.
So going through the night, we were just doing like a regular random. I was like, I don't know who should be talking.
See, now I wonder if those bath salt thing came in because she was going to drug him with the hydrocodone. You see? If they found drugs in his body, if she was going to go through with that house fire the next day, and they were able to get a toxicology showing he had hydrocodone, could she have said, oh my gosh, is that why he was asking about bath salts? Did he get bath salts from somebody and was taking them? Is that what caused him to flip out and start this house fire? What happened? Right? Why the bath salts?
I could do, but
You can go to those.
yeah, we used to be doing like random things around the house. It's Sunday, no football on, you know. I mean, I don't know like specific every little detail we did, but just a normal everyday situation, other than he was in a lot of pain because he gets really bad. Is it okay if I like show you like graphic, like not graphic, but like with my hand motions?
Yeah, that's fine.
He'll get where he has to like poop, and like I swear they're like that big. It might take like 2 to 3 weeks. He has a like a GI problem, so because he takes Vyvanse, so like he had went the whole time without Vyvanse. So whenever that happens, sometimes
He had went what whole time without Vyvanse? What whole time? She said they took him off his medication on the weekend, but you don't describe the weekend as the whole time. That would have literally been Saturday, because he goes to school on Friday, would have been Saturday, Sunday. She could have said he would have, he went Saturday, Sunday without it the whole time.
get where his stomach like wants to work, but then, like can't. So he spends a lot of time in the bathroom, like kind of like hurting and things like that.
Okay.
All right.
And maybe he was hurting because she's giving him opioids, which caused that, you see it on TV, that opioid constipation stuff. So maybe that was what was going on.
So then at this point, the dog, we have two new little, a Frenchie and an English bulldog.
Two new dogs, the English bulldog and a Frenchie. I think that Frenchie is the one that her daughter still has on her Instagram. Those are very expensive dogs. She has two new ones. So she was spending a lot of money, right? Because she mentions also that she has a Peloton bike, the 2 new dogs. Interesting.
They're really like,
French and English bulldog.
yeah, they are. They're really kind of like well, Sadie's the French bulldog. She's kind of like high maintenance. But the kids always help out a lot with them, but Gannon wasn't feeling too well. And the dogs, they all, how they like know someone's not feeling well. So they were all laying down there and it was gassy, like very, very, they're back with that, very, very gassy or whatever. And, life goes on. But so Gannon had started a candle. Again, normal day. He's very
Total lie, because she gave a different story to Al, and Al has already told this very detective the other story. So now she's saying, well, I've got 2 different stories about this candle. You told your husband, and he told me that the kid lit a candle because he went to the bathroom. Now he lit a candle because the dogs were there. And now you're going to tell me how responsible he is because you're already feeling defensive about it because it didn't happen at all that way, right? Yeah.
like responsible in terms of like if you give him something and say do this, and like a list to prepare, it's fine. So we let him, do things like that. Like Albert lets him like use the box cutter to cut the boxes down, and like teach him.
It's funny she mentions the box cutter, right? The box cutter that she used to cut the piece of carpet out, the box cutter she used to remove the carpeting in the garage on those stairs. That box cutter.
Things to be like a independent, growing up adolescent. So I didn't see a problem with him, light a candle, whatever.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember the exact time. I'd have to look at when the fire thing went off. I was tired. Albert had left because we spent the whole night up prior with Saturday because he was going to train in Oklahoma. So we stayed up most of the night.
Okay.
Just everybody was going to miss each other, wouldn't see each other for a while, whatever. So I was kind of like, tired. I had dozed off for a little bit. And Lena asked me, could she stay up and still watch the rest of her iPad or whatever.
Nobody finds the way that this woman speaks is crazy, okay? First, she just said, what did she say? We stayed up because Albert had to go to Oklahoma what did she say? Training Oklahoma. Not a military training in Oklahoma. He had to go to training Oklahoma. Then she says Lena wanted to stay up and watch the rest of her iPad. You don't watch the rest of your iPad. You watch the rest of your video, you watch the rest of your movie on your iPad, but you don't watch the rest of your iPad. You see what I mean? There's something wrong with her speech. She does it all the time. It's not just a little thing.
Usually I'm always like, no, strict, like, hey, no, you can, whatever. But I did feel kind of bad because it was just her birthday. And at the same time being her birthday, we had a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
So we made it about her, but like I was trying to give her a little bit extra because not everybody got to make it there. And we went all out for Gannon's birthday. Like we took him to a Rockies game. We took friends with him. I mean, like popcorn, hot dogs. But we didn't do that with her. But in her defense, we bought her a Switch. So it's kind of like different, but she didn't understand that. So I let her stay up longer than she's supposed to. It was like a, not necessarily bribery, but, So she stayed up a little bit later. And so she was still she's a very hard sleeper and she's hard to like pick up, move if she falls asleep, whatever. But I could tell she was just barely asleep when I went in there. So it starts beeping, like a beep, 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 beep. And I thought that someone was coming in the house. So I look and don't see anyone at any doors or hear anything. So I was like, I thought it was just a sensor. So I hit in our 2564, which is our alarm code, but it didn't go off. And I was like, what's wrong with this thing? So I walked through Lena's room. The alarm is in her room. And I walk back like through the top part of the house. And you've been in the house, so you know the top part of the house.
I haven't been in here.
Okay, so
Again, I walk through the top part of the house. This is somebody that's boasting about her doctorate in education, right? I walk through the top part of the house. I was walking around upstairs. I walked through the upstairs of the house, the top part of the house. I don't know. There's something really wrong with the way she speaks. That's what I'm saying. I hear it almost. She can't go a few sentences without it. And so she was going through the top part of the house. Well, she said that the alarm system was going off. Fire, 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 right? That's a lie, because that alarm system would have alerted. The bath salts? Okay, yeah. She said, I don't believe it, Chris Ree. I think she sent it from Gannon's phone, but it said, do we have bath salts or something? My friend said I can go to play with him if I bring some bath salts with me, and then mention something about his older brother. And then Al then doesn't know what bath salts are. Then look, neither one of them, right, know what bath salts are. And it was, a lot of people understand with the case in Florida where the guy ate the person's face off. So they look it up, and then he's like, oh, keep them off TikTok and this and that, because there's bath salts and all this stuff that's going on, but they're not bath bombs. So she then makes it sound like he asked for a bath bomb on Sunday night. And see, I think that she was trying to get it in there that he did some kind of drug to explain that hydrocodone, because I really do think she was going to start that house on fire.
There's the upper level and then there's the below basement. So I walk back and forth or whatever. I did.
Okay. There's the upper level, then there's the below basement. Then there's the below basement. You don't have to say, everybody knows a basement is below, right? This is what I mean. There's something really crazy with her speech.
Didn't see anything going on. Then it started saying fire, 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 fire. It kept saying fire. Oh, wow. So and I thought it was you know how so there's sensors for your fire alarm, and then there's sensors for your alarm. Mm-hmm. So I was just going to everything trying to ban it while it was going off, because I was thinking kitchen fire, nothing's wrong, whatever. Mm-hmm. So I was putting towels over stuff.
All right. She wasn't cooking in the kitchen, and she's fanning the fire detectors, and she's putting towels over everything. Okay? But no one's been cooking in the kitchen. There's no one in the kitchen. They were supposed to be asleep at this point. She's laughing about this, right? Not saying I was in a panic, looking like, oh my gosh, is the house on fire? Anybody that has an alarm system knows that on your interface, on your panel, there's a fire and a police button. If you thought your house was on fire, all you have to do is push that fire button and the fire department would be alerted. But remember, she's going to tell us she didn't know what she should do. She just got everybody out of the house and drove away.
Over the sensors, because I thought that was monitoring the fire thing, whatever. And then I realized it kept going and going. So then I see smoke coming up from the downstairs. So I run downstairs, and my idea of a big fire is anything that I see on fire pretty much, and there's smoke. That's just because I grew up in the country. So, I remember bonfires and things like that, So there was smoke coming up through the basement. So the basement has, if you walk down the basement, there's a sofa and stuff over here. It was coming up through the basement. So I run back up the stairs, go grab Lane, and look.
Okay, now let's just think about this, okay? She's seeing smoke coming up from the downstairs. Smoke. She said she ran downstairs. And apparently, if you listen to her, didn't see any flames, right? Because she's used to a big bonfire. So she didn't say she saw any flames, right? She didn't. Wouldn't you think, before you ran upstairs where there was no smoke, to get Lena, that you would get Gannon, who's downstairs with the smoke, at least scream for him to get upstairs Wouldn't that be the normal thing when you're down in the basement? Instead, she goes upstairs and goes and gets Lena.
My point telling you about her being not a sleeper, she woke right up. So she woke back up, and I almost like grabbed her, and I was like, get up, get up, get up, get up. I said, I gave her keys. I said, can you go? I don't remember the exact order, but I said something along the lines of, can you go take the dog to Daddy's truck and sit there and wait? Right. So I don't remember the order of how we all ran out the house, but I know that at that point I did. She ran out, and I can't remember if I ran out to make sure they got the truck or if she ran out by herself. I don't remember that part, but I do know that they were. I know that they were had gotten in a truck. I came back inside, run back downstairs, and that's when I was trying to get Hannah because I couldn't get. I didn't know how to get everybody at once. So the main thing was to get the front people out, and then go. So then
The main thing was to get, did she say the front people out? The front people? Why would you get the front people out? Wouldn't you get the people that were in the fire out? Down in the smoke? And why doesn't she mention Harley?
I ran back downstairs to get Gavin. And then the fire was on the floor over here, and then on the sofa. So I'm pretending this is the sofa and this is our floor. So it was right here and right here. And I saw the candle that was over here. So there was covers everywhere because the kids always get on them about, they leave a lot of covers laying around all the time. I mean, there's like 10 quilts and LOLs and blankets and all this. So they were all right here. So I take a whole bunch of them and I go and like basically smash down on the sofa and the fire to put it out. So I got a burn, and then I was like, get up again, and started running at that point because it waked.
That's the total lie that she told. Remember the other time she told this story to Al on the phone or whoever she was on? She said that she was jumping, that he was in his bed or sleeping, and she was jumping and jumping and jumping. Remember that on him and stuff? So she changed this. This is a previous version of the story that she told on the 13th and the 14th. So now she sees a fire. We know there's no fire, okay? There is no fire. It's melted wax. The blankets are there. We've seen the picture. They're not burned. She didn't throw them on there. There weren't big flames. She says the couch was on fire. The couch was not on fire. The couch has wax on it. Wasn't on fire. She's a liar. And now Gannon is up and he's running. Okay.
Picks him up. He's alert. He's realizing that the covers and everything's on fire. The carpet's on fire. And we all go outside.
Okay. She just lied there. Gannon is up and running because he sees the carpet on fire and the couch on fire, and we could all be on fire. She put the fire out, I thought. I thought she put the fire out. That doesn't make any sense.
So we get in Albert's truck and we drive.
And keep in mind that it's not just that she's got it out of order, because she says when he saw everything on fire, then we get in Albert's truck. Not that he helped me again put out the fire. No, then we get in Albert's truck.
I drove off in panic.
And she had a burn.
I saw that I put the fire out, so I knew that there was no, like nothing wrong, that it wasn't going to keep going. I drove off in panic because I was like, oh my gosh, what do I...
Why would you drive off in a panic? Why would you drive off in a panic? If you saw you put the fire out, why would you drive away in a panic? Why wouldn't you go out, collect yourself, say, okay, whew, that was close. Got everything out. Let me go back in. You guys sit here for a minute. Let me go back in and just assess the damage. The alarm company is probably going to alert the fire department because the fire alarm went off. Right? No. She drives away in a panic. Where's Harley? Because Harley was there in her version that she told Al 2 weeks later. Where is Harley?
What I do now? Like, we break the carpet, we done this with this. Gannon's upset, freaking out because he's scared he's gonna get in trouble and da. So like the whole talk was going on. So we drove maybe around the block a little bit and came right back. So we came back in and like developed a plan for the next day to figure out, honestly, we were going to fix the carpet and try to like not say anything. And the reason for that is because like Albert freaks out about every little thing. If the kids do something and I'm on like me, and he'll be like, you didn't do this, you weren't being a good mom, you weren't doing this, you weren't doing that. And so we both kind of were like a little like worried about it. And he gets very like crazy, like if something goes wrong. So that was the plan. Go to sleep, rest. He was going to stay out of school. We were going to get the carpet fixed and then go from there.
And Gannon's going to sleep downstairs in this really smoky place, right? Very smoky, that she was like coughing on the smoke, because that's what she told Albert in his story. And in the story she told Albert, she said that Gannon started up sleeping in Lena's room because it was so smoky downstairs. She never thought to call the fire department to see if it was even safe to be in the house, right? She just put him in Lena's room to get away from the smoke, and that she went in and that Lena slept with her.
There, plus stomach hurting. So Lena didn't want to sleep in her room. You know, everybody was still kind of like frazzled. And I think Lena slept with me or on the sofa. I brought the dogs up, and Gannon he wanted to go in his room at that point because he was already sleeping on the sofa. So that's where.
Did you catch that? I think Gannon wanted to go downstairs in his room at that point. He was already sleeping. What? What? I think Gannon wanted to go downstairs at that point. He was already sleeping. Yada, yada. Yada, yada, yada. Whatever. She can't keep it straight. She must have realized that she just messed up. And she tried to get Lena out of her room, but she's messing up. She's messing up. Thank you, Carolyn. I'm back at the beginning. I wanted you to know that we love you and always find our way back to your channel. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Bridget. I appreciate that. Okay.
Sunday, like pretty much kind of like stopped and everybody went to bed and yada, yada, yada. And I think I sent Albert messages because he was sleeping, was on a different time zone, and he didn't see him that night. So.
Why would you send Albert messages? You said you weren't going to tell Albert because he's crazy, right? He's crazy. He's crazy. He's going to start screaming. He's going to start punishing Gannon. He's going to start saying that she's not a responsible parent, right? He's crazy. Why? She said they were going to wait until the morning and assess the damage, and now she's sending him messages. Why?
And I didn't feel that no one was in harm. Make sure I say that because the fire was not going. Now,
no one was at harm because the fire was not going. Again, the way she speaks, no one was at harm because the fire was not going.
I know that Gannon had like black marks all on his shirt, like smoke marks. But he had on a long sleeve shirt and a short sleeve shirt because sometimes he has on whatever.
Okay. I know that Gannon had like smoke marks all over his shirt. If that was true, his shirt would be all smoky smelling. Shouldn't she have said, why don't you take that shirt off? Well, because she's going to tell us in a minute she washed these sheets and stuff.
And a short sleeve shirt with a long sleeve shirt.
She doesn't know how to say dressed in layers. He was dressed in layers.
So I didn't see him in any kind of like nothing other than the little burns that we had. I didn't see.
Where did you see
anything
burns on Gannon?
All right, so with Gannon, I just saw that. Okay, so like on the top, like right here, so like say the shirts are here, so like right here there was a burn, and the reason for that was I think whenever like he was trying to come up, it kind of burned him a little bit. I'm not gonna make an assumption. I don't really know. And as far as that,
She's a liar, and you know what? She's going to tell us in a few minutes that he had burns on his arms. He had a shirt on, a long sleeve shirt on. He wouldn't have burns if his shirt wasn't burned. His shirt wasn't burned.
I didn't see anything else. Like I didn't know any like other differences or anything like that. All I saw was that. I said, you okay? He ran out the house, he was firing out the house, everything was normal, yada, yada, yada. Now,
He ran out of the house. Everything was normal. It's normal that your house is on fire and you're running out of the house. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to let you know in a little bit why he was bleeding. But
Okay.
at that point, when you get to the Monday morning thing, I'll let you know about that.
Describe the flames for me. How tall are these flames? Is it like smoldering on the carpet, sort of kind of creeping across like a grass fire, or is it like coming up, working its way up the couch? Like, how is it?
Well, really don't know. I know that it was.
She asked her, I'm sorry I keep interrupting, I just can't take it. She asked her about the flames. You heard that. She says, I really don't know. Wouldn't you freaking remember if you ran downstairs and you saw flames just a couple of days ago? You're going to say what? Oh my gosh, yeah, the flames, right? If this is true, I couldn't believe it. They were like a foot high and I was freaking out. I can remember if I have like a stove fire, okay, and you ask me, I can tell you how high the flames were. I can tell you what I did. I don't really know. Because you know what she's really saying? I didn't think anybody would ask me that. I didn't really think about this lie yet. Give me a minute here. Let me try to write this lie into my story now. I didn't think anybody would ask me about the size of the flames or where they were.
Like here, centralized on the floor, but like I could see, I think the smoke might have like kind of intimidated me more because I spent the whole night coughing. So I think that kind of.
Now, let's just take that part right there. I think the smoke might have intimidated me more because I spent the whole night choking that I didn't notice the flames. Now, she spent the whole night choking. How would the smoke have intimidated her when the flames were going? Because she hadn't even spent the whole night at that point. It doesn't even make sense what she's saying. And you're going to look at flames. Now you're telling me you can't tell the flames because you're seeing smoke? You're going to notice the freaking flames, right? If there are flames there. That's going to intimidate you, not the freaking smoke. But this is ridiculous.
Intimidated me so much because the visibility was starting to be a little bit, like as if I had walked into a small little fire, and I was just afraid that it was gonna, because like upholstery.
Okay, now let's get this. Let's think about this lie again. The smoke was intimidating. It was like she walked into a small fire. Like the upholstery. Do you remember what she did when this happened? She didn't get Gannon. The smoke was so intimidating to her. She already couldn't see, but she didn't even scream for Gannon. Get up, fire, anything, right? She went upstairs, on top, as she says, on top of the house, to get Lena, who wasn't anywhere near the smoke or the fire. Does that make a bit of sense to you? Does it make a bit of sense to you that the downstairs could have been that filled with smoke, and when they got home, she let him sleep down there? But she says that she was coughing all night. Come on.
For the couch, that was my biggest concern, was the upholstery for the couch. So
the upholstery for the couch was her biggest concern. Not her stepson sleeping in the room down there. Not her family upstairs. Not her dogs. Her biggest concern was the upholstery for the couch.
Okay.
Okay, so I would say, it was like maybe like in this area, like right here. It wasn't like here.
So the flames were, 2-3 feet high, you think? How much light did you see coming off of this through the smoke?
No.
Okay, and that's fine if you don't know.
I'm not like a professional, and I was in the moment of.
She's not a professional. What was going to say? Firefighter? She never even finished that. I'm not a professional. Professional what? Because you're supposed to be a professional. You're someone that holds a doctorate degree in education, right? Dr. Stauch. She's not a professional. She can't tell you. Have you ever heard anybody describe a fire to you? And when you say, oh my gosh, what were the flames like? Oh, they were like 3 feet high. Has anybody ever said, I really can't tell you? Because I'm not a professional.
Freaking out to give you an accurate answer.
Sure.
Because I don't want to tell you what's here, and then I didn't hear. I don't want to tell you this, and.
I don't want to tell you a lie, I don't want to tell you they were 18 inches and they were really 24. I don't want to do that. She wants to be, so on point with her. Meanwhile, she's 2 hours late. She's not telling her a dang thing that's true. But now she's trying to convince this woman that she does not want to mess up giving the wrong height for the flames.
I don't know.
This is all based off of your memory to the best of your ability. And that's all it is,
I
okay?
do know that I saw covers coming up on fire.
What covers were coming up on?
She saw covers coming up on fire. Again, the language, I saw covers coming up on fire. I saw covers, blankets catching fire. I saw the fire spreading to the blankets. I'm telling you, there's something wrong with her speech. Her whole thought process. It's like she's got word salad in her head, and yeah, she's a mess. This woman is a mess.
On fire.
Like, he had a cover on because he was sleeping on the stove.
Okay, now wait, you guys, this gets even better. This gets better now. In her story to Al, she makes it sound like he was sleeping in his room. Now, he was sleeping on the sofa. That her biggest concern was the upholstery. Gannon was sleeping on the sofa, and her biggest concern was the upholstery. If you came downstairs and there were flames in front of the sofa and the covers were catching on fire and the smoke was so thick and your kid is sleeping on that couch, what the heck do you do? Scream? Gannon, get up! Right? But no, she went upstairs and grabbed Lena. This is insane. I don't even know how this woman could sit there.
What was covered with?
What do you mean?
What kind of blanket? You mentioned there was LOLs, there was quilts, there was
Color?
what blanket was he using?
Oh, I'm not sure. There was a couple that were there. There was a black. They were all. I put it all back in that bin that was sitting there. Did you? He said you didn't.
I haven't been in
Okay, so there was black. It was like a little furry. There was watermelon ones. I don't remember specifically which one he had, but I know there was blankets in the area because they always leave makeup around it. The mermaid went around.
Exactly, Frilly Farmhouse. Yes, this is that interview where she was held captive like a prisoner.
But the whole operation, when I grabbed them and put it out, I grabbed them all and done it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Were any of them damaged whenever that happened?
Oh yeah, they all. I left them all there when I showed them that night that they were damaged or whatever.
Okay. Well, I haven't been in the house either.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was speaking to you like you.
Yeah, nope, I didn't go into the house either, so I was just trying to make sure that we're...
Yeah.
All the throws were damaged. We're going to have to go to court. I think we're going to go back to court. No, are we going back to court? Maybe. All the throws were damaged, but she put them in the bin without washing them. She would need more than to wash them. They would have such a smoky smell on them, and they would all be charred and have big holes in them. Why would she put them back in the bin? She showed them to them. I don't think any investigator mentioned burned up throws in a bin ever.
So then Gannon decides that he doesn't want to go to school because of his tummy issues or because he's going to help you with the carpet. What is?
It was kind of a combination of both.
Okay, and who excused him from school?
But well, I had text Albert and said, could he not go to school for his stomach?
Okay.
Because he was hurting with his stomach, but also the whole plan was that we were going to figure it out.
So who actually contacted the school to excuse him?
It wasn't me. I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
Did someone contact? Because I didn't.
I would assume that somebody would contact the school, or you probably would get like a phone call. I know with my kids' school, if they're not there by 8:15, the office.
This is call Albert, not me, because he would have the like the automated system where he's like, your child's missing. Your child is missing from school today, whatever.
Okay. So that's Sunday, and you're saying a lot of.
Let me have a bite of my Hot Pocket.
So you mentioned earlier that Harley had gone to work.
Mm-hmm.
She got called in to massage and feed.
Mm-hmm.
So who went on the hike?
So it was originally going to be all of us. Harley, me, Dan, and Lena. And then Harley got called in. She switched shifts with someone, but then that person, like, I guess the policy is that person agreed to take your shift, but then don't come, you still have to come or something, I don't know. But, so she just was like, I have to go. She's only be working there like a few more weeks or whatever. So I told her, I was like, don't burn any bridges. I know it sounds crazy that you have to do that, but you got to go in. So she went into work on Sunday.
Okay. So it ended up being you, Gannon and Lena that went hiking.
Right.
Okay. And so then let's go through Monday. Yep.
So we wake up on Monday. Normal. How we wake up. And you're like, everybody gets up, whatever. Gannon stays in bed.
Whatever. Everybody. Oh, here we go. We're back in session.
Yes.
We're back in session, so we'll have to go over that later, maybe tonight or later, okay?
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a video. I think we're going to start it right at that same point. Prosecution.
we're gonna leave out. I think I told you guys it was like maybe 10:35 or whatever the time frame we left. So this is where I should have like made this mistake. So I drive to so Larson Ranch. At the end of Larson Ranch is a bunch of new builds, like construction, things like that. I drive to the new builds. I was gonna be like, hey, look, somebody here knows how to, fix it. Because if I get online and start calling people, then they'll be like, make an appointment. I figure I might find somebody that, would do like a little side job and come and help us fix when I say carpet, I'm talking about fix the living room, the spot that I had cut out or whatever. So I did. I pulled up. On the back part, there were some new houses being built, and there were some like Hispanic, and I'm not saying that to be like discriminatory. They were Hispanic people that were out there, and I was like, "Hey, do you know where you can get the carpet that is in the Larson Ranch model home?" So I told him the model home, which was the same home that we had. I mean, I don't know if it's the model home, but I gave him the name because I asked, like, I looked online for the company for the name. And I said, "It's in this." He's like, "Everybody has that same carpet." Mm-hmm. Yes. So we got a roll of the carpet.
Where'd you get that from?
We got it from the guy on the scene. Like, I say on the scene, but the construction area. So we got the carpet from the guy in the construction area. Well, I didn't get it then. He said he was going to bring it to me. So I gave him the address. And this is where I messed up. I gave him, and this is why I couldn't tell you this in front of Albert. I gave him our code to get in. If he was going to go fix it. And I just assumed working in the house, he was going to be okay, whatever. And me and Gannon left. I just said, hey,
Did you give him the garage door code?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what about the alarm?
Well, if you go in through, say, like you're walking in through our house, there's no sensor. So we always keep it on our alarm, and you can walk in through the garage and the alarm will never set off or off. Never. Okay. And the reason for that is, like, there's no door. Like, there's nothing that tells that door that it's open. You can send.
You don't have a sensor there.
Right. So we just always, and the kids come in every day in the garage and never have to like set, reset, anything like that. Okay. So me and Gannon go on. I don't remember exactly where we went first. I know we rode a little bit because I was looking for different places to buy the dogs some like different cute outfits because sometimes I get them at Ross. But Petco has some really good deals going on right now. So I was like, I'm gonna go to Petco. Gannon was like, at that point, it was like he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. He wasn't complaining about like any like pain on his arms or anything like that. He just said he wanted to lay down because his stomach was hurting. So we were in Albert's truck. So we lay down. I mean, he lays down in the back of the truck. So he's just laying down, whatever. I went to Petco. I can't remember if I went in the store beside Petco. I know we went some places around town, just different locations.
What places did you go to?
I know I went to Petco. I know I went to a gas station to get gas.
Which Petco did you go to?
The one at, is it Nevada and something?
Okay.
I don't really.
The newer one, like that
it's nice. It's a nice area. That's the area I basically was in for. I wasn't gone that long for most of the time frame. That was the area that I was in, and then I made the wrong. When you're coming back and it tells you go this way, I made the wrong exit. Like I got in the wrong one, so I went back. I guess that would be. I went north a little bit before I turned around to come back because I made the wrong one. So I get back and let's see. I can't. Did we go eat at that time? I feel like I didn't get anything to eat. Maybe I just got Starbucks. I could look at my credit card or something like that. See if you want to look and see what I spent that day. You want me to look?
No, but eventually, yes. Okay. That would be helpful.
Okay. So I remember what happened. Then I realized I had to go back to Petco. That's why we turned around and came back. Because I started off, I bought 2 outfits, maybe 1 or 2. And then I came back in Petco and I got the rest of the outfits that were on there. Because I was like, I'll go 2 more for this price. So I did go back to Petco twice. So I'm sure you'll see that.
In between, did you go?
Let's see, if we left at 10 something, it's like a 30-minute drive from Larson Ranch. Mm-hmm. So if I got there, got gas, got Starbucks, maybe I was there at 11-ish. I don't want to say a time. Because
so you go to Petco the first time, and then how long in between the first visit and the second visit to Petco?
Can I give you that, like, looking up?
A guesstimate or
maybe an hour?
Maybe an hour? You ever, like, any any tracker apps or anything on your phone? Because I know, like, for me, I have that Life 360,
Yeah,
and
Is it
it'll
okay
tell
if you want
me,
me to show
Yeah.
you what we think? Okay.
it'll tell me, you know,
Yeah, I
what my
love
short
it.
trips are. It'll even tell me if I walked somewhere. It's freaking awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I just get tracked by Google. I have Android phone, so it just tells me. My family likes to know where I'm at, so
Well,
you
I
know.
do that to Harley because, Harley, was the only child, and then her father was killed. So it's always like she and I, and like she was like really all I had until I got remarried or whatever.
Mhm.
So I kind of like do maybe a little over board of stalking.
Hey, you know what?
Like right now, I'm like, all right, let's see.
Do you have the one with the subscription? I'm like trying to figure out if I should get that or not.
I don't. She always says something about purchasing it. She said it would help if
Like
you
the
like
crash detection.
right. That's what
and-
she was saying.
Yeah.
And she was saying that it was kind of like how the Apple Watch would do if you had a crash detection. It would alert authorities. They'll say, yeah, okay, this is. I don't know if this is like a service thing, but it's on. I would say I'm waiting. I would say hour-ish because I'm a very indecisive person when it comes to like shopping. So I had to go back to make my mind up. I can leave right here, but it's loading. I think maybe.
Can I see it? Maybe it'll give me better reception.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Give a password or something. I can put it in.
No, I could do my finger.
Okay. Sometimes this corner, if you hold it up high, it'll.
Because I know people watching. I want them to have my passcode in, and they'll know our code for a lot of stuff.
All right, here we go. Is it working?
No.
Oh, that corner is like typically the sweet corner.
Hold it up here.
Yeah. We can set it down here. Let's see the kid's going. Okay. Okay, so you make the second trip to go back and buy more outfits.
Mm-hmm.
And then where do you go from there? Is Gannon still telling you that he wants to like lay down? How's he doing?
Something happened.
There you go. Yeah, I told you this was a sweet corner.
It says purchase could not be completed. I didn't purchase anything. The purchase cannot be completed.
Huh.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. I've never had that pop open before. The purchase could not be completed. Please try again later. Well, I mean, we tried. I guess it says the accent signal, so.
Free membership includes two.
How long have you guys had that app?
Oh God. Since I started driving for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a long time. Yeah.
If I want to say, like, it's never had me do a purchase.
It just says. It didn't even ask me to put anything. Purchase could not be completed.
That's bizarre. That is bizarre. You didn't hit anything. I didn't hit anything. Okay. So you go back to Petco the second time. Does Gannon these places that
Sorry, I was gonna say it says crash detection disabled. Does that mean I don't have the?
yours looks different than mine does? And you don't have a subscription?
Mm-mm. Like it gives me, but it sends me all the alerts. Like it says like Carly arrived home.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get those too.
Yeah.
If you have certain places set, like
No,
work
I get
or
it.
home.
Yeah, well, I get the work at home, but it'll say completed a 4-mile drive, completed a 15 miles.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I think we might have different versions because mine is Android. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. So when you and Gannon are out running around to these places and getting your gas and your coffee and Petco a couple times, and does he go into the stores with you?
No,
or?
but I parked, and I know you're gonna see this, so I'm gonna just say that I parked on the front, and like I don't know if you'll probably if you see the Petco cameras. I'm in the. Can I show you? Sure. I'm in the store a lot of times, walking back to the front door doing this, and my point of doing that is because I was making sure that I didn't see him like if he needed something or like getting out or whatever, and he stays in the car. Like I'll really stay in the car all the time with like if like Lena's in the car, and he'll be like It's okay. Sit here, buddy. We'll be right back. Didn't think anything of it because he had his Switch with him and he was playing his Switch.
Did he know what store you were in?
Yeah, Tyco.
So like if he needed you or whatever else.
But I did keep walking to the door several times, and I'm pretty sure I did it on the second visit too, walking back to the door just to make sure. You know, like if he was like, oh, you know, sure, if I need you or whatever. Sure. So yeah, you can see that on there. So do you need to know like what I did in there,
So you're just in there shopping, and then
it wasn't even a long shop. Like,
okay,
like it wasn't.
and then you come back out, and then where do you go?
So I know we were right in that area, like different places, but I don't think I stopped anywhere else specific to get anything other than Starbucks. I made a wrong turn, and then the 2 times at Petco, and I was looking for Marshalls, but
After the second time at Petco, did you go anywhere?
I think after that Petco is when we started to head home.
Okay, so you go home,
and I want to give you like an accurate of that if I pull this up because I feel like right after Petco we went home. I don't want you
to try and bring it up.
Yeah, I don't want you to think that I missed a stop or something. And I will tell you on the way there, we did stop and get gas somewhere.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was on the way there or way home.
Do you remember what station?
But we did stop and get gas.
7-Eleven.
Here,
Come and go.
If you gotta go.
I hate to do this. Yeah, I need to run out. I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
Okay. It shouldn't take me very long, hopefully. But please continue talking with Detective Houston, and then whenever I get done with that, I'm gonna come back in and we'll get back on again. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this up too, and it's
Sure. The USA app is being slow too.
Is it my phone?
I don't. You can try that corner again. It might. The floor is a little weird. So after you guys left Petco, so did you buy something there that time or?
The second time, yes.
Okay.
And I know she kept asking me about what was Gannon doing, what was he, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to say this about getting back.
Okay.
So everyone has been, about this whole thing about camera footage and this happened because we didn't see this or didn't see this. So I'm very smart.
What do you mean, everyone?
So, my whole family is being harassed. My mom is being threatened to be killed. My daughter is being stalked. It took me a while to get here because I had to put some safety measures in for her own well-being.
Okay.
And my family from back home is being threatened. People are saying they're sending people after them.
Okay.
All those things. So, there's always a world of people making situations and saying, let's be a good person, but then threaten someone else.
Okay.
And so being aware of that's what was going on. So in between all that and all these people were sending me messages that people were saying and blah, blah, blah. I didn't respond to any of them. During all that, there was something along the lines of someone checked neighbors 2 doors down or something, camera footage, and never saw anyone do this or that. I don't know, specifics. But my point behind telling you that is, if this is what you guys, and I'm not saying this is what you're basing stuff on, but if this is what you're basing stuff on is in the day and age, timeline, security, things like that, you will see on somebody's security, Gannon and I run to the car at 10 something that morning and be returning at 2 something.
Okay.
So I remember specifically in the truck, I pulled it right in front of the ring. And
our ring?
Yes, but we don't have a subscription.
Okay.
But according to these neighbors who can see all the way to the truck every day, they should be able to show you during those time frames that we run in, we run out, he runs back in, or whatever.
Okay.
And then
so you leave around 10 something, and then you get back around 2 something.
I feel like it was 2:35, 2:25, 2 something.
Okay.
Because I knew I had to be back in time to do a couple things, and then I knew Lane would be coming there. I knew Harley would be getting off work, yada, yada, yada. So that was my whole thing. So going on from there, Gannon goes inside, I think first. I don't want to misquote myself, but I'm pretty sure he ran in first, and I had the bag for Petco and all that stuff in my hand. Now I don't.
Which door did you guys use?
We always go in through the garage if we typically if we like park like on the front part of the yard or things like that.
Sure.
So we go in through the garage.
Okay.
He goes in through the garage. I go in. I'm getting ready to put up the things, stuff like that. And this is where it got. I made a mistake. This is it.
Okay.
So as we got inside, I heard something, but I didn't think anything about it because I thought, you know, maybe Dana was like doing something. Maybe we were like doing whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The guy was in there. And I gave him the code.
The guy from the.
Yeah, it's all my fault. I gave him a code to fix the carpet. And he was inside. I noticed when I had like walked in and saw our we have like a little bookshelf thingy. I keep my shades in there too, but we also have like our guns and stuff. I saw it was open, but in my mind I thought maybe I left my shades or whatever.
Your sunglasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't think anything of it when I heard the noise, and I just started walking downstairs. But I didn't walk downstairs with like a gun or anything like that. So I started walking downstairs, and then when I walked downstairs, I hear something again. Well, at that point in time, Gannon was on the sofa, and I saw him, and I heard something again, and I walked on around to where so Gannon's room is here, okay, and there's a storage closet here.
Okay.
And I heard something, and so I walked to the storage closet to open the storage closet, and when I do, it's him. And he was standing in there, and he had on gloves.
In the storage closet?
Yes.
Okay.
He had one of those.
Okay.
Okay. And then he just knocked me down and like towards Gannon's room. And he was hitting on me. He was like hard, like on the ground.
Okay.
And he was trying to like, rape me. And I just told her. I said, I have to tell you about it.
Okay.
And like, from there on was like in a blur because I was trying so hard because Gannon had a table in his room and I went back and hit my head on it. Like with him, Gannon runs inside the room and like tries to like, you know, be helpful, do something, whatever. And from there, it was kind of like a blur, everything else that was going on. Because I was just like crying, I was freaking out. And I swear to God, I don't know what. I really don't know. I don't.
Okay.
I don't. And I'm just like, in the moment thinking, like these memories of like, wow, you know, like the thing was open, he had the gun, and I didn't remember what happened there. And so I kind of like blacked out just a little bit. And so all these things are going into my mind as I'm blacked out. I don't know if like, I know he was like, when Gannon was like trying to get on him, I know he was like moving Gannon and, you know, like, and it was just all like, so like a cycle to me. And so I'm like out of it for a little bit, just for a little bit. And then from when the time I woke up, I say woke up, but like I kind of like that a little bit. And I immediately like freaked out. I was like, I couldn't find Gannon. It was like the guy was still in the house. Lena was on the way. I didn't know where Gannon was at because I was calling for Gannon. I thought he was hiding. Like I legit thought he was hiding in like maybe the other closet that was on the other side, the other, you know, whatever. I thought he was hiding. Like I was so scared. So I run up the stairs because I hear, you know, I know it's like almost time for Lena, and I hear that the Ring app had like an alert for someone at the front door, but it could have been just like Amazon or something driving by because there was nobody at the front door. And then I run back downstairs because in my mind I was like thinking, where is Gannon? And I didn't want to leave and like run outside and scream and, you know, go crazy because I did not know where he was at the time. And everybody says to me, you know, like, because I told Albert and him about it. And they're like, why didn't you like run to go get help? And I didn't want to leave to go get help. And I was terrified because I know Albert would kill me because Gannon was still in there. So then when I get downstairs, he has the gun and he has Gannon. And I'm sitting there like freaking out, like, what do you want me to do? Blah, blah, blah. And Lena does make it through the door at this time. And then so I go upstairs because I know that he was like, don't say anything, because I didn't know if someone thought like he was a cop or you know, if someone heard something or I didn't know anything. So my thought process was, if I say anything, Gannon's down here, you know, I need to just be as cool as possible at like, because we order things on Amazon like all the time, you know, books and things like that. So it was Lena. So the reason I sent Lena away was because I wanted her to be safe too. So I sent Lena on a mission to go get like the mail. Lena, it never gets the mail. Nothing like that. I sent her on a mission to go get the mail.
Okay.
And so I just started making up random things for Lena to go do. And I looked at Lena and I said, she was standing there, I was like, just stay gone for a little while. Because I didn't want her coming back and then that, you know, like her in the situation as we were too. So like in my mind, I think if I say anything, if I do anything, I just didn't know what to do. I was in complete panic. So I go back downstairs again and I'm like pleading and like talking and like all these things going on. Like just back and forth with him. And why are you doing this? Why did you hurt us? Why are you doing these things? And then it just started being like a hustle and puzzle, like back and forth. I don't even remember how it kept going for, you know, like maybe I say 5 or 10 minutes, but I don't know if it was that long. And then he was like on top of me again. And then I kind of lied out again because he hit my head again.
Oh, really?
And then, and then I was on the table that was inside, like in between the red blue table in there.
Okay.
He like forced me in there again, and he was trying to do it again. And I was just like losing my mind, like completely, like Albert's sister was raped. And so like in my mind I kept thinking Albert's gonna be like I'm nothing, and I shouldn't have been thinking about that. I should have been, but I was, and that was all I could keep thinking about, you know, like was like Albert was gonna be upset, Gannon's over here, Lena's coming, and all these emotions are running through there. And he was like, he asked me to give him a suitcase, and I gave him a brown suitcase, and then he hit me on the head again, and I was like, right here. He kept like hitting me right there like that.
Okay.
And so then he did that, and then I blacked out again. I was having a panic attack. And then I don't know what happened from there. I really don't. I don't know. I just know that I did lie. I did. When they came, I did say, Gannon left, whatever. You know that.
Okay.
But he never did. He never left to go play. Or I just didn't know what to do, and I panicked in the moment. And I didn't want Albert to be like trying to hurt us. We kind of get a lot of fights. Yeah. And I just want you to know that's the only reason that I made up the lie, is because I knew that I didn't want to face the consequences of, you know, trying to explain to him all that was going on. Because he was saying to me, you're trying to make this about you. You know, this is not about you. And I knew all those things because I've lived in it. So I panicked, and I just told a story, and I was going to try to think of like, you know, plan. And I'm sorry that it might have delayed, you know, like looking for Gannon, but I do not know where Gannon was. I do not know. I do not know his whereabouts from that point on. But it was still in the same time frame that I gave you guys. So there was no contradictory to that same time frame, because it still was about 4 o'clock.
Okay, so go over the time frame with me. What was the time frame?
It had to be around like 4.
Okay.
Because Harley gets off at 4:30.
Okay.
And so Harley had just gotten home, or no, was on her way home or something. And my phone was like alerting. I knew Harley was on her way home. And I was going to tell Harley when she got there. I was going to be like, look, this is what happened. We need to get help. We need to call 911. And all I kept thinking about was, it's going to be my fault. Because I gave him the code. He brought the carpet. He did all that.
Okay.
And
did he fix it?
No, I had already cut it.
Oh, okay.
He brought the big roll of carpet. It's at the house. He brought that. Yeah.
Okay.
And
where's that at the house?
it's in the back storage room.
Okay. Is that the one that he was hiding in?
Huh?
Is that the storage room that he was in?
Yes.
Whenever you went down there?
Yes, I put the carpet back in the storage room. The reason I put the carpet back in there because it was laying like in the so the storage room was right here. It had fallen over at some point when all this was going on. So I picked it up and put it back on the thing. I rolled it up.
Oh.
It wasn't all the way rolled out, but it was like somewhat rolled out through the commotion, and I rolled it back up and put it on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the time frame is that 4 o'clock is whenever.
I don't want to tell you exactly 4. I don't like saying that because I
About
don't
4
want you-
o'clock was whenever. We can say about.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
So
Did
Lena's-
they come home or?
yeah, Lena's still out and about. Harley's home. Comes home or whatever. I'm pacing the house, like trying to think of a plan of like, what do I do? And I should have like immediately like gotten on the phone, did whatever. But all I kept thinking about was, it's all my fault. It's my fault because Albert's going to say to me, you gave some stranger access to our home. You know, this is all on you. And in my mind, I thought I could fix it. Like in my mind, I thought I could fix this. And I don't know why I thought that. That was horrible decision making problem. But it also was in a very emotional state that in normal situations, people can say all they want. I will call, I would do this, I would do this. But if you're not in a situation, everybody handles things differently.
Sure.
And I was making an irrational decision in a panic situation when I should have immediately, being an educator, being all these things, it should have been one of those things where it was immediate, know how to answer. And you might think, this girl's going to want to be a flight attendant. She's got to be able to think fast. It was not that easy in the moment because my mind was in so many directions that I could fix it. I literally thought I was going to fix it.
Sure.
And that was where it went from there. So I was going to tell Harley. I didn't tell Harley. I paced around the situation and was thinking, okay, if I don't have any kind of like information, like if I don't have a plan in my brain by a certain time, that's when I'm going to call authorities.
Okay.
And so that's how.
So you had like predetermined a time that you were going to call if you hadn't figured it out?
I didn't come up with a specific time, but in my brain I kept saying, okay, I got to act soon. But I knew that, you know, I'm like thinking by 6:30, like I need to make a good decision because what am I going to tell the girls? Because they're going to be like, you know, like where's Gannon? Da da da. Like because we were going to all go eat sushi, so that was where that time frame would have been like, what am I supposed to do? Go get in the car and be like, Gannon's not going with us. I couldn't keep going on and on with the irrational decision of not calling 911.
Okay.
And I had to stop the decision.
So what happened? So tell me what happened as it went on.
So I called 911.
Okay.
And they said, hey, sorry, you know, this is not an emergency. You have to call this other line.
Okay.
So I called the other line, and it was a 4-hour wait for them to get there.
Okay.
So 4 hours later, they came. I'm still in a panic set. I'm like, these people are, nothing I say is going to solve this situation. So I did say that Gannon was at this time. Again, I've admitted it's a very rational decision because it could have been more helpful to be honest and say, this is the description, here's who we're looking for, instead of like the situation being like, he was gone. And that was horrible. I should have done that because I panicked.
Okay.
I need to make a decision.
Okay.
You know, and so from then on, that's when you guys came. They came through, asked me questions. They searched the house, every room, flashlight, you know, whatever. They went outside in the garage. They searched my car, blah, 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 blah.
Okay. And was Harley there at this time?
When they did the searches? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it took like 4 hours. So it was like later in the night that this had happened.
Okay. So when you say they searched your car, which car did they search?
Like the car, my car, like the black car.
The black car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like, so there was a deputy, there was like 6 or 7. And then one of those deputies that responded to the scene, he came around with a flashlight and he like searched like everything up and down every room, would ask me questions like, would this wallet be here? Would this be here? You know, like, would this be here? Would this be here?
Sure, trying to figure out what's normal, what's not normal.
And I put everything back in order. Like, like I told you I moved the carpet, you know, I fixed the situation because I was being stupid. And I should have told them what had really happened.
Okay.
And so he went through everything. He went through the outside, he went through the car, he went through the trunk, he went through everything.
Like he actually got into the car?
He wanted my ID.
Okay.
And he asked me, he said, do you mind if I look around? He goes in the garage, He opened my car. In fact, he left my car to open because the next morning the back door was open.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he went in the car doors. I mean, I'm sure you guys have a record of who was in there. But he opened the car, opened up the trunk. He looked through the bags that were in the trunk. He looked through everything in the garage, the bags, whatever over here. Came back in. He did the same thing, and like in different parts.
So he's trying to be like really thorough.
Yeah, like trying to be really, really thorough. He was going through every part of the house.
Okay.
And he asked me, "Is anything missing?" And it was the truth. There was nothing missing because I did take the gun that he had. I did put the gun back.
Okay.
So
Okay. Okay. So, was there anything else that happened on Monday? Like, did you talk to Harley about it, or
about what I told you?
Mm-hmm.
No, I told them the first situation.
Like what you told our dispatch?
Right.
That and that was that Gannon went to go play at a friend's house.
Right.
And do you remember the friend's house name?
And I never gave anyone a name or anything at all.
Okay.
And also too, like, I didn't want to leave out any key points or whatever.
Sure.
I had my headphones on because when I was like upstairs when it all started, I had my headphones on, so my headphones were still on through the whole scene. So that's why if you ask me like did you hear any noises? Did you hear anyone leaving? Did you hear the alarm go back off? I had my headphones still on. They were still on my head.
When you came inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I had my headphones still on when I came inside the house. Like not coming in the house with them, but like in the house. When I went downstairs, I still had my headphones on.
Okay.
Yeah, like I did like this.
Okay, so help me understand.
Yeah.
So when you came into the house, you didn't have them on, but then you had them on when you went downstairs?
Yeah, because I came in doing like a normal, I would get ready to listen to music, I was going to work out.
Oh, okay.
So I like, you like move them back and forth.
What kind do you have?
Like I have Beats audio.
Like the ones that go over or like they come in?
Yeah, the ones that like,
okay.
Like they kind of like smash your head in or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I always have to.
Like,
yeah, I always have to,
on your head?
I always have to like move them, like back and forth and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what I was doing, like moving them when I was like, do I hear something? Because it's kind of like I heard something, but I wasn't sure that I heard something at all. And that's when I started when I'm upstairs.
Okay. And are they like noise canceling or anything like that, or ambient sound, or do they just do like regular music?
I mean, I think they would be noise canceling, right? Because that would be.
I don't know. I think you can get them either way.
That would be Beats. I'm not sure.
I think you can get them either way.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah, I don't know. We have two different pairs, and the one we have two different, and I know one of them is like the push, like push in kind or whatever, and the other one doesn't push in as much, and I have the ones that like. So
Okay.
that might.
Do you have two different pairs?
No, Albert. I'm saying like we have two.
As a family.
Yeah.
Okay. So which ones were you wearing?
Mine.
Okay. Which color are those?
I like they're like a gold or maybe like a matte gold or.
Okay. And what color are Albert's?
Black and red, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. We just want to make sure
Yeah.
that, like if we see them or whatever again, then we know which ones are yours,
Yeah,
which ones are his. So that it's like, if you said that that your head got hit and stuff like that, and we'll go back to that a little bit, but maybe if he like touched them or something like that, then we want to make sure that we get the right ones.
Right.
Okay. So was there anything else that happened Monday, like after the deputies left or anything like that?
No. So I went out to my car that morning because I knew that Albert was going to fly in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so normal, like routine, like I got up, whatever. I got in my car and I realized that the guy had left the back door open. And then so I was like, oh, my car might not crank. And I, drive out and I drive down the street because I was going to drive my car, blah, 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 to pick it up. And I decided to come back because it was too early. His flight wasn't coming in until 8:53.
Okay.
And I was going to honestly just drive. I had to think in my brain, I was like, this is the best thing. But I didn't. I just drove down the street, came back.
And that was in your black car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you ended up picking him up later?
Yeah.
And you took your black car to do that?
No. So, yes. So what happened is I took my black car, but I sent him a message earlier and I said, hey, is it okay if we get a rental car?
Okay.
And he said yes. I have a leased vehicle, so you can only put like 1,000 miles on it, and I'm like pretty anal about, like I don't want to go over and that type of thing.
Okay.
So his car is very expensive on gas, so I was gonna get I did get a little economy car, and I knew we'd be driving around everywhere. Everybody was like searching, and in my mind I was like freaking out because I'm going to be blamed because they don't want our codes and our home, and so I was like, I know we're gonna drive everywhere all day, so I was like, I'm gonna get a rental car.
Okay.
So I did, and so I got my rental car, and I left my black car at the airport.
You left it at the airport.
Right, because I had to have a way to, like, I didn't walk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Albert asked me where my car was at, and I told him it was at French. The reason I told him that is because Albert and I get in a lot of fusses about this whole working and changing career thing that you guys, I told you about in the beginning, and that was like a personal situation that I didn't want to fuss with him about, like the working and changing. You're going to give up your career for this, and this. So I just said he knew I had just worked at French, so he knew that. So I said it was at French. One of my friends brought me. That's what I told him.
Okay.
So that's why he thought it was at French, but it was my way of. So he thought that I wanted him. He knew I had to go get my stuff from French because I stopped working there. So, and that's kind of, I wanted it to go with the story because I wasn't ready yet to tell him I wasn't returning at all to education. It just wasn't.
Okay, so he doesn't know that yet.
Well, he knows that like I'm gonna be a flight attendant, and oh, never mind, I can't do it because I've been back and forth. You're gonna go from making I make like 60 grand to, I think they make like $18 to $20 an hour, but you can only do so many things like reserve shifts. You got my crash pads, so I'm back and forth on something I really want to do and the money. So I went back and forth with him on that, and that was just one of those things where I just wasn't prepared to be like, oh, you're gonna be a teacher again. Oh, you're gonna do this again. Oh, you're back at the school again. Blah blah blah.
Okay.
So you're back at subbing again. So
you drove to the airport in your black car. Okay. What time did you do that?
His flight landed at 8:50 something, so I got there in time to park my car, and then I walked up to the thing, and he was coming down the escalator, and then I go over to budget, and I get the rental car. He's sitting on the little corner over here waiting on his bags. And we walk out, we get the car.
Okay. And so where did you park your car at the airport? Do you remember?
In the short-term parking, maybe about like a middle.
Okay.
It's a long, like the short-term, I say. It goes from, you got the rental cars, the section here, section. So it went to like the farther section, and maybe like over here.
Okay. Okay. And then, so you're in your black car this morning.
Right.
Okay.
Because I had to turn the rental car back in.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you picked your car up this morning?
No. So I took the rental car back last night because I didn't know what time situation, he's upset with me for not telling you guys first, so that, it could have been a quicker search or whatever the case may be. So I didn't know, like, I thought we were going to have to stay, like in a hotel or something. So I parked my car. My Harley picked me up because I was going to get a room at the hotel.
Okay.
And so I thought you guys knew that because it was sheriff's there this morning. So.
Well, people are working different pieces,
Yeah.
and so I just want to make sure that while we're talking that I have all of the information, right? So if I ask you something that you feel like has already been covered before, I'm not trying to be a brat or anything like that.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we have everything. We're all on the same page with everything. Okay. So you drove the rental car back last night, early this morning.
No, it was last night. It wasn't that late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then Harley picked you up, and you left your car at the airport still?
No. Okay, so I drove my car. I drove the rental car back. Got in my car.
Okay.
Left.
Okay.
Okay, so I didn't have anywhere to go because they're fussing at me, and people are not, everything's going on in the searches and things like that. So I just, basically, I didn't really have anywhere to go, and some of my stuff was at home, so I didn't have a car to get gas. I didn't have anything like that. So I was basically like just, like going somewhere parking, like trying to stay warm because it got a little bit cold or whatever.
Sure.
So finally, I was gave in and was like, Albert, look, and he was like, I need you to tell me the truth. And that's when I started messaging her that, hey, Wood, I'm gonna come home and I'm sorry. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's all my fault because I should have let everyone know that I gave someone the code and I tried to replace the card. So at that point, I leave my car at the hotel, which was near Harley's work.
Okay.
And Albert was like, "You guys coming?" And I said, "Yes." We're on our way. I leave my car at the hotel the entire night and leaving Harley's car. We stay at home tonight, last night, and then I come back with Harley when she came to work this morning, and I walk over to the hotel.
Okay. So had you gone and gotten a hotel room and then changed your mind and decided
No,
to stay home?
no,
or parked your car?
No, I parked my car because I was going to get a hotel. And
Okay.
my thought process was if we got in Harley's car and went home, and I didn't want people like his ex-wife is there, you know, I didn't want people like, no, the domestic type situations like going on, you know,
Okay.
just me, myself against, you know, like her family and that type of thing. So my plan was we'll just come back here and stay at the hotel if we have to.
Sure.
So that was the whole point of me leaving my car there.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember which hotel it was?
Yes, it's the IHG, the Holiday Inn that was right there.
Holiday Inn?
Yeah, and again, that's where the police were at all morning, where my car was at.
We were?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it could have been something separate, but I just assumed because when I got in my car to pick it up, I'm just like, hey,
work
at the one at Center Point.
Center Point? So over by like the movie theater and stuff like that? Okay. And it was sheriff cars or CSPD cars?
El Paso, whatever, white and maybe green, maybe white and something.
Okay.
I just assumed they were there because you guys think my car was there, but I parked it there because we first of all only drove one car in case it came back. You know, to stay at the hotel. So
okay.
But yeah, it was parked there.
Okay.
And then I picked it back up this morning. So.
Picked it back up this morning?
Yeah.
And then you came here, or did you go anywhere first?
No, I was just driving around because I was on the phone trying to figure out situations for, like, my mom was getting, like I told you, was getting all those messages. So I wanted to, like, talk to them because they were freaking out and I hadn't been able to talk to them in the last 24 hours. So at that point, my mom was like really worried that I hadn't told her why are these people, you know, sending her death threats, you know. And so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, you know, anything people say, you know, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer.
You know, in her death threat, you know, and so at that point in time, I had to make that decision to focus on making sure my mom knew, like, hey, listen, don't respond to, you know, anything people say, you know, and that type of thing.
So I just have one question. I know, like, and it was probably really frustrating. I know your husband was upset and stuff like that too. Like we took a long time to get out there for, I guess we were under the impression that it was a runaway or whatever.
Right.
So it took longer to get out there to you guys. But in the meantime, like when we did get out there was like all these people out in the neighborhood and like stuff going on in Facebook and stuff like that. How did that happen? Like,
Albert had someone else start talking on Facebook.
Okay.
One of the kids' mom.
Okay.
So she like initiated something on Facebook, and then of course all the people comment on it.
Okay.
Because the community page is a quite active page for.
Okay. I didn't know if like you had posted something or if Albert.
Not originally. He had the little Cambria.
Okay.
To post an original post initially, and then.
Okay. Is that like a friend of your guys's or?
That's one of the kids, Braden's mom.
Okay. 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 All right. So I want to go back a little bit.
Okay.
Just to kind
I think
of.
I could like use the restroom really fast.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
I didn't get to eat all this. But I have to like be like. Is it?
No, we're coming back. We're
Okay.
coming
I was
back
gonna say,
in.
was it like a long-term process or something like that?
No, you can just leave everything wherever it is, and we don't have to like clean up anything or anything like that. And I'll just show you where the restroom is. Do you want to leave that here or move what? Your hot pocket. Oh, you don't want to take it to the bathroom, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Put my poster on it.
Forward. Stretch break.
Yeah, no, that's a good stretch break. Take a seventh inning stretch break here.
Got the horn section over here, Jay.
You have the horn section everywhere. We good to go?
We are.
Okay.
There you go, thank you. Anything else? Do you need another comb? Okay, thank you. Water or anything? Okay. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, yeah. I know. I can't go to lose his job. If he loses his job, I don't know. I don't like it wouldn't work out that well. Yeah. I know. I'm not gonna do that because Albert will lose his job. Okay. All right, let me do. Sorry, I didn't know you were on the phone. It's okay. Sorry, you know, a little caffeine. Oh. Okay. So I just want to back up with you. We kind of have like a good overview of everything, but so we can start really narrowing down to try and find Gannon and everything else like that. I just want to try and get some more specific stuff on everything. Yeah. So I just write some stuff down. Okay. So, um, so going back to the, just a little bit to the fire part, you said that Gannon had some stuff on his arms. What part of his arms was that?
Like, I don't remember, like the inner area,
You just point to like wherever.
like in this, like in the inner area like this.
Okay, so like right here?
Yeah, but like the burns were like not like you're thinking like round burns. It was more of like not like burns that are like this. Right here. It was more of not necessarily burns, but like a little bit of like skin, like it was like skin peeling, like in
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that was like on his left arm, his right arm?
It was on both arms because remember when I came in, I took the covers and like basically like got on top of both of like on him and the fire. Not like him pushing him on the fire, but like you know, like I was just trying to get the fire out.
Okay.
And he was like hanging off the side of off the side of the sofa.
And he was still asleep?
No, he was like saying my name. Like he was alert, like what's going on because he had just like woken up.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was not having a full conversation with me, but as in just like calling my name, and he's like, I'm so sorry. He kept saying he's sorry. He didn't mean to do it. Daddy's been got me for a year. So it was him thinking, oh my gosh, shoot. Like kind of like waking up being like, oh shit, I just made a mistake. Like we would say in the mind of a kid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Okay. So the next day you go to, like, you're trying to figure out how to get this carpet fixed. And you said that you had already, you cut the carpet?
I cut the carpet.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you use to cut the carpet?
I had Albert has like these tools that are like wood working tools, like chisels and I don't know the specific name of the ones, but they're like a little saw things. And I just like took the carpet and did like this.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I didn't necessarily saw it, but I just kind of was like, they're very sharp tools. He has a lot of woodworking tools and stuff in the garage. So I just took one of those things, got like a handle and.
What color? You know, like he is.
Because I tried with a box cutter, but I couldn't, like it wasn't like deep enough to like really pull whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I tried a couple times with a box cutter until it kind of like started the process, but then I had to get like a stronger object or whatever.
Okay.
To do it.
Okay, sure. So you cut the carpet, and then you guys are gonna go try to figure out how to like get this fixed or whatever else. So you said that you went over to like where some new construction is. Do you remember? Can you tell me more about that?
I'm not familiar with the area. I mean, I could if you want me to drive you there, and like or whatever. I don't know. Like they give you street names if that's what you're asking.
Sure, that's fine. But can you just describe it for me a little bit better?
Okay, so like the school, there's the school in the back, and so there's a bunch of new builds.
Okay.
That are in the area right near the school.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, like, when you went to the new builds and stuff like that, was it, like, the first house in or, like, 12 houses in? Or
yeah,
how far in did you have to go?
There was a couple. I'd rather just go show you because you're going to quote me on me telling you an estimate of the number, and I don't think that's fair to me. So I can give you an accurate description of which house it was.
Okay. Well, for now, let's go with what you kind of remember. Like, do you remember, did you have to drive far in there or just a short distance?
I don't know what you mean by like far in there.
Like into where the new builds are.
So they're all like, you just go around. It's like in loops.
Okay.
So I don't know what you're asking.
Okay.
So far.
Sure.
I mean, I could show you. I just don't know your terms of distance that you're asking me. Like.
Okay. Well, I guess like, so you're saying that they're like in a loop or whatever?
No, the whole area is in like there's loops, there's streets, there's like different sections of the new build.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's like I can show you because you're gonna quote me on me giving you hand motion and things like that, and that's not fair to me being on a conversation. That's just not fair. And I'm sure if I had a attorney here, he would say we're gonna go show instead of just giving you something that would be an estimate.
So you went to the new build, and you found this guy and asked him about.
Yeah, his name was Eduardo.
Eduardo?
He said, or Eduardo, I don't know how to say the Spanish names right, but Eduardo,
Okay.
something like maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I heard Eduardo.
With like a G?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it might be a J if it's the Spanish. I'm not sure how they do it, but I'm not Spanish, but Eduardo.
Okay. Yeah. So he said he told you that was his name?
Yeah, he said Eduardo.
Okay.
Yeah. And so maybe about like 5'8", really skinny. He had on a tool belt. Had on like a sweater vest, like a cold weather vest. I think it was red. I don't really remember exactly, but he did have blue jeans on, and he had on the combat boots or whatever. I'm assuming in my mind that this was just this was somebody who was he looked like he was like a legit worker. There was people, like on the houses. There was people working in different areas, so I didn't think it was that he was a legit, not necessarily a contractor, but someone that was going to be able to.
Someone knowledgeable to be able to.
Yeah. Right. And I didn't explain to him what had happened. Like, I didn't say, okay, this happened. I said, we need a piece of carpet. You have the carpet for this model of home.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said yes. And I was like, do you have the carpet? And I gave him like a hand reference of like the size that I would need. And he said, yes, we have a roll for that. They have I don't know if he said they had all of them have the same, and those model homes or the same color. He was saying something along, I don't really know the definition of that, but some certain homes have the same exact thing and everything.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, might have the same floor in one, the same, because a lot of the homes are the same every 5 houses or whatever.
Right. Like they have like 3 or 4 houses that they build over and over and over again.
Right.
Okay. And they put the same finishings in them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That was my assumption that I had taken from that.
Okay. Right. And so he said that they had it, and then what happened next as far as like him having it?
So
do you need to get that?
No. It was I just always check to make sure it's not my daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have to worry, Mom. So he said he was going to bring the carpet and fix it, and I gave him the code to get into the garage.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you thought maybe you would find somebody that would want to do like a side job or whatever else. Like, how much did he say he was going to charge you for doing this and for the carpet and stuff like that?
Right. So we never had made that that conversation. I just said, hey, and I'll give you a small donation. So what I did was I said, okay, I think my ex-husband, Harley's dad, he used to work in sheetrock and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So in my mind, I'm thinking, little jobs like this, back home would have been like $10 an hour. Here, it's probably a little more, like $15, $20 an hour, whatever. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. You didn't ask me earlier about this part, so sorry if we left that out. And I said, I'll give you a small donation. And then in my mind, a donation was going to be $50. So that's exactly, I had cash. And that's exactly what I had was the $50 on the counter. And I explained that to him, that it would be on the counter. Thank you for, doing it. Make sure the garage is closed. And like I said, you didn't ask me all that, but I did go through a conversation. I just didn't be like, hey, bring the carpet. Here's the
Sure, and that's why
I don't want you to think that, because that is not what happened. I went through the process of make sure you close the garage back. We have a security system. I told him we had cameras. I talked it up through the conversation. Okay. To let him know that this is the steps and the processes and stuff like that were followed.
Okay. So let's talk about that conversation a little bit, just because we didn't, and that's why we should go back and get more information and everything else like that. So he says he has the carpet, and then did you ask him okay, can I just have the carpet, or did you ask him can you fix it for me, or did he volunteer to fix it for you?
What do you mean just have it?
Did you ask him if he would just give you the carpet, or
I was going to be like a package deal, I was assuming. But it's just I wasn't asking for the carpet for the size room. I gave him the the size. So in my mind is he's bringing a scrap like rolls or scraps or whatever. That's already some extra from the job.
Okay. So you didn't ask him to just bring you carpet so you could fix it. You asked him to come and fix it for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I had in my mind to fix it. But then I was you have to measure, and then because I changed tools, one side was going to be this length, so if you cut it different on that side, and it just was a little out of my, that thought process so that I could.
Okay, yeah. Have you, like, if you've never done carpet before, I would imagine that, like, trying to patch something would be kind of hard,
Right.
especially if you had to
Mhm.
use different stuff to cut it. Okay. Okay. So he agrees to
Yes.
come to your house to fix it. So you give him the address.
Yes. I went through the whole spiel of here's where it's at, like here's money, how much, we do back home. I mean, it was probably like a, good 2-3 minute conversation
Okay.
of the specifics that needed to be done. And
Okay.
I did that out of panic because I needed to get it fixed. I didn't want to put it on Craigslist because people say call me or this and they upcharge and, oh, we need to replace the whole section and things like that.
And did he tell you, like, what he would charge you, or did you just say, this is how much I'm willing to pay?
No, I just immediately said that I was going to give a donation, like in the terms of, I didn't really have a lot to give you, but can you like hook me up? But I kind of was like, can you like hook me up like that? Being more of like a, please do this for me, I really need it type. I don't have a lot of money.
Like a favor?
Yeah, I mean, because if he's on the job working and he makes so much an hour and can make an extra $50 that day, that was 150 might turn into 200.
Gotcha.
So in my mind of thinking of doing that was back to the times that Holly's dad would do the same thing. He would be like, don't go pay a subcontractor. Just go get someone who wants to work after hours, or whatever. And so that was my thought process. That'd be cheaper, faster. Someone will come do it right away, and then we're done with the situation.
Okay. So, what did you tell him as far as like how to get into the house and stuff like that?
What do you mean how to get? I just gave him the garage code.
Okay.
And I explained where the carpet needed to be replaced. So, I mean,
okay.
There's no like when you enter the home, there's no like specifics. You just upstairs, downstairs. That's it.
Okay. So you told him it was downstairs and kind of the area that it was in, or
you walk downstairs, you would have saw it.
Okay.
Like it wouldn't have been like you needed to go search for it. I mean, that's common sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I'm not saying you common sense. I'm saying to the person that's common sense, like, oh, that's carpet, Because see, I had took the rug right here when I showed the police when they came. I had took the rug and put like a piece of carpet that was on it. But the problem with the piece of carpet that was on it was that was a piece of carpet that was from the outside.
Oh, okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? So we walk on it. And,
it was like an extra piece.
Right. And I mean, sure, they could have, used the same carpet, but I needed a carpet to fit a specific size. So if someone had extra carpet, then why not go ahead and fix the whole thing,
Sure.
And we could have a little extra roll for hopefully if there's ever any emergencies or anything like that.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
Because I thought that there would have been some somewhere. Like
in your house?
Right.
Okay.
Because, like sometimes, I knew like when we had our home, we sold it, we left our square, what are they called? The hardwood floors. And we left like maybe like 10 little sheets and things like that. So like I thought, but in my mind, like, okay, no, I'm just going to go. I hadn't seen anything, so I had to, go find it. Yeah.
Okay.
And you act so much differently when you're trying to be impulsive and hurry up and get it done, quick decision. When I probably could have just been like, hey, let's look at something that we have maybe in the back corner. We could have cut a piece out or something like that. But I didn't want to go mess up another lady's house.
An old lady's house?
Another lady's house. Well, it's her house. Like the renter, like the owner. We rent from them.
Okay, so you rent. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I thought you guys owned.
No.
My bad. Okay. So, so you left, so you went there. You said that he was about 5'8".
Yeah.
Okay. What color hair did he have?
I say 5. My husband's 6, but just a little bit shorter, skinny, dark hair like mine. You might think I'm Hispanic, so like I'm really brown in the summer, but
he wasn't here too. You're Hispanic.
I know, but people always think that. So skin complexion was a lot darker than mine.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you want me to give you like a skin complexion thing, but I would say like middle to tannish color.
And was his hair, like, did it have texture to it? Was it straight? Was it curly?
Well, he had a thing on his head, so it was like a little, I don't know, like a hat piece or something. And it was just, I can't tell you like a hairstyle because he had like a little brown like strap thing around it, but it was just like almost like jet black hair.
Okay.
but it wasn't like long.
Okay. And then, what was his face shape like?
Maybe like a little chubbier than mine,
Okay.
like more rounded.
Was there anything about his face that like stands out that would help us be able to find him? Like that would we be able to be like, that's the guy right there? Like, did he have?
Well, I was noticing there was like
or-
some bad saying, but like maybe like a little bit of is it craters or like the little holes. I don't say holes. No, like you know how you can see some people and it's got like a little like holy like skin from the acne.
like acne?
Yeah, like stars.
Yeah, that's really good stuff.
Yeah,
Don't
so,
put that out, tell us.
like acne, like scars were kind of like present just a little bit there.
Okay.
And not bad though, not like, you know, super bad, but it could have been like even more like wrinkles or like whatever. But it's just a little section of like right here, but you can tell it was just like from like age or whatever.
Okay.
Or maybe even from dryness. I don't know. I wasn't giving him a skin consultation, but I do remember there was like little spots here.
Okay. Did he have any facial hair?
Yes. He had a mustache that went right here, like around in this area, and that was completely it.
Okay.
It went like this here. Like the...
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to give you this because I don't know how to say the wording.
Okay, just the mustache.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said his hair was like jet black. Do you remember like could you tell approximately how long it was?
Or his hair?
Like, was it long, short?
Yeah, I just told you that. I just said it wasn't long. It was the belt like barely fit around it and like flat, like, you know, like little flat pieces here.
Mm-hmm.
So, not bald, but not long. Nothing was hanging on the shoulders or anything like that.
But it wasn't like a military cut or anything like that.
Yeah, no, not a military cut or anything at all.
Okay. So kind of like medium length.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then how old do you think he was?
I would say easily late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
But and based upon me thinking that too about the facial structure, you know how you can look at some people's skin and the lacticity or whatever it is different. So like those little, you could tell that had been there for a while.
Okay.
Almost like it was like I don't know if that's sunburn, but almost like you could just tell something had been. That's a very unique feature I just wanted you to have because that wasn't something that, you know, like, hey, did the person have lipstick? This was, you know, on their face that would be permanent.
Sure. Do you remember seeing any tattoos or any other like
No,
large
I didn't remember seeing. I just remember the vest. I didn't see any tattoos. He had a shirt under the vest. I don't know, shirt or jacket.
Okay.
I mean, like I say under the vest, but like you know how you have the vest over and people wear the shirt. Yeah, that's like a Colorado thing, but kind of.
What color was the jacket? Do you remember? Or
I just remember the red part because remember I told you earlier I was like I think it's red, but I was talking about the top layer.
Yep.
Yeah.
That the vest was red.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't know if you remembered what color the shirt was that was underneath.
No, I
or if
don't.
you- Okay.
I don't.
And then you said he had boots on.
Yeah, he had on like the Rocky boots or like the construction boots that.
Okay.
Like,
Do you remember what color they were?
yeah, they were that light tank or like a sand.
Okay.
And he had, remember I told you he had the belt thing. I don't know, everybody had the belt, but I just,
You said it was a tool belt?
yeah, it was like a strap thing that had his pocket. A hang.
Okay.
And remember I told you that at the scene. I don't remember like a specific color. It was just, oh yeah, you know, you see somebody, you're like, oh, person in a black shirt, person, whatever. I didn't.
Okay.
And I do, but the face did stick out, and I wish I was good at drawing because I'd want you to notice that or whatever. And it was like more rounded, kind of like craters type thing.
Sure. And then, and you went through the fact that, so you guys left there and you went to Petco?
Well, we already talked about, I don't know if I got gas beforehand or not, but I told you guys I would be more than willing to give you the information from an exact travel for the route, but we immediately left the Worsted Ranch area of Delta Trial.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you had said you were going to leave him the cash on the bar. Did you go back and put that there, or were you going to had you left that there whenever you left?
No, so we have, I always have like everything that was in the with all the notes and everything like that that was in the drawer that sits on this side of the kitchen or whatever.
Okay.
I had cash put in there because I had gotten, I was playing the lottery. So I had got cash back from the lottery and I had already laid it out on the counter. My mindset was the reason I already laid it on the counter was not because I had it predetermined I was going to leave it out for a specific person. I already had it laid out on the counter because I was going to give that money to Harley until because Harley has been paying on the dog because Chance, we financed him.
Okay.
I say finance him, but she's paying him back or whatever. And we always give her a portion of Chance and a portion of her car payment. So I was going to give that back to her anyway.
Okay.
And so in that moment, I don't even remember when I came in that I checked to see that there, that the whole, I left her $100, but
Okay.
I didn't check in the moment if that $100, so when I walked in, I didn't say, hey, there was only 20 there. And my mind wasn't thinking about, like it was gone. So I thought, okay. But in my conversation with him, here's how much you want to do, donation, blah, blah, blah. So when I come in, I didn't think to go look to see if he left the remainder of the $100. Like that just wasn't in my mindset because
it was already there on the counter whenever you had left.
Right. And that was just because when Holly got in, I was going to tell her that was usually like I Zilly her money or, like whatever we pay.
You what?
Zilly.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah. Everyone else does Zilly. Like, so it's kind of like Apple Pay or whatever.
Okay.
But they usually like I Zilly her money or things like that. But I realized this. I haven't had my USAA credit card in such a while, so I didn't have a way to go get it or whatever. So I had lottery ticket money.
Okay.
So I was like, I would use the lottery ticket money that I'd been stashing to go buy new lottery tickets.
Okay. And do you remember, was that like when you put it out there, was it like 20s?
Yeah, so it's always tens, and the reason it's always tens is because I tell myself I'm not playing anything like above the 10 amount.
Okay.
And I go to the Safeway all the time and put it in that machine.
Okay.
If you put more than $10 in that machine, they're going to keep it. And you have to.
Oh, okay.
You have to ask, like, I put a 20 in there. You got to spend 20 in lottery tickets.
Okay. So you had $10 or $100 and $10 bills on the counter when you left.
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't worried. You didn't have to go back to like put that back out for him before you went out.
Yeah, no, and I didn't intentionally like leave it and say, whatever. In my mind when I left, because I didn't know like, hey, what time. I didn't have a specific time. I knew I needed to be back before Lena, but usually Holly gets off at 3:15. So I was assuming she might meet me back home.
Okay.
But she works. Remember I told you like they were having people having to take shifts and all that. So she ended up working till later in the day.
Sure. Okay. All right. So, and then you come home. Let's talk about what happens when you come home. Okay. And I know that that it can be difficult to talk about.
And I didn't want to talk about that part without. I'm one of those people that tries to like not think that mental health is always an issue or like things like that. And in my mind, I was afraid of the whole like, oh, it's causes mental health problems, like that type of thing. So
sure,
talking about it, I'm trying to like. I think if I'm like emotions, I'm trying to be the blocker to think that I'm not going to let that be a stigma that I'm going to have mental health problems because of this. So that's
no, and what I was going to say is because, I've been a special victims unit detective, and so I've had to investigate different types of assaults and sex assaults and stuff like that with adults and children. Mm-hmm. And so I just kind of want to let you know, and this is, I would let anybody that I was going to have this conversation know that that's what I've experienced with, and that it can be a hard thing to talk about, and that I understand that. And that it can be kind of a sensitive subject, and like people don't always want to say specifics, but for us, like, to be able to document everything and to be able to really pursue it, we have to get into the specifics. And I just want to apologize up front for that because I know it can be uncomfortable. Does that make sense? Are you okay? Do I have to talk about that? I don't want to like I said, like I don't want to be dreaming so anymore. I'm sorry, you don't want what? Like dreaming. I don't want to dream anymore. Maybe I keep saying it. Like in my mind I keep saying it. And I'm trying to block it and I'm fighting a battle blocking out exactly everything, you know. Sure. Well, so if you would just ask, like I can say yes or no. Or I just don't want to be like really specific in terms of, are you talking about like, you're going to ask me questions about like, so what I'd like you to do is start by telling me what you remember hearing whenever you came in that day. And then, and as you walk me through it, I'll have to ask you some questions, okay? Yeah. Okay. So you, and correct me if I get anything wrong, okay? You had said earlier that whenever you came in, that you thought maybe that Gannon had come into the house first. I'm almost positive he went into the house first because I had to get the bags that we had purchased. Okay. Like the Petco bag. Sure, sure. And you guys came in through the garage, correct? I want to say the garage. I'm like 80% that it was the garage because we parked on the front without the shop. Okay. Okay. So you come in through the garage. Gannon has already come inside. What's the first thing you remember seeing whenever you come inside? I usually always go in to think about, you know, hey, I need to let the dogs out. Hey, I need to do this. You know, like that is my mentality, is to go in to do that. And the alarm could tell if no, it won't, because I had put those things on there. See, that's where the hard part is, because I can't give you the exact time, because yeah, but it might. And some of the sensors, remember I told you I had the things going on and we had put the little towel things on them or whatever. Some of the sensors were picking up, but some of them weren't. So I can't give you the like exact count. If I went in, I could tell you if I went in and went upstairs or went downstairs first by the motion. But the motion was all off because I had put towels. Right, right. You hadn't pulled those down from the night before yet. Yeah, like in my mind that was not like. Some of them, like the one in the corner, like hangs off the side, so it might have picked it up or it might have not. So if it wasn't for that, I could tell you by that, did I go straight in and go straight to the basement? Because it would say like, well, so there's most activity. I want to, so with this kind of conversation, it's really all about what you remember and what your perspective is. Okay. So I remember it was just basically being, you know, like normal because I'm excited. We got, you know, new clothes for the pets, and we're coming in the door, yada, yada, yada. Okay. The day's halfway through. I knew I had specific responsibilities to continue out through the rest of the night. My brain hadn't said, hey, you need to go check or anything with the money yet, because I just wasn't on that, you know, that direction yet. Sure. I was on the direction I wanted to work out, I wanted to listen to my music, I wanted to, you know, like relax. That was my mindset. So it wasn't to be like, okay, this here, this here, this here. That type of thing. Sure. It should have been, because I gave someone the code to get into our house. But in my experience in Lorton Ranch, it's been that, you know, most everyone has people, they give people their codes and let them come in and fix things. And, you know, like you can do the Amazon packages and have them delivered inside the door. So I wasn't thinking, you know, like I need to run in and check, make sure it's okay. If I felt that I was doing a harmful situation, that would have been my first off, I wouldn't have done it, but second off, I would have went in immediately and been like, did he fix what he's supposed to do? Did he think something from the home? That would have been my initial thing. So it was a normal, I want to listen to music, I want to work out. I don't know, I might have got some drink. I don't, up and down dogs, that type of thing. That would have been my, you know, mentality. But what I didn't hear anything until I had my headphones on, and I thought, like, it's one of those things where you thought you heard something, because, like, the downstairs, if anybody makes any kind of noise, like a boing, it's like it echoes really loud. Oh, really? Like it has like a louder echo through the vent. Okay. So even sometimes, whether you're asking about noise counseling or not, even like having things on or not, sometimes it's just the way that, you know, they're sitting on there, you hear something, you know, and that was like, you know, almost like an echo noise. Okay. And that was, and below my room would be that storage room. Okay. So you were in your room when you heard that? So when I heard that, I don't remember if I was I know I had the headphones on. Okay. I don't remember if I was in the room or walking back and forth.
because I had a big speaker box over here, and then either I play the big speaker or play the headphones or however on the big speaker back and forth. So I don't know if I was like here, there. Again, I wish I could give you the motion thing because that would give you a better time, like at 254 to whatever, 255 here, like that. But when I heard it, that's when I was just kind of like, oh, did I hear something? Remember, I even told you earlier, I had a couple of times before even thought that would be of a concern.
So when you thought you heard something, what happened there?
So I don't remember if it was one or two times or whatever that I kind of was like doing this here and like back and forth. And that's when I told you that I, started to walk down the stairs. And I told you that Gannon was on to the right of the area.
Okay.
Like when you walk down the stairs, he was on the right of the area.
Okay.
And the guy was over here.
Okay. And was the guy just out or?
No, the noise was probably because of like moving around, I guess, or whatever. And the door was like almost not necessarily like a semi-crack, but well, maybe a little semi-crack. I don't know if he was looking out, like peeking out or anything like that. And so I noticed that someone was right there. And that's when immediately it was just, there was no, it wasn't like, hey, how are you? It was, if someone's in your home, they're not there to, when they're not supposed to be doing whatever, they're not there to like talk to you. It was immediate from then on. That it went to that. Gannon came in.
Okay.
Tried to get on.
So let's slow all that part down. Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you go downstairs. You notice somebody's there. What's the next thing that happened?
So I noticed that he was there, and he had. I told you when I went in my room earlier. One of the things that I remember triggered, not that it triggered, but I thought was odd. But I had my shades, and I remember I told you my doors were open to the cabinet in the room.
Okay.
So I noticed that they were open. So that kind of, my mind was like, did I leave that open? But that also set off the fact of when your brain runs rapidly and you're looking, you're like, gosh, that's why that door was open.
Okay.
That
so like you put it together.
Right. I put it together very, very quickly. And so that part ran back in my mind. And so immediately when he saw that, he saw me, I don't know if the intentions was to come in that soon. I don't know the intention if it was to do anything, because I don't think the intentions was going to be like take anything from us, because it was he already had on gloves. He already had obtained a gun from our home, like had already done those things, and immediately it was in attack mode for me.
Okay.
And from there, and I didn't mention to you, I did go in the cabinet because I take a lorazepam for anxiety, and I was like already super anxiety from like having all this, like going on and stuff with the like fire and stuff like that. So I took 2 lorazepams. So I did go in and take two lorazepams and blah, blah, yada, yada.
And that was in the cabinet, the lorazepam, or was that somewhere else?
Like in the kitchen?
No, you said that you went in. Where was?
I'm sorry. Like in the kitchen, we have a kitchen cabinet. I should say that to you.
Okay.
The cabinet that I'm talking about, that the doors are, is a bedroom cabinet. I say cabinet. It's like a armoire, like a smaller one, has doors that open.
Okay.
I should specify cabinet, thing or something.
Right.
The bedroom one, the kitchen one would be where the
medication.
Right. So I did take. That's why I said I think I might have got some drink or something, but I did take 2 lorazepams.
Okay.
So that I did do that, and then I did come down with it.
Okay. So just so we're clear, the kitchen cabinet was where your medication was. Describe for me the armoire in the bedroom where the shades and your gun was.
So you want to know like what's in it, or like what?
What does it look like? What color is it?
Sorry, so it's silver, like a chromish color with like glass.
Okay.
And it does have handles, like a little knob that you can pull on or what, like pull open. And then of course they have like, I keep my important documents in there, like a passport. Or
does it have drawers or anything?
No drawers.
Okay.
It has the insert,
like shelf.
Yeah, the shelf.
Okay, perfect. And where does that fit in your bedroom?
If you walk in the room, like say I'm like opening the door, walking in the room, it's exactly right here.
Okay. And does it sit on something, or does it have its own feet?
Like it's on feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're talking.
Yeah, it has its own feet.
Okay.
Yeah, and like if I had to do like I don't know what samples or whatever, I just wanted to tell you about the medicine because I didn't want you to be like, oh. But I mean, it's prescribed to me anyway. So.
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Yeah, and I had already taken one that morning too. So I was just, I only have taken a panic attack, but I just had taken a lot. I don't say a lot of it. It's not that, but I'd taken. Yeah, I don't take any at all unless I'm having a panic attack. And I had.
So it was a little bit more than usual.
Right. Just because it was just, like.
Okay.
The whole anxiety of it.
So you go downstairs and you see him, and you said that he had already found a gun.
He had already been in the home, like in our home, like moving, like I say moving, like doing something, because you wouldn't have just walked in and known, hey, there's something here. You would have had to go in, and most people would probably look through drawers and things like that. I don't know. I'm not making that assumption. That's what it is. I'm just saying he had already obtained one. So I'm kind of like, I can't speak for what, like what went on or anything. Okay.
What, can you describe the gun for me?
So it was our black gun.
Black gun.
I don't know what make and like what the brand was or whatever.
Okay. Was it? Do you know whether it was like a revolver or like a
no automatic? Automatic.
Automatic.
Yeah, like you just pull the trigger.
Okay. And is that like and do you know the caliber maybe?
I think the 380 maybe
380
or 9, one of those.
Okay. So you said it was your black gun. Okay. How many guns do you guys have?
4.
4. Okay. What kind are they?
I don't know the big one that Albert has. It's kind of like an AR or something.
Okay.
And then there's the shotgun. And so 2, I think they're both 2 380.
380?
Yeah, like I think I think it's like a 380. Like they're both 380s.
Okay. And are they both black or like sometimes they have like the colorful one?
Yeah, mine's like a teal color.
Okay. So you have a black one and a teal one?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I just wanted to cover that really quick. Okay. So you go downstairs. You've already obtained a gun. You think it's your black gun.
Right. No, I don't think. I saw the color black.
Okay.
So I was assuming where I told you that my mind went through that was like
that it was
our black gun.
Right.
Now, at that time, I wasn't 100% if it was or not because there's plenty of black guns.
Sure. So tell me what happens next.
So do you want me to go through the whole like assault again?
Well, we need to know like more specifics about it. So you said you saw him and that he had the gun and then he attacked you. How did he attack you?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a recess until 3:15. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of the case. With that, if we can have everyone back in the jury room at 3:15, we'll be able to rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the court hearing.
Looks like that's about right.
No, because I know there's another video I don't think it'll probably be mid-morning Friday before they get to me. So
Not sure we're going to finish this one today.
Yeah, we may not. There will be some empty time, I think, in the room that we'll just push through. But when I mean empty, nobody's in the room.
Great.
Yeah.
But But it's not gonna be like 30 minutes, right?
I can't remember. Honestly, there's a chunk though.
Okay, well, we'll just, if we get it finished today, great. If we don't, we'll finish it up on Friday. And my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here.
Okay.
You don't have to clean off tables, you don't have to do anything.
Good. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you, Court will be in recess then.
All right. Sorry, I was taking care of something with the dogs and I didn't realize that they went on break at that probably right at the time that I stepped away real quick to take care of something with the dogs. But these stories are just crazy, aren't they? What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the interview tonight. We'll pick up where we left off. And I'll go through it like we were going through before because it's just ridiculous. She's lying so much. And was like in timing. This is supposed to be, Christine, this interview is supposed to be the one that took place on the day before they took Harley's car. This happened, remember when Harley was going from Massage Envy with her friend Janine, and they had to pick the mother up at the hospital? This is that day. So this was the 30th. Let me see. I believe it was the 30th. Let's see. Because the interview she did with that reporter was the 31st. Let's see. Yeah, I believe this was the 30th. Hold on, let me check something. I have the timelines. I believe it was the 30th. I'm getting my dates all crazy now. My mind is not what it used to be. Okay, I'll tell you right now. Hang on. All right, 1 second. Let me see. So, January 30th. Or is it the 29th? Yeah, okay, it's the 29th. Yep, the 29th. And the 30th is when they seize Harley's car. 29th is when she goes for the interview. So 2 days after Gannon's missing, and she's having that much trouble recollecting everything. And the 30th is when they seize Harley's car. Okay, good. There we go. I am, oh gosh, I have to make a quick phone call. Oh no. Shoot. I am so behind the 8 ball. Oh no. Oh no. I missed a really important meeting I was supposed to have. What is wrong with me? Oh, great. Oh, that's good. All right. Let me see if I can. I'm telling you, today just wasn't my day. Not at all. Not by any means of the imagination. I had a meeting with YouTube today on a project, and I totally spaced out. It was 2 hours ago. Yep. Didn't even get to check. Yep. Oh, yeah. Shoot. Dang. Oh well. Really stupid. Just losing my mind. Okay, well. Yeah, I'm trying, I'm trying. I'm just completely overwhelmed. I have so much stuff. Can I check Slack? Yeah, hang on.
Present courtroom. We ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring it in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the video interview of the defendant. That's where we will resume. Prosecution.
I know you said you worked with like victims and stuff before.
Mhm.
But hard to tell someone about people like touching you.
Sure, I get that.
And I just need to like not relive that right now. Can I get a little bit?
Like, you want to take a break, or
I just, you're wanting me to give you like play by play basically of an assault is very hard for you to ask me to do.
okay?
That's not like me explaining how to play a game. That's very difficult to explain what you remember.
Well, and we can take it slowly, and you can tell me what you remember, what happened, and stuff like that. You know, I want to make sure that you're okay, and I want to try and find Gannon, right?
Right.
Okay, so the more details that I have, the better it is that I'm going to be able to try and help you and to try and help Gannon. Okay.
Well, me telling you about an assault on me is not going to get like a faster result unless we like actually put some action into it, you know?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know, like action, is it too late to like check your body? I mean, is it?
No, No, it's not.
Like those type of things. Is that
It's not too late at all, actually. No, it's not. And if you want to do that, we can actually absolutely get that set up so that we can make that happen. So it's definitely not too
is
late.
it like a private like area, or like how does that work?
So what it's called a SANE exam, and they're done by forensic nurses
Okay.
at the hospital.
Okay. So it's like in a actual. People
Yep.
wouldn't know that's what you're there for.
No. And so, I mean, well, obviously the nurses would,
Right.
but not like just whoever else is in the hospital.
Right.
No. And so, because it is like because it's a forensic thing and because it's part of a criminal case, obviously this person who assaulted you, so that we could gather evidence to make sure that, when we find them, that we can prosecute them and stuff like that. We would want to take you over there to the hospital, and we get the forensic nurse to come and talk to you.
Okay.
And then they have paperwork to go over with you, just like any other kind of like bureaucracy or anything else like that, right? And they get your permission to gather that evidence from you and to do an exam. Okay. And they're all female, all the nurses.
Okay.
So, and they have their process that they go through, and they collect all that evidence, and then that's turned over to us. So it's not too late at all to do that.
So that was my.
But we need to know what happened, because just like if, and this is just like a totally off the wall example, but like if your kid comes in and tells you, hey, mommy, I'm hurt because I fell down. Well, you need to know where they fell and how they fell and whatnot, so you can help them.
But that's the easy, easy thing. But when you're doing several different things in your brain, and not to mention you're being violated physically, it's hard to give that specific, details. I remember the pushing me in the room. I remember having my head hit. I remember those things.
Sure. And what I'd like,
I remember my clothes getting taken off.
Okay.
Okay. But I don't want to be telling this got taken off. I don't want to be on that.
And that's not what it is.
I would tell that to like a nurse, in the specifics, so that could assist in the process. But maybe I would. I say I would, but I don't know. It's just the hard thing to be like, okay, your pants are tight. You remember this, you remember that, like that.
Sure. And really, we need to know like the narrative of it, and there will be some stuff that I would ask specifics of. And if you remember, you remember, and if you don't, you don't. Or what you can say is, well, I remember that, but I don't want to say.
No, I'm not trying to not tell you anything. It's just a hard process. I guess maybe I'm thinking you're asking me too much detail. Then maybe I'm overthinking what you're asking me. So do you want me to like I said, do a play-by-play of what I remember? Like as far as like moving?
Like, well, just start at the beginning and tell me what happened. Okay.
So, all right. So when he pushed me into the room,
okay,
I remember like a battle process of like back and forth, like that type of thing. I remember that type of thing.
Tell me more about that. The battle back and forth.
Well, with someone he's not much bigger than me, so it's not like it was this big, powerful person that I feel like I'm fairly kind of a little strong. So it wasn't just here, get on the ground. It was getting like move around the room. I don't really remember like which direction.
Sure.
After I hit my head the first time, that's when it started to be a little blur into what was happening then.
Okay. So, and remind me, what was it that you remember hitting your head on that first time?
I think I want to say it was that red and black table. I'm sorry, red and blue table that was in Gannon.
Red and blue table?
I feel like it was the red and blue table that was in Gannon's room, because I remember like going back to hit my head.
Okay. Okay. And you keep motioning back here. Did
yeah,
you
like
the back of your head?
Right, yeah. So like it was in like, well, there was a couple, like the ground was a big force, but I was also fighting back. So I don't want you to think that it would have been some sort of, and I did I did have like, I was gonna like show you that I did have the blood in there a little bit because from the little scratch, but I did have the ability to push back some because he wasn't like overpowering that. It was just like here you go. And
Sure.
that sounds awful to say, but
Okay. So when you got pushed into the room, and you got pushed, like you guys are doing this battle back and forth, and you hit your head, did you end up on the ground first?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't. I just remember hitting my head and I remember the next time I hit my head, the second time that he came back after me and tried again. So there was a couple of times that I kind of was in and out of it. And
So what?
not to mention I had taken lorazepam, a little extra than usual.
Mhm.
So it was, you know, a little bit. I don't say like out there. I did not know. I'm like that, but it was
Sure.
kind of like being like zoned out a little bit.
Sure.
It was almost like I was out, like blacked out,
Okay.
because it was one of those things where I could like hear what was going on, but I but I didn't like know what was going on, or vice versa.
What do you remember feeling?
There was not like pain as far as like your female part. I feel like the pain was on the struggle of like your body was tired.
Okay.
So like it's tired in trying to like your brain's telling you don't give in, but your body is just in a tired mode.
Okay.
And that was it was more of like I just almost it's almost like I was giving up, but I wasn't. You know, like once we were, you know, I can't talk about
Um. So are you saying like once did he penetrate you?
I remember my clothes coming off, not my top part.
Okay.
Remember the bottom, and I don't remember if this was the first time or on the second time, which wasn't a successful time. I remember my clothes coming off like on the bottom, and I remember having my top on.
Okay.
And I remember I was pushing like pushing back.
Sure.
And then I like out of my mind, it was almost like a little blur because I hit my head again.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know, you're like trying to push up, like to push somebody off, and you get pushed back down and hit your head.
Okay.
And then it's kind of let it. Yeah, we did it. Like
I'm not gonna. Here's the thing: is that this conversation, like what we talk about, is not. I'm not gonna run and talk to your husband about or his ex-wife or anything else like that. Okay.
I don't want to give in because I wasn't. It wasn't. I didn't agree to it, but at that point it feels like I did give in.
Okay. And thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. When you say that you gave in and that he completed it,
I don't remember about when I say completed. I mean as in I was able to like have that bolt of energy to like get up again. You know, I don't know if there was like completed. I can't. I'm not wanting to think about that. That's
so I'm not asking if he like ejaculated or anything else like that. That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry. That's what I thought.
So my question is, did he put his penis in your vagina?
Right. Yes.
Okay. Do you know? Okay. Sorry, that question. And that was when you were on the ground? Okay. And you said that he was pushing you down? What part of your body was being pushed down?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you said that like you kind of like came back up.
At
but
some
then-
point, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't want to give you wrong information about step by step about my body being violated. I don't think that's fair. Like, I don't think that. And then every time I have to keep saying to you, like, if it's happening, I have to say that to you again, and I have to say that to you again. Difficult.
Okay. Was there anywhere else that you were penetrated?
No. You mean like an area?
Anywhere else on your body?
With the penis?
Mhm.
Yeah, no.
Okay. And then at some point it ended. Okay. What happened next after it ended?
So, but it didn't end at that direct moment because remember Gannon comes in.
Okay.
Like,
Tell me about that.
Gannon comes in to like jump on him.
Okay.
Like, to like kind of help me out.
Okay.
And so I don't remember anything but like laying back, and I remember that I could like hear that Gannon had came in.
Okay.
I could hear that he knew this is not what you're supposed to do.
That Gannon did?
Yeah, like Gannon was aware that someone was trying to harm me.
Okay.
He might not have understood the complete in essence of it, but he understood someone was in our home and wasn't supposed to be doing what he was doing.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, our home we're very open. We're always like, we talk about like, oh, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't do this until you're married. So,
Okay.
so he's very aware of, like that's not how things happen.
Sure.
In his mind. So he came in at that point in time. And then I do remember that Gannon was like, I don't want to say thrown, but like, he can't jump on a big guy. That's a big guy to him.
Mm-hmm.
5, 6, 7, 8-ish
Mm-hmm.
is a big guy to him.
Sure.
Because he's 4 or something. And I don't remember from there. I just remember that Gannon tried to jump on him, and I remember Gannon was over here at this point in time, and then it was just kind of like a blur about what happened. But I do remember after, and when I say finish, I don't mean what you're asking me about exactly. And I do remember when that was like getting up,
Mm-hmm.
that it was a situation.
So
that was when he had the gun again, and afterwards, not necessarily at him, but had the gun and had Gannon.
Okay. Can you tell me more about that?
So I just know that in the way he had him was kind of not necessarily at like a here, or if I had like a dummy to show you, it was more of like a.
Do you have a look?
Okay. It was more of like a just wrapped around, but like Gannon was he recognizing like the gun, he wasn't trying to at that point fight back to him.
Okay.
He was just crying like to me, like to help him.
Okay.
And so that's why I made the decision to try to send the other kids somewhere else, because what if I would have ran for help at that point in time? I had every opportunity to run for help then.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a good enough shooter to like, or really don't, to like go, feel like I'm gonna shoot somebody, because I don't, what else are we gonna do? You see what I'm saying? So I'm just not, my mind wasn't thinking that of trying to create harm if I made a dumb decision.
Okay.
And that was probably where I should have done some sneaky technique of, I thought about it after. I should have like gave Lena a letter, or something like that and said, hey, go to the mailbox, take the neighbor's letter. Like, this is something I thought about after,
Mm-hmm.
but I didn't think about it at the time.
Okay.
Like in the
So,
time frame.
so when you were on the ground and Gannon came in, what do you remember hearing?
Him yelling,
What was he yelling?
like he was yelling my name, like directed specifically at me, as in like,
Gannon was?
yeah, like,
What does he call you?
because, well, I just remember I told you about my name thing.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. What
Yeah, so he was saying Tesha.
Tesha?
He was like saying, are you okay?
Okay.
And then that's when he realized that wasn't. Like, not that I wasn't, but he realized I was kind of like in and out of it.
And what were you saying?
I was like immediately like doing the first part was doing the first time was doing the pushback, like get off of me, get off of me. So I wasn't said that, but I wasn't communicating with Gannon.
Okay.
Like I wasn't saying Gannon go, you know, do this specifically, or like I didn't say like run go do it. I didn't say anything directly that I recall.
Okay.
Now maybe I did, but that I recall wasn't specific direction, you know, to guide him in any direction. That was more of like a battle, like a back and forth thing instead of being. But at that point, I do remember like when I was down and you kind of get like that little concrete where your head jars back a little bit, right there, where your head jars back a little bit. It kind of made me a little like dizzy a little bit.
And was the man saying anything?
I don't remember anything but noises.
What kind of noises do you remember?
Noises?
I can't guess. That's the thing, right? So like I can't put words in your mouth. I can't guess. So I know like I'm sorry, pleasure noises.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it, like pleasure noises, but like sound.
Okay. And so he's making pleasure noises, and then Gannon comes in and yells your name. What does the man
I don't remember specifically. He just came and yelled my name, or if he jumped first, but
okay. What does the man do?
It was more of like a this, but he was still inside of me,
Okay.
kind of. I say kind of, but like he's moving,
Okay.
so obviously he's got to put more like, got to put more like force on your body.
Okay.
And that's just when I just started to cry. Because it was like a giving up, kind of like a giving up type moment.
I'm sorry that you are upset by that.
And it was just, because what, I mean, what are you supposed to do at that point?
Sure.
You can keep trying to fight, but they already taken something from you that you only have pursued yourself.
Sure. Do you remember Gannon saying anything else other than your name?
I know he was hollering help at some point, and I think that would have been when he had. I don't remember. Oh gosh, I don't remember like any anything other than. Oh, I think I feel like I remember the second. I don't remember around the second time of the battle he was saying get off of her.
Okay.
But I don't. I'm telling you, when I tell you that, and I hope to God that you are never in that situation, but it's just almost like a blur because you're so disappointed in your like emotional feel, like your self-worth.
Sure.
Like and how you feel about yourself.
Sure.
You feel like you're nothing.
What did you smell when this was happening?
I was going to say that to you. I forgot to, like earlier, and again, you didn't ask me that because I wasn't thinking about it. I could smell like a very strong, like paint or like almost like a paint, like someone had been painting or like they were around a house that might have had the drywall, almost like it was like a work smell.
Like you're doing this like the drywall. Are you talking about like paint or like the texture smell?
Yeah, like the powder of the drywall. You know how like you sand,
sure.
and it has like that smell. Like I could smell like that part on them, but I feel like at one point I thought I smelled alcohol.
Okay. And you said that your ex, Harley's dad, did drywall. So the drywall smell is something that you would be familiar with?
He would have did it a while ago.
Sure.
But I know like in our home and things like that, pretty, I don't want to say like, know a lot about drywall, but just from being around the work sites growing up, I think with him, I was young when I was with him. I remember a lot about, like drywall in general. So
Sure.
I don't know if it's specifically drywall. It's more of like a sandpaper-ish type smell.
Okay.
Like
Did you smell anything else? You said you smelled alcohol.
at one point I remember smelling like not like a deep, strong alcohol smell, but I could have like a sense of alcohol, like a breath of it.
Sure. Sure.
Come up like aroma.
Okay.
And it kind of was like I don't know, like almost like a foodish, like a salsa type smell. I remember at one point.
Okay.
Okay. If you kind of like you walk into a restaurant and it smells like some fresh tomatoes and that.
Okay. What do you remember feeling on your back?
Just a couple of days before this, I have been having like a lot of lower back pains like already.
Mm-hmm.
So it took that like pain away. And it was almost like it was just like, because I'm getting pushed back, but I'm straining.
Mm-hmm.
So it was almost like I felt a little bit of nerve, but I didn't feel it. Like I didn't have any, hey, there's the back pain. Oh, back to this. It wasn't like that. I knew that there was nerve being shifted or, changed in some direction.
Okay.
That it was floor. Kind of hard on the floor.
And just remind me, you went upstairs and told Lena to go away, basically, to keep her safe. And then you came back down, and that was when he had Gannon, or he had Gannon before you did that?
You mean?
Like when you said that he had his arm wrapped around?
Right. So once he had him, once I came back, because once I got up and whatever, there was the ring. Remember I told you about the lotion and things. So he grabbed him then. He had him still when I came down, but
you grabbed him then?
Right. Remember the ring is what triggered, because there was the first ring that wasn't there wasn't anybody on the ring, or there was no one there. Because I think I went up and down, or maybe I don't remember if I went up one time and down, or up one time twice. I don't remember exactly, but I remember there was two alerts.
Sure.
Or two triggers to the door.
Okay.
And I was like, yeah, so two triggers. I feel maybe it was two times, because the first time there was nobody there.
Okay.
There was no. Something must have set it off. Yeah. So and then there was Lena was the next trigger.
Okay.
But I knew the next one was Lena, because I knew the timing always perfect, and you can hear from our house when the bus hits its brakes.
Okay.
So I didn't have to go look at an app or anything with that, because I knew that, the timing was just the same as normal.
Okay.
That you can hear the bus is right there. You can hear, kids are on the way, like that type of thing. And
sure,
I knew it was Lena, and that was my first thing I open up, I let Lena in, I had a conversation with her just like it was a normal day. But then that's when because I didn't want to be like, here, go. I did quickly say, here, go, whatever. But I wanted to not just open the door and be like, here, go right now.
Okay.
Like, I had to at least make a 30-second, 1 minute, maybe I'm exaggerating, 1 minute, but 30-second dialogue of, here, I need you to go get milk.
Okay.
Or here, go, Daddy said go ride your bike. Or
sure.
That type of thing. Because later on, I knew she was going to have to eat snack at some point, and I figured just that later on she was eating. I figured out another time she eat snack. I was worried about getting her out and about that time.
When
I'm sorry, I should have given her a note. I should have given her a note.
We don't, we don't need to go into like what you should have done or shouldn't have done or anything else like that. Things are never perfect, and we can we can beat ourselves up for 100
Yeah.
years about things we should have done.
Right.
Right? Okay, so that's not, I'm not here to judge you or anything else like that. I'm here to understand what happened.
Right.
And try and gather as much as we can so that we can help you and we can help find Gannon. Okay? When the attack was going on downstairs, you said you got hit, your head got hit a couple of times. Were you hit anywhere else?
I don't, probably, yeah, are you asking like about like punch or like?
Yeah, were you punched, slapped, kicked?
I don't remember. I don't remember being hit anywhere else.
Okay. Do you have any injuries?
I don't have like any specific injuries here because I was grabbing like this, like pushing up. Most of it was just like head, I don't want to say trauma, but head force on my head and then the nerve in my maybe spine. That part.
Okay. And then
I did like have like a little like this, that little part like right there was like bleeding.
Okay.
And then my nails, I know they look crazy now, but they were, and then of course that was the burn mark, so that was so my nails were like that because when I get nervous, like I don't know or whatever. So, but that would have been from me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you go upstairs, tell Lena to go, and then you go back downstairs.
Right.
And he still has Gannon. What happens next?
So he still has Gannon. Hold on. Can I like be kind of try to read?
Yeah, do what you need to do.
So like he was the first time my body, and then he has Gannon, and I don't want to make sure he's not hurt, so I go upstairs, come back down. Oh, that's when he was asking. Well, he wasn't asking me. He was demanding different things. He was demanding like I probably didn't tell you that earlier, but I do remember that now.
Okay.
He was like demanding things from me. He was demanding me that I was not to say anything, that there would be consequences. He didn't say the word there would be consequences, but it was in a louder tone of direction of saying.
What exactly did he say?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember there was some sort of you gotta make sure you don't tell anyone at the door, and I had common sense enough to know if he had Gannon and has a gun that I'm not gonna make a stupid decision. So coming back down, at that point in time, I remember being like, what, like, I don't remember if I was necessarily pleading or asking, Gannon was saying help. I didn't have a weapon. I couldn't just go grab and hurt him. So somehow, I don't remember exactly what, we end up being in it again, like being in a commotion again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the second time that he was attempting to try. And that's when I kind of went completely a blackout. And I don't remember, I remember I told you he was demanding different things, and I gave him a brown suitcase. I gave him a box that was in the room. He asked me, he demanded the brown suitcase. Well, he didn't demand the brown one, he demanded a suitcase, and I just gave him the brown suitcase.
Okay.
And in my mind, I didn't know.
Can you describe the suitcase for me?
I don't remember. I just remember we have like 10.
Okay.
I just remember the brown.
Is it like a check bag, a carry-on bag?
Yeah, maybe like 27 inches, maybe.
Okay.
Like,
So it's like one you would check, not one you
No,
carry
you
on.
can't check 27. You can only check 20, 21. So
check is the ones that like you give to them.
Right. That it can't be over 21. Spinners or whatever can't be over 20. It has to be over 21. It doesn't have to be over 21 check, but if it's over 21, it can't be a carry.
Right.
So the bigger.
So it was a bigger one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like I say about 27 inches or inches or whatever. And I thought he was gonna put things in our home, like take all of our stuff and like our, anything that needed. I thought he was gonna like take the gun.
What did he do with it?
And take, like, I don't know. I provided what he asked for or demanded, and then we got into it again because there was yelling, and I don't remember what we were yelling about, but it was just anything I could do. If I give you this, take everything, and we just whatever, and
Okay. And you said that he wanted a box.
yeah, he that was one of the things that I'm trying to remember all of it. And that's why I said I thought he was gonna pack our like whatever there was in our home. Originally I didn't think that he was in our home to take. Remember I told you I didn't think he was in our home to take something because he was Brian Boone. But at that point I thought he was gonna like clean us out with or I say clean us out, take whatever he could.
Like steal things.
Yeah, like steal things from us because you can, if you're in Lorton Ranch and you're like, oh, I'm going to the airport, but it doesn't look like you're walking out the front door with a TV. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that was my mindset of like.
Oh, so you think that he was gonna, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're telling me is you thought he was gonna take stuff from your house and put it in the suitcase in the box.
Right.
It looked like he was going to the airport.
Yeah,
not like he was stealing.
Yeah,
something.
yeah, and I don't want to say specifically the airport, but like it looked like to make it
travel.
Yeah, so like in my mind, I'm just thinking he's about to clean this out, but I don't really care. Take everything.
Sure.
That he wants to take. That was like in my mindset, and then I remember there was like talking or yelling, or I don't remember how we got to part. The second part, but I remember he wasn't able to, And of course, between all that, I mean, I wasn't running around naked. I had to put my pants back on.
Sure.
And and that was a awful feeling. Like, I mean, it wasn't like, I just ran upstairs and I had to, like put myself back together.
What do you mean by put yourself back
like
together?
my pants. Like I couldn't. If I would have showed up at the front door or whatever with Lena or anyone, I mean I do like walk around in like shorts and all that. But I'm saying like it would have been, and like you say, we're not going to go on what I should have done, but it could have put off alarm to this is what you need or whatever. But this is my daughter. Is it okay if I just let her? Uncle wants to. Okay.
Sure. Do you remember? So can you describe the box for me?
Brown box.
Was it like a cardboard box?
Yeah,
like a wooden box?
Yeah,
like a metal. Like, did it have stuff in it?
Yeah. No, like there was nothing in it, but it was just a regular like shipping boxes. Like that's why that makes common sense of I'm putting stuff in there, but he could have easily have gotten that himself, but he would have had to have let him again and go. But that that was his way to have control of the situation.
Sure. And where was that box at before you got it?
In our storage room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that where the suitcase was as well, or?
Yeah, I got the suitcase and the box, and I was saying things because I did think he was going to rob us. Like I say, like take all of our stuff, and I started out with being upset about being robbed, but then it was like take anything you want.
Mm-hmm. It sounds really scary.
Yeah, it definitely is because in my mind I'm like, but I knew if I'm given into the situation, then I can get what like what I would expect the result out of it, which would have been everybody would have been safe, and he's going to get what he wants. And your intention was he saw someone that he wanted to take advantage of.
So you give him the stuff. There's another altercation, and you said he couldn't, and you kind of trailed off.
Yeah, like he couldn't at that point in time like take my pants back off. Was it like the first time? because I was more of in a like lackadaisical thing at that point, because once we were like, when I hit my head the next time on the thing, I think that hit some sort of spot that I don't really remember after that. Like,
Where was Gannon when that?
I don't really remember
altercation
after
happened?
that. That's where it kind of was. Everything from then was a blur, and so it was me telling you that was like, what do you mean you don't know what happened after that? And no one's going to, understand that unless they're there in that moment that I don't remember.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I have to ask the questions, right?
And
Because if I don't ask the questions, then somebody later is going to be like, well, what happened? What happened next? Where was he? And I can't say, well, I didn't ask, right? Like, I have to ask the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't.
Yeah.
I was just saying, like in general, not specifically.
Right. So if I ask a question, I'm not trying to like make you feel bad or anything else like that. I'm just trying to understand and make sure that we cover everything.
Right.
Okay. So you say that you hit your head again. You kind of don't know what happened next. Do you remember, or I guess, can you tell me how this ended?
I just remember like being out of it, but I could also, like in my mind, like I could hear, like loud banging, but I don't remember, I couldn't see, like what was going on or anything like that. I just, almost like I could hear a little bit of a struggle, but I don't know what was going on.
Okay.
And that for me is hard because I need to know, like, and I hope that cause like dreams, I'm like, maybe I'll dream and remember what was going on, or maybe I'll have like a recollection later of, oh yeah, I remember this, but I clearly have been pounding my brain to give it to you about like exactly what was happening.
Sure.
At that.
Sure.
At that point in time.
What's the first thing you remember after this incident, after the attack, the second attack?
I just remember being like, where's Gannon? And I was freaking out because I didn't know where he was at.
Okay.
And I didn't see anything that would have told me. And I thought he was hiding.
Okay.
Like I thought maybe he was in the closet or, somewhere hiding so that he knew, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed this.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my sight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that he was hiding, like in my mind. So like I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, or maybe he was in the closet or somewhere hiding, so that he knew, like he would be okay, like away or whatever. I thought he was hiding.
Okay. What was the first thing you did after this happened?
I was calling his name because I did think he was hiding.
Okay.
And at that point in time, once I realized that he wasn't hiding, I went into that mode of like, okay, I'm fixed.
Help me understand how you understood that he wasn't hiding.
Well, because if I am saying to him that I assumed that everything was, I didn't see the guy in my sight, I'm assuming that he was hiding, like in my mind.
So like, I didn't see the guy, so I'm assuming he's hiding. So then I'm asking him, you know, like, Gannon, where are you? Gannon, where are you?
Okay.
So then when I realized Gannon would come out, or again, I can't say we do different things at different times, but if Gannon was thought it was safe, he'd come out. So then, in my mind, to be honest with you, when I said I'm gonna fix this, I thought Gannon was still hiding. So when the detective like searched the home, I really was hoping that that's what was going to happen, and he had been scared to come out because he didn't know if it was safe. Or maybe if he was like, you know, had hit his head or something after what I don't remember, he could have been, you know, hiding and maybe got, I don't know. I don't want to make assumption of how he could have maybe not been aware or alert. My thought process was when the guy said he was going to search the house that I was going to find him, like we'd find him, that's when it really set in that I didn't know where Gannon was at.
Has Gannon ever hid in the house before?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, they play little like back and forth of like, you know, like hide behind the sofa or like boo, but it's only like, you know, a little bit of time. But but we don't have like a violence of, you know, him seeing another man hurting someone. So I would think in that moment he would have been hiding.
Okay.
But he wasn't, you know, prone to be like, I'm gonna hide out. But his personality is very in like actually getting along with people and that type of thing. So
yeah, I didn't think that somebody had talked to the school and like they had said that he was pretty laid back and quiet.
Right, and that would have been, you know, my thought. Again, Gannon wasn't on his medicine, so he has a different, the way he acts is differently than when he isn't.
Sure.
So he would be a more hyper, you know, so that's why I would have expected, you know, that he would have come right out. But then, because on his medicine, he'd been more like zoned out, how to make decisions correctly, because he would have been, he's just like that. When he takes it, give it to him, he can't do any schoolwork unless he has a medicine.
Okay.
Like, I mean, reading off everywhere. So my mind was thinking he didn't take his medicine, you know, so.
What's his behavior like when he doesn't take his medicine?
It's not bad. Like, it used to be where you couldn't get him to focus on anything. Like, if you went to church, you could not sit in church without electronics. And I know that might have been a little bit willful, but it was, he needed something to have that attention. But for the ADHD, he needed something to have that on. So without his medicine, he could, and like on the hike, he might run way up there, and then we take up, you know, because like that much energy.
Okay. And is that what it was like on Sunday?
You mean at the hike? Yeah. It was like he had the burst of energy, but then his stomach was, when his stomach got hurt, and he didn't see it. That's when he took more of he was able to control it because he was focusing on his obsessions on cleaning his body. Because, I mean, imagine like walking around.
Sure. That would be uncomfortable for pretty much anybody, I think. Okay. What happened to the gun?
So the gun, this is how I knew. I didn't know in the time that the gun was out. I didn't know the time ago. I just assumed that it was black color that it was. You know? So remember I said that I put the stuff back in the closet. I put everything back the way it was because obviously at that time I had told them what had happened because I was in that mentality of I'm going to fix it. So I put everything back in the position that it was, and he did not take the gun. Or he couldn't have because the gun when I left it would have been upstairs. But I didn't bring it downstairs, but that was our gun. So that's how I knew for a fact that he had to have our gun, or either he had it in the process of stealing it and somehow it fell and he maybe had another gun. I'm not sure about that part, but I do know that I put it back in it.
So where did you find your gun?
Correct. My gun or
sure it was over And you said you were putting everything back where it belonged.
Yeah.
Where was it whenever you found it to put it away?
So, like at the carpet, because the carpet roll piece had like fallen off, so it was at the carpet.
Okay. And that was, and you said the carpet was kind of
Like leaned against the.
leaned in, but kind of had fell over coming out of that storage area.
Right. Because it was like, I want to say it was in like pieces. I want to say it was
The
in,
carpet or the gun?
No. I want to say that the carpet had like, not necessarily multiple pieces, but I remember like maybe different directions. I don't remember, but I feel like I saw different directions.
Okay.
But yeah, it had fallen over, but the gun was there. I didn't see where Gannon was at. That's why I assumed in the situation that he was hiding.
Okay.
I didn't think that there was a concern, at the time that,
Okay.
that he,
Describe for me what Gannon's room looks like after this happened.
I just remember putting things back together. Like I say back together, but like I remember I had already like straightened out his room from before, because when he had the like burns and stuff. And I do remember Gannon was I do remember Gannon was bleeding. And I think from the hospital could have been something with his arm.
Okay.
But I do remember he was, like, he did have, like, blood and stuff like that. I do remember at some point that he was bleeding. I want to say, I remember he was not necessarily on me. I feel like at some point in that, and it might have, when the first time he might have, like, landed on me, or somehow I was, like, holding him, not necessarily holding him, but I feel like he was there.
Okay. Okay.
So I had that, like knew he was here, but yet I was still, taking advantage of.
Okay.
And so yeah, back to what you said about the ring. So I put like everything, back in its order. I want to say that it might have been 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I don't know. It would have had to been, so because Harley would have gotten off at 4:30. It might have even been, a little bit longer that I remember being out of it. And the reason why is just the time frame.
Okay. And this all happened on Monday, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I had it all right. So you put this stuff back together. You found the gun on the floor next to the carpet that had fallen over. Where did you put the gun?
I took everything and put it back, because when I had to tell, like, Albert, that was the first question that he asked, was like, where are all the guns? Are they all here? That type of thing. So I put them all back together.
Okay. And I don't live in your house, so I don't know where it all back together is. So where are the guns typically stored?
Either in that shelf that I was telling you about.
The silver one?
Right. Or in the closet.
Okay. And so
I put the other guns were never, had never been touched until you guys.
I haven't touched any.
Well, you're the person. Okay. So they were already in the closet, but the handguns usually are in different sections, which would be accessible in case of emergency. You don't need the shotguns to be that, that accessible. So I put my handgun was already in its place.
Your steel one?
My handgun was already like in its place completely. I mean, I don't know if it was in the exact same location, but my handgun was present.
Okay. Where was it at?
In what you just told me.
In that,
yeah.
in that.
Council approach for a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess. So if I can have all of you head back to the jury room, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
We only got.
Oh, I didn't tell you about the situation yesterday, so like, I'm watching it.
I know, it was funny. Timing was perfect. It was
Yeah, but I was doing it for you.
No, it was- And then he stood up, so I'm like, oh, there you are. That was fun. I needed some humor.
Yeah.
You know,
Like, how do you? And then, so I was like, okay, I'll be back to the state of five. I got to see. I got in the station. They were like, yep. I was like, and I thought, no. The audacity. Oh, I don't make a. Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I write.
I feel like, I don't know if I can say it. It's like my least favorite is asking. I was like, I was done that all.
Yeah. The one person. Yeah, I was like, it was real exact. Because it's the ones where they can't. No, I know. Oh, yeah, I went down and got one. Just have to shake your head and be like,
It's still loose here now?
yeah, no, but it's. It's like a caffeine. And that's what happened. This ends up getting changed. And like 2 hours later, different since a whole entire reminded them. What keywords? One.
Sorry for the interruption. We have, we need to wait just 1 minute, I think, for one of the jurors. Let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
I
Look in
know,
that direction.
I know. I wrote it.
You started here.
Yeah,
came to me.
yeah, I'm sure it's tape. Is it?
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, she's,
I'm on a recovery.
it's not as bad during the day. On openings, I did too. That was my word.
Yeah.
I felt awful the night before. I was like, are you freaking kidding?
I don't even know. Nobody's done it.
I felt pretty bad.
No.
I would.
All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, I would have too, except for it makes you feel kind of screwy.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall CR 1358 versus Letecia Stauch. Record to reflect the jury is present back in the courtroom. Sorry for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. That was an emergency I had to deal with unrelated to this case. With that, go ahead and start with the word.
And then just as far as timing goes, Judge, do you want us to just play it right up till 5 and then
About 5 till.
5 till? Okay.
Yeah, so everything was already there. I just put, I say gun, when I tell you put the guns back in their place, there wasn't multiple out in different places. I just want to make sure you know that it was, I put that gun back with its partner gun. To make sure it was in the same place.
So you put the black handgun into the silver armoire thing, chest thing, with your teal handgun.
Right, in the same chest.
Okay. And have they been moved since then?
Well, Albert took them.
Albert took both of them?
He made me give him mine too.
When was that?
Today.
Today?
Yeah. So like he took all of them when you guys, I guess you guys, I'm sorry, when in your department, I guess they went through my closet or whatever.
Okay.
They still left the guns in the closet, but you know, they weren't in the same place that they were.
Sure.
And so Albert took all them too because he was like, oh, well, I don't want you to harm yourself and things like that. He was saying those things to me, so he took them all and made me give him mine as well.
And that was today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a history of trying to harm yourself?
No. Say things like, he tried to say something about like, I'll grab a knife. That is not true. I do not do that. Like, I have never done anything like that in my entire life. Never have received any kind of counseling for anything prior to anything like that, disturbing somebody, nothing like that. So there would be no, like reason. And right there in the beginning, that mental health thing, I've always tried to put a blocker up because I know that, things in your life can cause those problems. And I just never, I never did anything like that. Like, I might be like, 'cause I was raised in the country, so it might be like someone says something, I bet it's funny, someone like, you watch out, like that type.
Sure, yeah.
But not anything that would have been like, I'm going to cut myself and harm myself. He was, like in his military mode, protection mode. And,
well, he cares about you. That's good, right?
He wanted to just take everything away. Okay. From there, so.
Okay.
He was like, I don't want you to hurt yourself. And I was like, what?
So I just want to kind of like sum up what I think about, or what I kind of know generally about what happened on Monday. Okay. So Albert didn't go to school that day, or not Albert. I apologize. Gannon didn't go to school that day because he was not feeling well, and because you guys wanted to get the carpet fixed.
Right.
You went to the new build area, and you met Eduardo. And you arranged for him to come over to your house while you were gone to work on replacing that piece of carpet for you.
You said come over to my house while I was going to work on replacing that carpet?
Yeah. You gave him the garage code and stuff so he could come in and
But you said I was gone when replacing the carpet. I was gone shopping while he was
gonna do the carpet.
Okay, I got you. I thought you said it. I was making sure that you hadn't twisted the way I said it.
And that's exactly right. I want to make sure that nothing's twisted.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were gonna go to Petco, do some running.
I didn't set out to go pick us out to go shopping to get dogs some new.
Yeah.
Just have to do that.
Yeah. So you were gonna go do some shopping, and he was gonna go fix the carpet. You left the house around 10:30-ish, 10:30-ish, and then you go. At some point you got gas. You went to Petco twice.
And I said Starbucks earlier, but it was actually Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. Coffee? Yeah. Dunkin' Donuts, maybe? Okay. And then you get home about 2:30? 2:30? You come in, and you said you wanted to listen to your music and work out?
Yeah, I was in the kind of like donut mode, not in the remembering, oh my gosh, it's going to fix something.
Okay. And then sometime between that 2:30 or after you got home at that 2:30 time frame, you were getting your headphones, putting your headphones on, music, zone out, whatever else you thought you heard something. You went downstairs, and that was when this attack happened. And then what time does Lena come home from the school bus?
It depends. They change the school hours. It could be anywhere between 3:15 and 3:30.
Okay.
Depending on.
So 3:15, 3:30 is the typical time Lena comes home. You don't want her to be in danger, so you send her out to go ride her bike and check the mail. And you go back down, another altercation happens, and whenever the next thing you remember is that you kind of come to and Gannon is missing.
Right.
Okay. So, and that was probably like around 4 o'clock? Rough estimate.
Yeah, because it would have been, or it could have been 4:30, but it wouldn't have been after 4:45, because let's see, Hollywood took 30 minutes to get home, so she hadn't got home. Lena was still riding the bike or out and about. Yeah, it had to be 4-ish.
Okay.
4:15, no later, like I said, than 4:45, because that would have been already like on her way home.
I think I have a pretty good idea.
I'm pretty sure that was exactly right.
Okay.
Because I think I told, yeah, because then I sent Harley and Lena to Stauch Trial. Yeah. Yeah, so Harley would have a drug Lena.
What is the, you have an alarm on your house? What company do you use for that?
ADT.
ADT? Okay, let's write that down. And you have the same, is the passcode for the ADT stuff the same as like your garage door code and stuff like that, or?
Like, you mean like the login?
Like when you go in to disarm the.
Oh, yeah. No. It's different because the alarm is Gannon's birthday.
Gannon's birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I'm gonna take a break. You need to use the restroom.
No, but I really need to. I haven't showered and I haven't eaten, and I'm just getting tired.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All right. And we had talked earlier about whether or not it would be able to take action at this point, as far as like gathering evidence and stuff like that, with whether it had been too long, and I told you that it wasn't. Is it something that you're willing to do?
Right, yes, that's I would do anything for you to figure out who Eduardo is and make sure that
Okay. And it's perfect that
I found you to say to make sure that I could just like.
Okay. What pants were you wearing when all this happened?
There was a set of like clothing, and I had like washed the stuff like you and guys. Yeah, sure. People
I get it.
had taken some of the stuff I don't know, whatever, but I put it with all the stuff that like I had washed and stuff like that. I don't remember if it was the black and purple or the black and blue, but it was like sporting athletic things. They were on my chair when I went home last night.
Were they like leggings or joggers or?
Yeah, they were like kind of like this.
Like
Yeah. Like, well, but more of the nylon-ish material.
Okay. So they were like black and maybe purple or blue.
Yeah, it was one that I wear like a lot of Nike and stuff like that. It was one of those.
And you didn't give them the alarm code, right? You just gave them the garage code.
Yeah, because you don't have to have like the alarm code to come in the house.
Okay.
You have to have, and that's assuming that I even set the alarm. I mean, I may or may have not. I mean, typically I try to, log into my phone and do it if I forget. That's just assuming if I had, whether I had or not set the alarm, but I'm pretty positive. I don't say positive. I'm almost certain that I had set the alarm.
Sure.
But it doesn't have a sensor on the door. Like
Are you able to see if you log into your alarm account whether or not it was alarmed at that time?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show you, but I couldn't serve it.
Okay. You might need to like plug into the Wi-Fi or something like that.
Yeah.
To do that. And there's open Wi-Fi. It's like EPC. Yeah. It doesn't require a password or anything like that. If you want to do that, can you use the restroom or anything like that?
No, I'm actually, I mean, am I like free to leave or?
We're not holding you here. We'd like to get you over to the hospital for that.
I would totally do that, but I really am. I just want to get some food and take a minute, and I can drive myself to the hospital. I don't want to feel like I'm some, person they're going to look at differently because I am showing up with, seeing some people, and that's why I asked you where the secret, like where people would know, because I understand you have a goal and a purpose, and that is our common purpose to have done here.
Mm-hmm.
But I also am thinking about how emotionally.
Yeah, and I get that. And so I will tell you that if we drive you over there, we don't go in the front. We go in a back way. So you wouldn't be seen by the general public or anything like that. And obviously we're not in like uniforms. Everything is concealed, all that other stuff. So it's not like we walk in with a scarlet letter or anything else like that. So, okay. Let me go check on a couple of things really quick and then be right back. Okay?
Okay, you said I was free to go.
Are you wanting to leave right now?
I'm really hungry. I'm thirsty. Look at my lips. They're chapped.
Okay.
They're like really bad.
Okay.
I mean, you guys know it's not like I don't answer or talk to you or anything like that.
Okay.
I've kept some communication with you.
Okay. Can you give me just a few minutes to just check to make sure that I've covered everything that I need to cover, and then I'll come back in?
She said that I would be able to go. Like, she didn't say I would be. Like, I mean, I'm sure I've been here hours, and she said specifically that I would be able to go.
And I'm not saying that you can't. I'm asking if you can give me a few minutes.
I think if you can just call me, or I mean, I still have like, I have to maintain my mental health in this situation, and that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to go. My lips are burning, and I want to take a shower. I mean, look at my fingers and all those things.
Right. So it would be better to get the forensic exam done
over there, like
before you take a shower.
Not like cleaned. I'm not doing like as in shaved and things like that. I'm not doing that. I haven't showered in 2 days. Like that's disgusting. I'm not doing that. But I will gladly go.
Well, I mean, if you're saying you want to go take a shower before you go get the
No,
thing
I
done?
didn't say I was going to go take a shower. I said I need some time to just rest. I'm exhausted. I want to take a shower. My hair is nasty, and I'm not going over there like dirty, smelly for someone to.
But you realize that's how we gather evidence, right? So if you go take a shower right now, and I understand that you're like uncomfortable, right? And that you want to take a shower,
Right.
So that's why I would like to get you over to the hospital to get the exam done.
Okay, well, then I'm driving myself there because I'm not getting escorted to an exam when I'm already going through a difficult time with having someone violate my body to whether you go in the front or the back. I mean, am I not allowed to take myself there?
I didn't say that at all. I'm trying to figure out, and I'm trying to impress upon you, like, if you go take a shower, then you wash away the evidence.
I know, I understand. I just said.
And you said you weren't going to go over there while you're.
Yeah, I don't want to go dirty. I can at least go freshen up or something. Like I'm.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
Okay, so can you tell me how to leave?
Please. I have to go over here. Let me get somebody to escort you out.
Okay. Hi. Said that I could go.
Well, can you talk to me about what?
You told me I could.
I know, but I'm left.
I understand that.
I'm left, and I just want to get the fill in. So I have a couple questions about Sunday. If you're okay filling that in. I know you're tired.
I'm tired. I said that I could. So I just want to take a break. That's all I'm asking for.
Where do you want to?
That means I want to go to rest. Like she said, I could drive myself to the hospital. So I just don't want.
What do we need to go?
Am I able
okay?
to just go? I mean, what do you mean? Am I okay?
If I'm hearing about a hospital, I mean, what's going on with that?
This is why this is frustrating because I've already given her information that you guys can fully like watch and see, and you can know why I'm going to the hospital because she wants to get DNA, like or to have your body checked for right.
Were you sexually assaulted? How did that happen?
It happened on Monday.
On Monday? What?
I can't right now go through it again. I can't.
Okay. So let me make sure that we've got everything lined up for a singing exam. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, she's gonna do that, and I'm gonna just take a break. I want to get food. Look at my lips. They're chapped. I haven't.
You want some food?
I know.
What do you want to eat?
Okay, she just said I could be escorted out.
Okay.
And I promise you have my number. I haven't not.
You're done with all that?
Right, I haven't not communicated with you. I have been.
Are you done with that cup?
Nothing but. Can I not take it?
You can if you want. I just didn't know if you were done with it. We recycle them too. So
Okay.
okay. Hang tight for me just real quick. Let me make sure that she doesn't have any other questions.
But she finished what you just said.
I get that. Let me double check with her.
She said I could go. That she
finished up the interview. I don't know.
holding me here?
I'm not holding
Okay,
you.
so can someone lock me out?
You want to go? You want to leave?
I will clearly answer your questions. I just want to take a break. Like I've literally done followed all your.
Where do you want to go for your break?
I want to see my child. I want to get lunch with her.
Well, I'm more than happy to get you lunch or to bring your daughter here or whatever needs to happen. I'm not saying that you can't leave, but I would like to finish up this conversation with you. There's a couple of questions about Sunday that I have, and this is the first time that I'm hearing that you're sexually assaulted.
You go stand right.
That would be, well, you lean towards the door, so open the door. If you would like to have a conversation in the room, we can. It's up to you. But like I said, I missed out on a bunch. So
Okay. I'm not being able to just go and chill out. Doing this is great. Where do you want to go? So am I not allowed to? I'm clearly asking the question.
Well, I'm trying, so I guess our communication isn't the greatest at this point in time. Are you wanting to leave the office to go get something?
Right, yes, I clearly you have my number. I'm not gonna not answer you or anything. I'm gonna answer you.
My name's Baseball. How are you? Good, good. So let me talk to you.
Man, I just want to get directions.
I get it. And so, once again, we're back in the interview room.
Okay.
We're on camera. Mitch Mahalko, you think the investigation section. Okay. So at this point in time, we were just a step outside, and tell me if I'm wrong, that you decided that you wish to leave and that there's no problem with that. I asked if,
You didn't ask, you took.
at that point in time, you really, me, I
You didn't relinquish the phone, you took it.
I kept the phone, and I told you that we would be applying for a search warrant.
You said applying.
That's correct.
I'm not going anywhere. I literally just need directions. I mean, I have family numbers in there I don't have.
You're going to be applying for a search warrant. Is that understood?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you one favor. You let me find out, or you show me something that you can legally take my phone and you don't have a search warrant yet. Can you show me that? Can you show me that? Can you show me that?
We're being video recorded.
I understand, but could you show me that, sir? Because that feels like that's kind of a little unconstitutional.
And if that's the case, that can be something that you can bring up.
That sounds
At this point, we're going to go ahead and hold on to this phone.
okay. Can I use another phone to call the attorney? That is unconstitutional.
There are multiple phones here. So
I'm not hiding anything from you. I just want directions. I want to be able to call my family. No, you don't understand. No, you don't. You are doing something that's unconstitutional. You need a warrant, have it. Thank you.
So we're going to hold on to this. We are applying.
But why? You don't even have a warrant yet. I just want directions. I want directions. I don't know. I want to be. Oh, wow. That's all I want. That's the call. You can. It's not about the phone or the number. That's the call.
So teacher, at this point.
We've got you for phone recording. At this point, we're going to be held, so we can do a search warrant. So we're going to okay, so we're going to hold you here until we get that search.
Do I have to sit in the room?
Yes.
Do I have to like stay at the door? I mean, I've been shut up in here, ma'am, and I've been nothing but respectful to you.
Sure, and I'm.
I just, and sir, can I speak to you too? I don't care that you had the phone. You took it out of my hand, and that was very disrespectful. If you would have just asked me for it, I would have given that to you. I would have said sure. But it was the way that you did it. Okay, So that was my thing with you on that. And then all I'm saying is, we'll have to be trapped in a room.
So, Keisha, I understand that, and I hear what you're saying about feeling disrespected about the form being taken, and that was disrespect.
Okay.
Right? And I'm sure that, I'm not letting him speak right now, but I'm
Okay.
sure if I did, he would say that he is sorry for making you feel disrespected.
That's fine.
Okay. At this point, I'm being told that you have to stay, and this is where we have to keep you. Okay. This is going to be the most comfortable environment.
Okay.
Okay. There's a couch and whatever else, or other interview room.
What was he saying? Payload for what now?
Getting search warrant.
We're getting drunk the phone.
For you.
For me, what does me do?
Because you've given us multiple different stories.
Oh, you're talking about like the thing you stuck on there.
Yep.
Oh, I was like, okay, I got it. I see what you're saying. I got it.
Because at this point, you have evidence potentially on your body.
I got it.
Right?
I'm sorry. I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Well, can I at least like go to the bathroom and like
No.
wipe off? Nothing. I can't see nothing.
Well, I can tell you that a forensic nurse examiner is accustomed to.
So, yeah.
We're not telling you can't go to the bathroom. Okay. What we're telling you is that you can't go into the bathroom.
No, I had to like
Hold up. Hold up. And I've offered you the opportunity multiple times to go to the bathroom.
I know, but I wanted to
So
confess.
hold on. Okay. So here's the thing. Okay.
You can take whatever you want from my body.
Right. We're not saying that you can't go urinate or defecate if that's what you need to do.
Okay.
What we're telling you that we can't allow to have happen is you go in there and get paper towels and begin wiping possible evidence off of your body.
Do you want to watch me?
We will get back with you and we'll get you to the bathroom here in just a minute.
Okay.
Okay?
So just have a seat for us and we'll be back with you.
You can just watch me. What about like a older drink or something? I don't know. Hot meal? Mm-hmm.
So you need a colder bottle of water
Or you
or a Gatorade?
Are you taking my drink? What in the world? Am I able to make a phone call? Can I make a phone call? You said I could use the phone.
Yeah. I told you I'm going to say that. We're not asking you questions.
I'm not allowed to make a phone call?
I'm not asking you.
I have a right to.
Keisha, okay, so things have changed since I made that statement to you.
What?
Okay, and so that is, at this point in time,
I just want to know why.
you're no longer,
You're being-
please let me explain to
Okay,
you.
I'm sorry.
Things have changed. Initially, you were free to leave.
Right.
And, you could stop answering questions.
Right.
Whenever you wish, et cetera, et cetera. Now,
Okay.
through the course of the investigation, we have reason to believe that you potentially have evidence on your body, and we're applying for a search warrant.
So
for that
basically,
evidence.
that's what it was.
You're
You
not
wanted to put me there.
free to leave.
Didn't want to be escorted to basically. I'm not stupid. I'm very.
We know you are. We know
Okay,
you're very
so
educated. So, and as somebody who's very educated, we're trying to get you to cooperate with it.
So we are going to apply for the search warrant.
I know. I said, could you just take me over there?
Here's the thing, because you've already said that you didn't want us to do that, now we have to go through the process of getting a search warrant because you've already declined that
I
option.
understand.
So it's gonna take a little bit longer,
Okay.
and right now I need you to have a seat on the couch.
But I cannot call him back. I can't call him.
Right now, you're being held.
Okay. Can you do those questions then while we have the time, or you said something about you had questions?
You've already asked for an attorney.
No,
I was out in the hallway, you said, do I need to call an attorney? I'd like to make a phone call and all that stuff. So here's the thing, I don't want to get into all of that. Any
I'm
other
just
questions?
because
You've already said.
I was saying for attorney to ask them,
I know, and
Not
the thing
against
is,
you.
I do not want it to be misinterpreted in any way, shape, or form,
Right.
okay? So we're gonna hold off right now.
So you're saying you don't have those questions asked me while we were sitting?
Not at this point in time. Okay, if something changes, I will let you know.
Right.
All right. We'll take our evening break. If we can have all of you where you need to be on Friday morning, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss a case among yourself. Don't discuss a case with anyone else. And research about any aspect of this case. Enjoy tomorrow. See if you can get some sunshine. And then we'll see you on Friday morning, 9 o'clock. All right. If you may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? No, sir. Okay. All right. As I said, my docket tomorrow is virtual, so you can leave everything here. There's not going to be anybody else here except for myself and Mr. Sproul. So you can leave everything here if you want. It's up to you. If there's something that you want to walk up, let us know. We can put it in the evidence plaza.
Thank you, Judge.
And get out of here. Yeah. See.
All rise.
Wow, what a day. Crazy. Crazy. All right, yeah, so we'll be back later. We'll take a look at that. Everybody can take a break from this for now. What a crazy thing. So they're going to leave it. There's no court tomorrow. So I'll be on later tonight and go over it. The part we didn't analyze already. All right, so yeah, I'll put a thumbnail up and I'll try to schedule that not too late. And thank you, Casey Went, for upgrading your membership to Detective Rambler. I appreciate that. Okay, everybody have a good day. Take care. Bye-bye. God bless. Love you, prayers for all that need, and we'll see you tomorrow. I mean, I'll see you tonight, hopefully. Yeah, definitely. God willing. Lost my mind. Hold on, let me get us out of here. I can't even find the thing to get us out of here. Oh boy.